Hello, students. How are you? Welcome to Super Grads, and I am your English mentor, Sana Mam. I hope you haven't forgotten me. All right. So it's so amazing to be back at this. I would say lovely and amazing platform where I get this amazing opportunity of reaching out to all of you, helping you in your preparation. And this being the last leg of your preparation, I'm sure you are very anxious and eager. So am I. So, do you already feel butterflies in your stomach, right? Okay, so, we are back here. Let me tell you something about this interesting series that we are here for. This is the last leg towards your Dream IIM's JIPMAT one shot marathon, right? So, the session that we had yesterday, well, that was so nicely received by all of you. Um, People were exuding with praises and demanding more sessions, right? I hope it benefited you. And today we have the English marathon. All right. So this is going to be a straight 9 hour long one. Mic volume. Hey Akash, good to know that I'm your favorite. All of you out there, hello once again. I may not be able to read out your names because there are so many students who are messaging us simultaneously. So, first and foremost, let me set the expectations straight. Class, listen, it may not be possible for me to read each and every message, this being an open forum, multiple students joining us, messaging us, sometimes even spamming us, right? तो या तो मैं पढ़ा लूं, डिस्कशन कर लूं, या फिर मैं आपके क्वेरीज आंसर कर लूं. So the point is that yes, I will try my best. I will put my best foot forward to answer and handle your queries. But sometimes that turns out to be quite an interruption, especially when we are in a flow, right? So please understand if your answers are not immediately given to you, you have to hold your horses. You have to be a little patient. Don't jump the gun. Understand that I have so many things to download to you today, okay, so that you are able to ace the examination. All right? Yes. Oh, thank you, Gaurav. You call me the best. VA faculty have made my day. Trust me. Thank you so much. चलो ठीक है. So अब स्टार्ट करते हैं आज के डिस्कशन से कि आज हम क्या करने वाले हैं. Obviously, we will be taking up marathon, JIPMAT style, Rohtak. And JIPMAT, the very essential thing is the line of preparation is going to be the same. The paper is very similar, especially when I talk about the VA section. That's what I'm here for. The paper is very similar. The pattern is the same. Barring the number of questions, Rohtak having 40 questions, JIPMAT having 34 questions, but you still have more time in JIPMAT exam. The students normally find it a more manageable paper, right? Since Rohtak does not release the official papers, right? So obviously students most of the time are darting in the dark, but don't you worry, we'll come up with Rohtak marathon also just before your examination to help you. So today here, we begin with a very simple thing. I have just curated this particular assortment of questions, this compendium of questions just for you, right? And in this, I have included the first few questions are the JIPMAT PYQs. Yes, you heard me right. JIPMAT 2024 के PYQs कुछ मैंने लिए हुए हैं. The nice questions that I felt were interesting and were slightly different, so I've taken them up, right? So we'll first of all solve them. And no, Diksha, this is not exclusively for IPMAT Indore, but for sure it's going to be a great learning for you because grammar remains the same, right? Even vocabulary, idioms, phrasal verbs. So anybody who is, looking forward to IPMAT Indore, again, I say hold your horses. Definitely we will come up with one-shot revision for IPMAT Indore exclusively for you people. But then I would suggest you to take the session, attend करो ये भी, इसमें भी आपको बहुत learning मिलने वाली है. ठीक है? ऐसा नहीं बोल सकते Kurapika, you're asking me is the difficulty level of JIPMAT bit higher than Rohtak? All right, honestly speaking, if I talk about the Rohtak exam, what feedback I got from students was that, the synonyms and antonyms that were there, they were very difficult. So they did not give you the very common words. They gave you very rare words, which are not high frequency words that you often see in word lists. So that was about Rohtak. JIPMAT overall, yes, JIPMAT is a nice quality paper where, as you will see, as we start picking up the questions quickly, you will notice that yes, they test you on a variety of things. So they test you a lot on grammar. The common thing between Rohtak and JIPMAT is that both of them will actually be asking you many questions, plenty of questions on voice and narration. The paper is highly vocabulary driven, I have to say this. Because be it one word substitution, be it spellings or fill in the blanks and match the columns kind of synonyms matching, idioms, all of this is going to come to you. JIPMAT even asked you a closed test. So I have even incorporated that in my session today. So chalo, without any ado, let's dive in. And here is the first question, which is damn easy, right? So this is the question for you. JIPMAT 2024 अभी latest paper का question है. चलो जल्दी से answers share करो. फटाफट. Class, you have to be participative. You have to solve the questions without fail, right? Please keep sharing your answers. So Ayush, you're asking me, will I cover CUET part also? Again, I'm telling you that CUET paper is very much on the lines of JIPMAT. Okay, so आप ये समझो कि ये बहुत beneficial रहेगा आपके लिए, even for CUET. All right, क्या है आंसर? So अभी से मुझे mixed responses मिल रही हैं and I'm a little stunned and astounded because I was expecting all of you will give me the right answers. So this is a very common question type. You get such questions in JIPMAT, in Rohtak, in IPMAT Indore. They are called sentence improvement questions, where a part of the sentence is highlighted and you have to choose the perfect replacement. If you feel the original is good, you mark no correction. When Dr. Sapra came to the school in 1995, Dr. Anand had already been teaching there since 5 years. Now the point here is that we can't say have already been teaching because this is the main clause is in the past. So I cannot use anything which is the present. So C and A are already out. Had already been teaching there for 5 years versus the original which says since 5 years. So class, this is very basic. If you've been my student, I might have drummed this into your heads that since and for are very different. Since and for tells you the duration and since tells you the starting point or the starting time, right? So since we're talking about duration, 5 years, so we must use for. Had already been teaching. Okay, had been teaching. Which tense is this? Come on, write to me in the chat box. And kids, would you mind if I keep on sipping my coffee because I badly need it, right? Think I need some caffeine to get me going for 3 hours straight, right? So class, मेरे session के बाद में there's gonna be a like 15-minute break, okay? And then you will have another session by another VA faculty. Fine. चलिए, over to the next question. I hope this is clear. Now, अच्छा मैंने आपसे पूछा था टेंस कौन सा है, बताओ जरा कौन सा टेंस है? हाँ जी, past perfect continuous. Bravo. So you kids already look prepared to me. That's a good sign. Kudos to all of you who have shared the right answer with me. Over to the next question. Now, ये देखो. JIPMAT is a paper. I really appreciate the quality of the paper. Now, here what they're doing, they're not just testing your usage. That are you comfortable with the usage? Do you know the correct usage? Right? Can you make the right sentences? No. They're actually testing your theory. So they want to know whether you have the correct knowledge of tenses or not. And here they frame this question to check that. So here you have some sentences and here on the other side, you have the tense. You have to choose which sentence has used which particular tense. Latest paper, JIPMAT ka, in front of you. This is easy peasy. बहुत ही आसान है. देखो मैच द कॉलम जब भी आएगा ना, यू जस्ट हैव टू पिक द इजीएस्ट, जिसको हम कहते हैं लो हैंगिंग फ्रूट. व्हाट इज एन इडियम लो हैंगिंग फ्रूट? लो हैंगिंग फ्रूट वो इजीएस्ट चीज होती है जो तुम्हें सबसे पहले पिक करनी पड़ती है, राइट? करनी चाहिए. पिक दैट एंड यू विल बी एबल टू एलिमिनेट इजीली 1 to 2 ऑप्शंस, ट्रस्ट मी. हाँ जी, सो क्या लगता है आपको आंसर होगा? सो मेनी ऑफ यू आर टेलिंग मी सी. ओके, तो सी की जब हम बात करते हैं तो यहां पे आप देखिए आई शैल स्पीक, तो ये क्या है? ऑफ कोर्स फ्यूचर, सिंपल फ्यूचर टेंस है. फाइन, तो 1 के साथ में 2 आ जाएगा. नाउ आई ऑलरेडी नो कि ए के साथ में 2 आना चाहिए, सो आई एलिमिनेट option A and D. I told you. Fine, now it is so easy. I shall have spoken is future perfect. And I get my answer straight away. By the way, just to build your theoretical concepts, let's discuss all of them. I shall have been speaking is future perfect continuous. And I shall be speaking is future continuous. यार इतना तो पता होना चाहिए, हमने कितने टेंसेस पढ़े हैं, राइट? सो यस, दिस इज द राइट आंसर एंड दिस वाज इजी. ओवर टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन व्हिच इज वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग, वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग. यहां थोड़ा दिमाग लगेगा तुम्हारा. हाँ जी, what do you think? If you know identifying parts of speech, this is going to be a cakewalk. But if you always had troubles in it, then probably this time too you'll have a tough time. So many of you are saying D, that's bravo, because specifically because as I told you, elimination helps you. And when it comes to the VA section, elimination is the key, right? Okay. All men are mortal. Now here clearly we understand that men is noun. All the people, things, animals, everything, सबका नाम जो होता है वो noun होता है, right? So men noun है, तो all here is actually describing what? Noun. कौन से वर्ड्स होते हैं जो डिस्क्राइबिंग वर्ड्स होते हैं जो नाउन को डिस्क्राइब करते हैं? एडजेक्टिव्स, ऑब्वियसली. सो दिस इज एन एडजेक्टिव. So A is an adjective that's given now. So A is 4. Oh my God, I get my answer straight away. Tabhi, I got so many answers. Okay, lightning speed. Bravo. So my audience is really smart. Good. So A, it's an adjective. He was all alone. I still want to discuss things with you because, just to develop an insight into this, right? Chances are high that you may get such a question again this year, right? He was all alone. Alone. What part of speech is alone? Tell me first of all. I am here trying to reinforce all the learning that you have. So let's do it. I know you've cracked the question, but you need to know about, each and every sentence. हाँ जी, चलिए ठीक है. So coming over to this, all alone, which part of speech is alone? बताइए. Alone adjective है ना? Agreed or not? Alone adjective है कि नहीं? Class, listen now. I have a humble request. Class, this chat is not for your conversations. Please, 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 it's a humble request. Please, please, no conversations among yourselves. Otherwise, I will not be able to answer your queries. I get so much of spam. So please spam mat kariye, irrelevant questions mat पूछिए. This is an open forum, so people do come and they go and they post whatever they want to. But we are here for studying. So only serious students are welcome here. right? Only serious students, please. Fine. And इसमें हमें क्या करना है, बस फोकस करना है अपने पढ़ाई के ऊपर, और आपस में बातें मत कीजिए. अलोन क्या है? एडजेक्टिव है. ऑल किसको डिस्क्राइब करता है? ऑल अलोन को डिस्क्राइब कर रहा है, एडजेक्टिव को डिस्क्राइब कर रहा है, तो ऑल क्या होगा? इट्स गोइंग टू बी एन एडवर्ब. यस, एडवर्ब. बिकॉज एडवर्ब किस किस को डिस्क्राइब करता है? एडवर्ब डिस्क्राइब्स, आपको लगता था शायद कि सिर्फ वर्ब को, नहीं. एडवर्ब डिस्क्राइब्स वर्ब, इट डिस्क्राइब्स adjectives, and it also describes or modifies other adverbs. तो ये पूरी अंडरस्टैंडिंग हमारी होगी तभी हम करेक्टली एडवर्ब्स को आइडेंटिफाई कर पाएंगे. अदरवाइज वी आर ऑलवेज गोइंग टू बी नॉन प्लस्ड. All spoke in his favor. See, all here is acting like an indefinite pronoun. It's a pronoun. And he lost his all. We are here referring to all that he had. We are referring to all the things that he had, his money, his family, everything that he had. So all is definitely a noun. अच्छा क्वेश्चन था, इंटरेस्टिंग क्वेश्चन था, मजा आया. चलो ठीक है, फाइन. सो नाउ वी मूव ओवर टू द नेक्स्ट. सिंपल है. अ सेंटेंस हैज बीन fragmented into 4 parts. You have to pick up the one which has errors. Now please read the directions very carefully in such sentences. In such questions, normally what you have, sometimes they will ask you to identify the correct part and sometimes the incorrect part. Now, class, understand that after this, we have proper sample questions for you, just on the lines of JIPMAT and Rohtak. Fine. तो बस PYQ यहीं तक के हैं, बस यहीं तक के हैं, and next हमारे fresh set of questions हैं. So जल्दी जल्दी इनको करते हैं जरा. The economists were of the opinion. Why are we saying were? I think we're talking about many economists, right? So we can say the economists were of the opinion that the government should give longer times to farmers or longer time to farmers, right? So erroneous part क्या है? A and B. To pay the loan instead of waiving the entire farm loan, as doing so is not good for credit culture. So your answer is going to be A and B. Option A is your right answer. Very well done, people. The ones who got it right. Well, there's nothing wrong with statement C. Okay? There's nothing wrong with C. So the answer is A and B. I hope now it's clear. Can we proceed? At the outset that both these examinations are very fond of voice and narration. Okay, so they do ask you a number of questions based on them. It's a good idea to try some advanced questions on these topics. Bravo, people, bravo. I can sense the energy. I can sense the enthusiasm, the gusto, right? The zest in you. Keep it up. You are doing a good job. All right. I think this is a very easy one. The taxi will drop you at the airport. You have to find out the passive form. Will drop, right? So will drop is simple future. So it normally changes to will be dropped, right? So will be dropped. And you know the swapping of the subject and the object. You know the basics. I'm not here to teach you the basics, right? So you will be dropped at the airport by the taxi. This is the correct one. See, the passive form hai hi nahi. Likewise, even A is not the passive form. This is ridiculous. I don't know what it's talking about. Will be done, dropping you at. This is not just verbose. This is a very absurd grammatical construction. So the best choice for sure is option D. Sorted? Yes. वही मैं आपको बताना चाह रही हूं कि देखो इजी है, ये एक्चुअल PYQs है जिपमैट के, and they are not that difficult as it is made out to be. But yes, the point is the competition is very stiff. And there will be some questions that will definitely baffle you. All right? Have a look at this. Again, it is so easy. Now, this time, a passive voice is given to you, a passive statement, and you have to, of course, transform it into the active voice. So, to choose which one is the best active voice of this, the most important thing is identifying the tense, right? And the corresponding passive or active construction of the same, right? Is being sung. When you see being, you can figure out that it's the continuous tense. And is hai, so it is definitely the present continuous tense. So the players should be were. The players are singing the national anthem. The national anthem is being sung by the players. B beta. And now we're done with it. We're done with the PYQs now. So I change the topic, the subtopic rather. So now here we begin with one word substitution, which appears both in Rohtak and in JIPMAT in a really good number. Fine. So we are going to keep on navigating between vocabulary, grammar, and comprehension based questions on and off, just to give you a nice variety, just to add an element of freshness. So here, as we already know that we have to be prepared, we can have some advanced level words, some nice idioms, some nice phrasal verbs, analogies, similar, synonyms or antonyms. Pair would be given to you. You have to identify whether it's a synonym or an antonym. A huge variety of questions is here today. An entire repertoire is available for your practice. So one word substitution, read the directions carefully, mark your answers, and I can see answers pouring in already. Well done, well done. Okay, great. चलिए ठीक है. Exaggerated statements or claims not meant to be taken literally. यार ये तो मतलब सबसे बनी जाने वाला क्वेश्चन है. The answer is a hyperbole. Hyperbole. I've told you a million times. What does this mean? Million times? क्या आपने genuinely million times बोला है? नहीं. But you're trying to exaggerate it, probably to emphasize its importance. Fine. So this is a hyperbole. जब आप चीजों को बड़ा चढ़ा के बोलते हैं. What is euphemism, class? Can you give me an example of euphemism? Come on, people. Very nice. Kurapika, right? I'm not too sure about the pronunciation of your name. I would just say that, well, yes, euphemism is a very, very polite and softened down speech where you don't want to sound offensive. So instead of calling someone jobless, you would say he is between jobs. This is euphemism, right? We all know metaphor and simile. Exactly. Somebody passed away. Instead of saying died. Yes. Differently abled instead of disabled. Special child. These all are examples of euphemism. People of color instead of calling them black. Okay? Euphemism. Metaphor or simile, aap jante ho. Over to the next one. Yeah. Done? Shall chagrin, chauffeur, shenanigan, niche. Now here the phrase given to you is annoyance or distress at failure or humiliation. Your annoyance or your distress when you feel very upset and disappointed with something is your chagrin. It's not chagrin, it's chagrin. Okay? And what is a chauffeur? I think ये बनता होगा. Chauffeur is a driver. Fine. Niche क्या होता है? Niche, it's a kind of a slot, right? हम ऐसा भी कहते हैं कि niche products, super specialized. He has found a niche in his profession when you find a very comfortable, specific, specialized place for yourself. That's a niche. Fine. All right. All right. So let's proceed now. What's shenanigan? Shenanigan is mostly a secret or a dishonest activity. Over to the next. Let's try out a few of them. Now, see, the point is that if you're targeting JIPMAT, it's around the corner. To be very honest, आप 11th hour में आप कुछ बहुत ज़्यादा कमाल तो नहीं कर पाओगे on the vocabulary front, but at least what you can do is so far whatever words you have gone through, or maybe you've written them down somewhere, or maybe you've prepared your own customized vocab list. Now, at best, you can revise the word list. That would be great. अगर आपने थोड़ा भी काम किया आज तक vocab पे, तो कभी ना कभी कुछ आपने शायद collection of words kiya hoga, so you can revisit and revise them instead of cramming up some new words, because now you may not be very productive. Plus क्लास में हम लोग जो भी कराएंगे आज वो सारे वर्ड्स आप देख सकते हो, उनको प्रिपेयर कर सकते हो. What's this one? Now there's some difficult words. I told you that vocabulary is not going to be very easy. Huh? What's the answer? What is an emblem? Insignia, ये सब क्या होते हैं? They are mostly symbols or some fancy objects that are used, right? So don't get into this crown, scepter. ये सारे वो जो राजा होते थे, coronation क्या होता है? जब राजा को उसको थ्रोन पे बिठाया जाता है और उसका कुछ रिचुअल्स की जाती हैं, उस टाइम पे जो एम्बलम्स यूज किए जाते हैं वो क्या है? Even if you don't understand the original word much actually, and if you don't know paraphernalia, you should know amalgam and you should know regalia for sure. Regalia comes from regal. Regal. Regal means royal. So regalia is the answer. Sometimes even if you're not very sure about something, you can still take a calculated guess and you can give it a try. But it should not be a fluke. There's a difference between a wild guess and a smart guess. Okay, I'm glad that Acha, you have been a sure shot student. Wow, great. Then I'm sure you have a nice um, compendium of amazing words already. Warp is distorted. When you distort something, it's a warp. Amalgam, amalgamation, collecting something. That's a common word. पता होगा. Paraphernalia भी क्या होता है? मतलब थोड़े से articles को कहते हैं paraphernalia. Okay? Miscellaneous, different articles for something, anything. चलिए ठीक है. I hope you're sitting with pen and copy. There's a lot to learn, class, so you have to be proactive. The moment you find a new word, please jot it down. The moment you see an interesting questions, you can actually write down the rules behind that or leading to that. Now here, the entire question bank will be shared with you on our Telegram channel. Okay? So this presentation will be shared with you, but in the TG group. All right? Thank you. आगे बढ़ते हैं. Now this is very easy. Wonderful, wonderful. You already have a nice repertoire of complex verbosity. Oh my God, nice. I like words. I'm a logophile myself. Answer is yes. The answer is C. I think axiom सबको पता होता है. आपको trundle नहीं पता हो. That's okay. You should know allegation. You should know declaration. Obviously, that everybody knows. Allegation is आप पे कोई इल्जाम लगा दिया गया of some wrongdoing. Fine. That is somebody alleges that you've done this. Right? This is not what we are looking for. A statement or proposition which is considered established or accepted is an axiom. What is a truism? What is a truism? Truism को भी आप true से याद रखोगे. Something that is considered as true. Truism. Honesty is the best policy. Truism. Though these days people have started questioning this. But then this is a truism because people have believed it, they've taken to be true, and this is passing from one generation to other. How much people implement, that's a different thing. Nice words. These are high frequency words, class. You must know them. And very soon we are going to shift the nature, maybe move to some other question types. But let's finish one word substitution. The answer is recalcitrant. Nice synonyms are obdurate, unyielding. Fine. Is this much clear? Yes, I can see many of you gave me the right answer. Well done. Dissonant, we already know. What is clairvoyant? What is clairvoyant? Come on, people. Clairvoyant बताओ चलो. बहुत अच्छा word है. Dissonant क्या होता है? I think you know. Something that is not like similar to discordant, right? When there's lack of harmony. Fine. Clairvoyant, very nice. Curupika, future seeing, somebody who can see the future. Clairvoyance is your ability to precisely see what is going to happen. ऐसे लोगों को ख्वाब में, intuition में, they have some kind of psychic powers. They're able to see the future. That is clairvoyance. What is poignant? Poignant. Yes, dissonant. Yes, when there's no harmony, when there's disagreement or dissonance. Poignant is painfully moving. Sad, painfully moving, touching. Right? Okay, over to the next question. Smug and self-satisfied. अब आप ये देखो, ये दो questions, ये दो words जो हैं, they are common confusables. They can come in IPMAT Indore, all right, because we do get 6 questions based on confusing words. Okay. Complacent and complacent. Can you tell me the difference between these two words? Yes, Neha, arousing sorrow. Absolutely right. Poignant. Something which is heart touching. After this, we shall move to some other question type. We will take a break from vocabulary. I don't want to perplex you people with so many lofty words, right? So we will have a break. Smug and self-satisfied. When you're too happy with yourself, you're like, nee yaar, I'm just scoring fine in the VA section. I don't want to go the extra mile. I don't want to prepare phrasal verbs. I have left idioms. I think grammar ke rules I don't need to do. I'm already good. I can intuitively pick the sentences. So I don't want to work hard. I will only focus on QA. I am being smug, very satisfied with myself. I am being complacent. एंड व्हाट डज दिस मीन? यहां पे आपको दिखेगा ये प्लेज. सी, प्लेज actually refers to please. When you're trying to please people, आप लोगों को खुश करने की कोशिश करते हो. See, there are many people I've seen who don't have a spine and who don't speak the truth and who sometimes are not courageous enough and they are only there to please people. No, you don't have to do that, right? So complacent people will be pleasing people all the time. Such an attitude is being complacent, right? Appease is also to please people. When you try to appease someone, you try to make them happy. What is really? What is really? Dull and dreary. Common word है. Very depressing, na? Depressing, dull. Dreary is very depressing and dull. Quite a dreary novel to read. I'll never suggest this to anyone. चलो अब थोड़ा सा फ्लेवर चेंज करते हैं, थोड़े दूसरे क्वेश्चन टाइप्स की तरफ बढ़ते हैं क्लास. Let's kind of take up fine. I want you to take up some nice parajumbles this time. Can we do some parajumbles, please? Okay. So let's move to question number 31. This is going to be fun. Parajumbles this time now. We took a break from vocabulary. Now here, these parajumbles that you have are way easier than the ones that you find in IPMAT Indore, right? So JIPMAT, Rohtak, CUET all have very easy parajumbles and you have options. So you can use those basic elimination tactics that you've been using, right? All right. Yes, over to the next. Easy है, बहुत easy है. It's a very nice parajumble. Answers, please. Okay, fine. So here, let's understand this one simple thing. Firstly, openers, we normally like to identify the opener, and when you have the options, make good use of them. SP, SP, right? So either my opening sentence has to be statement S or it has to be statement P. Fine, chalo, pick करते हैं. Birds sleep out of doors both summer and winter, and they have a curious covering to keep them warm. The moment we say P, this air soon becomes warm. Why are we saying this air? So I always tell you that these words, these kind of pronouns, है ना, noun pronoun rule को याद में रखना है. Some conjunctions like and but, all these are keywords and they help you in establishing pairs, right? So the idea here is the moment we say opener, birds sleep out of doors both summer and winter. This looks like a very nice opening sentence, right? तो इससे start करते हैं. और ये बोल रहा है कि उनके पास में क्यूरियस कवरिंग है टू कीप देम वार्म, और ये कौन सी कवरिंग है? इट इज मेड ऑफ एयर. द कवरिंग इज मेड ऑफ एयर. So it here refers to the covering that we were talking about in sentence S. So S should be followed by R, S, R. That's our pair. ठीक, S, R. We get our answer. एक बार Q और P भी set check कर लेते हैं. Now it is describing you how air can act like a covering. So whenever they go to roost, find when a bird goes to roost, he tucks his head under the plumage. Plumage क्या होते हैं? उसके सारे जो feathers होते हैं उनको बोलते हैं. And roosting क्या होती है? वो जो बैठ जाते हैं ना और सोते हैं और आराम करते हैं. वो हमारी तरह लेट के नहीं आराम करते. So that is roosting. And puffs out his weather, तो बीच में air trap हो जाती है और वो air जो है वो warm हो जाती है. This air becomes warm. So Q should be followed by P. So your answer is option C. I don't think I need to explain this any further. I think it's self-evident and very clear. Is this much clear to you people? All right. So we're done with this. Let's move to the next question now. Done? Such nice and easy questions to be done very quickly. Come on. हम अपना बेस्ट फुट फॉरवर्ड रखें, अपने आप को एकदम एक्टिवली बेस्ट तरीके से मिनिमम टाइम में एक्यूरेट आंसर्स देने के लिए प्रिपेयर कर दें. दैट्स व्हाट वी नीड. Now here, P, S, Q, R. Do you see such a diversity in opening statements? That means if I'm able to just focus on the opening statement, I can actually identify the answer right away. Okay, her eyes. I see pronouns here. They're not like ideal openers. Now, I am telling you a caveat right now. Believe me, class, ये कोई रूल नहीं है. कभी ऐसा हो सकता है कि पूरे सेंटेंसेस में मुझे शी ही दिया हो, आई ही दिया हो. कभी हो सकता है मुझको नाउन दिया ही ना गया हो. That's absolutely fine. I don't have to bother about that. But if a noun is given to me, the girl, the noun pronoun rule suggests that in majority of the cases, noun has to precede the pronoun. There can be some exceptions, but वो 2-3% केस में ही valid होगा. Right? So I should start with R. The girl was wearing her school coat and childish low heel clumpish black school shoes. Clumpish is very bulky kind of, and consequently looked younger than Blair had anticipated. R से हम start कर लें. फिर आ रहा है Q. She was not very tall and certainly not pretty. But the moment Q says this, there's a contrast with S. But she had, what was the word? Appeal. So she was not pretty, but she had a distinct appeal. Okay, there are some people who are not very beautiful, but still you find them charming, right? In a strange way. So QS is a pair, R is the opener. I get my answer straight away. And finally, P describes her further, that her eyes were set apart and it was an interesting darkish blue color. And this is, her face was a heart shaped. इतना जाने की जरूरत नहीं है, आंसर पहले ही आ गया हमारा. Very nice. Let's try out the next one. Chalo, quickly, let's try out as many as we can and then we will move over to a different question type. इसके बाद we will do some tricky questions which are based on phrasal verbs, right? So some idioms and phrasal verb questions. So anybody who is looking out for, CUET exam also benefits from this. CUET also has ample of idioms and phrasal verbs. And of course, IPMAT Indore. Indore ने बहुत questions पूछे हैं idioms और phrasal verbs पे. So you get the benefit for all the exams. Though it's a JIPMAT Rohtak marathon, you benefit for all the exams. This is easy again. What is the answer? Hanji. Answer is C. The girls walked out to the barn with Sally. Obviously, we start with that. Next comes Q. Do come to see us again, Grace called. Right? Yes, please do. Allison added. So now here, this is one very obvious thing that QS is a pair. Q should be followed by S because we are saying Allison added. So both of them are speaking to Sally. All right. And then finally comes P. Sally was just climbing into her car. All right. So that's the right sequence. Statement C. Why can't we do D? Because R, if I try to put S first, I cannot put S first. I'll have to put Q first. So that's why D is out of the game. Now here, over to some very interesting idioms and phrases. Yeah. Hang on, class. Don't start solving this. Just give me a minute. Hanji. Question 29. Let's attempt this. These are questions based on phrasal verbs, right? So, of course, it's a part of grammar. As such, a good sense of prepositions can help you crack them, but there are many phrasal verbs where you get stuck. And if you know them, you'll be able to mark the right answer, else, you'll be confused. Read the directions carefully. No shortcuts while processing the directions and instructions. The others pressed her to change her mind, but she. Now, the word, the expression in the bracket has to be replaced. If you feel the original is good enough, you mark no improvement. But no, it's not bibita. No improvement, nahi improvement chahiye. Shook them off is the right answer. Yes, so good to see Mahi, Unnati, Harsh, Sehaj, Shivan, Anshu, Pragati, Vedika, and the like. So good to see your correct responses. Shook, when you shake someone off, इसका क्या मतलब होता है? Class, shaking someone off, okay, is simply जिसको हम बोलते हैं कि when you actually reject what others are saying, right? You're like, नहीं, you shun it away. Okay, that is shaking them off, right? So D delta is going to be the right answer. एंड इनफैक्ट थोड़ा पीछा छुड़ाने के सेंस में भी यूज कर लेते हैं हम इसको, है ना, कि people are constantly pestering or maybe chasing or maybe trying to say something and you're like, जाओ यार, भाड़ में जाओ, I don't care, I'm not listening to anyone, just let me go and do me, let me do what I want to, right? So D delta जो है वो आपका सही आंसर होगा. Question 30, a nice one, a very nice one. Yes, Ashika, it is confusing. No improvement sometimes is definitely confusing. देखिए पिछले क्वेश्चन में वेरी इंटरेस्टिंगली शेक समवन बिलो शेक समवन बाय, they are ungrammatical, they are not standard phrasal verbs, so you need to understand कि ये इसका कोई meaning है ही नहीं. Where there is a meaning I will definitely tell you the meaning, right? Okay. What's the answer? So I'm getting mixed responses. Some of you feel it is B, some of you think it is D, Delta. Let's have a look. At 12:30, the car drew up outside an old inn and they all trooped in. Probably what we are trying to say, that a car stopped there outside the inn and they all trooped in or got into the car, right? So the idea here is, what is the best expression? Well, this time we have no improvement as the answer. Okay, when we say draw up, what is to draw up? Draw up actually means to stop or take a halt somewhere. ठीक है? Draw down, outside, draw off, they won't make sense in this context. Okay? All right. Let's attempt question 27. This is very easy and doable. अब जल्दी चाहेंगे हम अपनी idioms की तरफ. Idioms are so much fun. Now, a simple sense of grammar is enough to get you going in this particular question. चलिए ठीक है, simple है. The torch's beam swung slowly across the room and then came to rest on something very strange. Across the room. Okay, should it be against the room? The beam, the roshni, the brightness of the torch moved all across or around. Across we normally say from one end to the other. See, across. They walked across the road. They walked along the road. There's a difference. दोनों acceptable है, depends on the context. This is the road. When you walk across the road, you walk from one side to the other. You are crossing. When you walk along the road, you walk in the same direction as the road is. Right? So here, along the room does not make sense. I think when we're saying all over, around fits better. Wouldn't you agree? Around the room is the right answer. Against, no, against is not the right fit. We normally say, okay, he leaned against the wall. If I leaned against the board, okay, so that's how we use against. This is again not suitable in the context. Let's attempt this one. Again, easy, simple one based on grammar. Of course, aata hai Sujal, don't worry. Yes, responses, please. It would be great if you could write the question number, because then I would know ki from where have your answers to this current question have started. I would know that better. The children found it very difficult to go to sleep after such an excitement. tired though they were. Now we're trying to say you have to process this logically. Okay. एक बार अच्छे से सोचो. Many of you are giving me the wrong answer. People, just check your responses. Now, what we are trying to say, they found it difficult to sleep. And the next clause is telling us that they were tired. If they were tired, they should have easily gone to sleep. But that didn't happen. So this is an inherent contrast. And for contrasts, we normally use though or although. Yes, that's why the original one looks perfect to me, and the answer is no improvement. Since they were excited, that's the reason why they couldn't go to sleep easily, despite being tired. When you're tired, you normally fall to sleep very easily. But probably it was the excitement that they couldn't sleep effortlessly. Though easy है, but कई लोगों ने गलत आंसर दिया है, right? Many people marked B. Fine, no worries, happens. Fine, so now we move to the first few questions where there are idioms. So again, we are changing the flavor. We now move over to idioms just to maintain a nice, healthy balance so that there's no monotony, there is variety, there's diversity. Now, the point is that you may get idiom-based questions in a variety of formats. Let's first understand the common formats that you get in your exam. First of all, it can be something like this. Something randomly being given to you, and you just have to identify the meaning. Now, here, if you know it, you know it. Otherwise, maybe you can give it a kind of an intuitive attempt, but I would suggest no random flukes. एक चीज तो है, idiom में literal meaning कभी भी नहीं होता. It's never the literal meaning. So in any option, if you find a literal meaning, you can definitely discard it. That's for sure. That's one hack that you can go by. Another thing is sometimes you get idioms where they're used in a sentence that becomes way easier because you can derive the contextual meaning. So अगर वो sentence में used है, it becomes very easy for us. Then you must attempt, you must give it a try. Still, you may land in soup if there are some options which are very close. Anyway, another thing could be it's given to you in the fill in the blanks format. Now, in the fill in the blank, the sentence is given and there is a blank, and you will be given 4 options, 4 idioms. You have to choose which idiom is suitable in the context. And sometimes, as we saw in IPMAT Indore, that all the 4 variants, they were variants of the same idiom. Now, this becomes very confusing. What do I mean by variants of the same idiom? For example, be saved by the bell, be saved of the bell, be saved by the trumpet. Something like that you get confused looking at it. So you should know the original idiom as it is, verbatim. No change in preposition, no change in articles. So that is where such questions have been coming in IPMAT Indore. So that's why it's a very good idea to work on idioms and not just be dependent on it कि हम तो तुक्का मार लेंगे, हमारा तो ऐसे ही बन जाएगा. Anyway, coming back to this question, question 9, what do you think is the right answer? हाँ जी, बताइए. तो कई लोगों ने सही आंसर दिया है, कुछ ने गलत भी दिया. That's absolutely fine. Be saved by the bell, narrowly escape a troublesome situation. स्पेशली बाय समवन्स इंटरवेंशन, सडन अनएक्सपेक्टेड इंटरवेंशन, उस केस में तो जरूर यूज करते हैं हम. ओके, we could have we could have missed the train, but we were saved by the bell thanks to that old man who told us we were waiting at the wrong platform. Do you understand the usage? Suddenly कुछ हो गया, हम बच गए किसी अनप्लेजेंट सिचुएशन से. मोस्टली अगर किसी ने कुछ इंटरवीन कर दिया, किसी ने सडनली अनएक्सपेक्टेडली हेल्प कर दी. एक और इडियम है, क्लोज शेव. व्हाट डज क्लोज शेव मीन? Close shave also means a narrow escape. Okay, what does this mean? A narrow escape. Escape, of course, from a difficult situation. Right? Great. The next one. Sure, Ishika. Lose one's marbles. What is to lose one's marbles? Now, you could be thinking that you become poor or something. कई लोगों ने बोला है become wise, become poor. It's actually to go insane. It means to lose one's mind. Right? ठीक है. A fair crack of the whip. What's the answer? A fair crack of the whip. A fair crack of the whip. ऐसा आपको whip देख के लग रहा होगा क्योंकि fine, we're whipping someone, we are punishing them or giving them something unpleasant, but much to your chagrin or much to your surprise, it's not A, it's actually C. It has a positive meaning. And how you can remember? Fair. With a fair, you remember. Yes, I know some of you might be like really surprised, but trust me, this is the right answer. An equal chance to do something. The manager was accused of being partial and partisan because he never gave a fair crack of the whip to all his employees. All right? Okay. Born in the purple, I think yeah, आप guess कर सकते हो. There's a very easy one. Born in the purple, what do you think is the answer? Yes, come on, speed up. Born in a tumultuous neighborhood. Tumultuous, what is tumultuous? Full of turmoil and chaos. Born in a happy family. It's born in a privileged section of society. Born in the purple. Now, I want to relate it with a similar color-based idiom, and it is blue-blooded. When do you call someone blue-blooded? What is being blue-blooded? When they're blue-blooded, they have a royal lineage. So when someone has a royal background, has a royal lineage, this is when they are called blue-blooded. तो ये भी born in the purple भी मिलता जुलता है. आप एक elite section of the society में पैदा हुए हो, right? So similar to this, somewhat similar, not directly, but similar. Now here we come to these where luckily, thankfully, the idiom has been used. So you can definitely go through the sentence and figure out the meaning. You can guess the meaning. This would be more doable. Absolutely, Ishika. When you're born with a silver spoon, you are definitely born in a very wealthy background. You have all the facilities with you. Yes. Blue, purple, these shades somehow depict wealth. No matter how critical it is, draining the swamps would be just impossible unless we citizens take action against it in the Union. Hanji, draining the swamps is rooting out the practice of corruption. It's not getting rid of unwanted things. ये C तो बिल्कुल भी नहीं होता, D भी नहीं. It's about, जो हम कह रहे हैं कि आप सेंटेंस देख के समझ में आ जाएगा आपको कि वी ट्राइंग टू से अनलेस वी सिटीजंस टेक एक्शन नथिंग इज गोना हैपन. सो मोस्टली ये रूटिंग आउट एलिमिनेटिंग करप्शन के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में हम इसे यूज करते हैं. दिस इज द मीनिंग ड्रेनिंग द स्वॉर्म्स. 14th is very easy. It's a very common one. Very, very common and very easy. Well done, people. You're doing a very good job. अच्छे आंसर्स दे रहे हो, सही आंसर्स दे रहे हो. ओके, बेक एंड कॉल. बीइंग एट बेक एंड कॉल इज क्या मतलब? आप उनके लिए हमेशा मौजूद हो. जी हुजूर, यस बॉस. You're acting in a very obsequious way. You're fawning. You're servile. You're always there to take orders. What should be the answer? Of course, A. Ready to perform tasks for someone immediately. A. Not D. D does not capture the essence really well. The moment you call someone, the person is there, okay, to serve you. I hope there's no confusion. Question 15. बहुत आसान, another very common one. Yes, what is the answer? William was trying to keep the plan a secret, but George went and dashed. What are we trying to say? He was trying to maintain the secrecy, but this person divulged everything. Let the cat out of the bag. बहुत ही common expression. Yes? All right, that's great. Fine. So over to the finally the last one. बताइए आंसर. आई होप पिछले वाले सारे ऑप्शंस आपको क्लियर होंगे. ऑप्शंस तो क्लियर थे ना ये सारे. आई होप these are very common ones. Leave no stone unturned. We will leave no stone unturned to prepare for JIPMAT, right? At one's wit's end, when your wit has ended, so you don't know what to do. When you don't know what to do, when you're so confused, right? Bell the cat, take up any task which is very difficult. Okay? Bell the cat. Obviously, to make a cat runs very fast, so chasing it and tying a bell around its neck is going to be very difficult. So, bell the cat is to take up a very challenging activity. Here, you must visit the new restaurant in the city. The food is delicious and it doesn't cost you an arm and a leg. Yes? To make a face, to pull a face. Normally, we make it that way. आप जो expression देते हो, disgust वाला वो. Cost an arm and a leg is when something is very expensive. And a similar idiom is pay through your nose. Okay, so you will remember them, both of them, right? आजकल ऐसा जोक होता है ना, किसी ने मेरे कोलीग ने आईफोन खरीदा एकदम लेटेस्ट वाला. So say, oh wow, you got an iPhone. So he said, हाँ किडनी बेच के खरीदा है. Okay, that's just in jest. The person said so. So आप अपने बॉडी पार्ट्स ऑर्गन्स बेच बेच के कोई चीज खरीद रहे हैं, कहने का मतलब है इट इज वेरी एक्सपेंसिव. सो कॉस्ट समथिंग कॉस्ट यू एन आर्म एंड अ लेग means the same. Okay, you had to probably sell them off to buy something. That means it's very expensive. All right, class, now we move over to some fillers, but here I want to take up something which is called a cloze test. Do you know what is a cloze test? A cloze test is something like this. JIPMAT May we had one cloze test, right? So let's attempt this. Many students have probably never tried this one. कुछ नहीं है, fill in the blanks जैसे लगाते हैं वैसे ही करना है, ठीक है? बस इसमें क्या है कि you have a paragraph and there are multiple blanks, and for every blank you will have some options given. You have to choose the best option. Fine. So the trick to do is just read first few lines and try to identify the subject, and if possible the main idea कि यार बात क्या हो रही है, मतलब मुझे पता तो चले कि what is the context and what is the person trying to convey. मुझे पता हो तभी तो मैं मार्क कर पाऊंगी. तो पहले at least try to understand what they're trying to say, and then we will try fitting in the right word. Read it very carefully. हाँ जी. Gone through it? See, you don't need to read the entire paragraph in one go, but by the time you understand, okay, fine, I've understood what are they talking about, I get some sense, then you can start processing the blanks, that what is the right word. Question number 39, that means the first blank. I've numbered it, right? तो बताइए क्या आंसर होना चाहिए 39th का? Yeah, to keep something at bay is to maintain your distance. Yes, from it. Keep it at bay. उसको थोड़ा सा दूर रखो. Yes. Select the most appropriate option for blank A. बताइए. In a lecture delivered at the University of Sorbonne in 1882, the French philosopher Ernst Renan outlined his dash of what makes a nation. So, outlined his philosophy, his idea, his understanding, anything like that can come in. Understanding, wonderful. Misinterpretation is totally illogical. Like, why would we call it a misinterpretation? Comprehending नहीं, comprehension होता तो हम उसे select कर सकते थे understanding, but वो भी उतना अच्छा word नहीं होता as compared to your understanding of the term nation. So what is your concept, your idea, your understanding of nation? That's what we mean. What is to apprehend? To apprehend is to capture someone. So this is totally off the mark. Answer B. The lecture was subsequently published as a famous essay, Questus Cune Nation. What is a nation? As a famous essay, और फिर आगे जाके आपने उसका टाइटल बताया. This is the title of the particular publication or the lecture. So let's have a look at the options that we have. Entitled, subtitled, nicknamed, termination. So easy. What's going to be the answer? Come on, tell me the answer, people. Yes? Obviously, option A, entitled. The title of something, it's entitled. We can also use the word titled. It's more common these days to just say titled, but then entitled works equally well. Subtitle to अलग ही चीज होती है. We know the translations, right? I was watching a French movie with subtitles, so that's a different thing. Nickname, pet name, that's not going to work. Termination is the end, that again doesn't make sense. So 39 और 40 short हो गए हैं. In this essay, Renan criticizes dash suggested by others that a nation is formed by a common language, race, religion, or territory. He criticizes the dash suggested by others. और वो क्या सजेशन था कि नेशन लैंग्वेज रिलीजन टेरिटरी से बनता है. What should be the answer? Come on, tell me. Answer please, come on, quick. A? Interesting. No, it's not A. It's not A. अब बताओ. It's, yeah, what? It's notion. अब आप बोलेंगे why not A? क्योंकि idea होना चाहिए था. We are talking about concept, idea. The moment we say ideas, it is not going to fit in. And notion automatically means idea, right? Notion means an idea or a concept or a belief, right? That's the meaning of the word notion. Ideas के यहाँ पे scope नहीं है. We're talking about one idea. The idea that what is nation made up of. How can we define a nation? That's how it works. So because of this, this is not happening. What is to censure someone? To censure someone is to publicly criticize them. Or to जरूरी नहीं है public में, but criticize someone severely is to censure. Select the most appropriate option for blank D. So can we go back to refer to our text? Okay, blank D. According to him, a nation is the culmination of a long past of endeavors, sacrifice, and dash. Now we already know, as that's what common sense dictates. That is what our understanding of some conjunctions. That if you connect some words with and, they have to be of the similar nature. So we have all these positive words like endeavors, sacrifice. तो उसके साथ में and आना चाहिए. कुछ मिलता जुलता word, कुछ positive word. क्या होगा? What should be your answer? I've already given you such a big hint here. Of course, devotion. Very nice, beta. Yes, devotion. Insufficiency, negligence are negative words. Devotional is an adjective. We need a noun here. So sometimes indirectly, even in fill in the blanks or even in closed test, your grammar helps you in eliminating the wrong choices. Okay? We need a noun here. We need some qualities that define a nation. Yes, back to this. A heroic past, great men, and dash. That is the social capital upon which one bases a national idea. Again, something very positive, something that is contributing to the social capital, something that further defines a national idea. Let's have a look at the options. I think you can easily eliminate the negative ones. तो हमने eliminate तो कर दिए बहुत सारे. Malign eliminate कर देंगे, blame eliminate कर देंगे. What is to malign someone? What is to malign? Malign comes from the root mal. What does mal mean? Yes, for sure. Yes, Krish. The answer is B, beta. Well done, people, all of you out there. Glory. Heroes, glory, right? All these things are actually part of the concept of a nation. Fine. Magnificent is a positive word, which is very splendid, shandar. But as I said, logically आ सकता था, but grammatically this would not be a right fit. Because again, we need some noun form. And magnificent is an adjective. So see, a basic understanding of grammar helps you in multiple question types. Okay? Mal as a root means bad. To malign someone is to tarnish them. Yes, this is JIPMAT level, absolutely. आप देखेंगे जो ओरिजिनल भी PYQ इसलिए मैंने आपको कराए थे क्योंकि ये होता है, बच्चों को ऐसा लगता है कि हर क्वेश्चन जिपमैट में बहुत मुश्किल आता है, नहीं आता. But yes, on and off कुछ ना कुछ आते हैं. Let's do some error spotting questions. इसके बाद में हम करेंगे कुछ passages. बहुत interesting, बहुत अच्छे passages आए हैं. So you have to hold on, please. अभी करने मत लग जाइएगा straight away. Hang on, hang on, hang on. पहले ही कुछ बच गए थे. Let's take them up first. Yeah, yeah. Yes, please. will try to do this. It's very easy. We won't take much time. Let's speed up, class. Let's speed up. I want maximum coverage of questions. Yes. Malign is to tarnish someone's reputation. Very good. This is a very easy one. I think ग्रामर की बहुत सारी चीजें ऐसी होती है जो आपको नेचुरली समझ में आ जाती है, इंट्यूटिवली आपको समझ में आ जाती है, आपको उसमें ज्यादा दिमाग नहीं चलाना पड़ता क्योंकि वो नेचुरल यूसेज का पार्ट होती है. Volleyball is a team sport in which two teams of 6 players separated by a net try to score. Hi, this looks weird. Points by grounding a ball on the other team's court. Right. Can we have the options? A, B, C, D. Try to score looks perfect. Tried to scoring नहीं, हम mostly to के साथ में V1 का form use कर लेते हैं. Here we call it an infinitive. And this is what we need in the sentence. Okay, tries to score. We are talking about teams, so tries नहीं हो सकता, try होगा क्योंकि my subject is plural. सिंगुलर होता तो ट्राइज लगाते. ट्राइंग टू स्कोर अगेन इज नॉट सुटेबल हियर. ये तो हो ही नहीं सकता. दिस इज वेरी बिजार. आंसर इज ऑप्शन ए. क्लियर है? आई होप नो ओवर एक्सप्लेनेशन इज नीडेड. यस. ओके, ये इडियम वाला रह गया था, इसको फटाफट कर लेते हैं. गो आउट ऑन अ लिम. व्हाट डज दिस मीन? अब जैसे एक चीज तो मैंने आपको बताई थी कि यार ये इडियम जो लिटरल मीनिंग होता है वो तो होता नहीं है, तो उस हिसाब से आप इजिली एक आध ऑप्शन एलिमिनेट कर सकते हो. या व्हाट इज द आंसर? द आंसर इज सी. टेक अ डिफरेंट स्टैंड फ्रॉम अदर्स. गो आउट ऑन अ लिम. व्हेन आई से गो आउट ऑन अ लिम, आप बिल्कुल अलग जा रहे हो दूसरों से, दूसरों की ओपिनियंस. यू आर टेकिंग अ वेरी डिफरेंट पोजिशन फ्रॉम अदर्स. All right, C is the right answer. You've got to remember this. And now we have some nice error spotting questions. So you have a sentence, you have to figure out which is the erroneous part. Carefully पढ़िए. You'll have to focus on each and every part, each and every, as we say, fragment, each and every word very carefully. देखो कहाँ गलती है. Okay, fine. So I've received responses from you people, and well, some of you are saying C. देख लेते हैं. Let's read the first sentence, right? India has said that negotiations on tightening fishery subsidies at the World Trade Organization, pushed by the European Union, New Zealand, and Chile, should take place only after there's substantial progression in the areas of agriculture, industrial goods, and services. And to add to our problems, there is an option which says no error or which says all are correct, right? So here anybody, nobody is marking E. एक बार देख लेते हैं. What's your answer? Well, आपको देखना है ये A है, ये B है, ये C है. The answer is D, delta. And what's the correction? Who will tell me what's wrong with option D? Sneha, you've marked D. Ruhani, hi Ruhani, how are you doing? You've marked D. So has Rajas and Kurpika, right? Why D? What's the correction? Correction क्या है? I'll tell you. Progression में problem है. Progression नहीं आना चाहिए. Here we need the word progress. Now there's a difference. Simple. We are here talking about advancement. So we need the word progress. कितनी progress हुई है? Progression is a very different word. Okay, progression, as you know, we normally use it in the sense of AP, GP, arithmetic progression. We use it in the sense of series. We can say a progression of events. बट देन हियर वी मीन टू से कि कितनी उन्नति, कितनी तरक्की, इस फील्ड में कितना एडवांसमेंट हुआ है, तो हम प्रोग्रेस की बात करेंगे, नॉट प्रोग्रेशन. एंड सो योर आंसर इज डी. Yes, this is to tell you that you can even get such errors. Don't you think it's only going to be in the subject verb agreement or prepositions or maybe in tenses? No, it's not just that. It can also be the wrong usage of a word. Fine. Question 20. Himanshi, it happens. Yes, Ruhani, I'm good. Say you are going to make the most out of this session once you actually participate in the session. You actively engage yourself, you solve each and every question, you take down notes. That's how you have to participate. कुछ एरर स्पॉटिंग के क्वेश्चंस, उसके बाद में वी विल मूव ओवर टू पैसेजेस. बहुत ही अच्छे पैसेजेस हैं, सिर्फ 2 पैसेजेस करेंगे, नॉट मच. ओके. Abandoning nuclear tests and the country's test site may just be strategy packaging of a geographical inevitability. After the Punggiri nuclear test site was probably damaged by September's very large explosion. Correction, please. Okay, so some people very confidently, very vehemently are putting their answers multiple times. Krish says B. Shruti, Ravi, Vedika, Ayush. Okay, all of you are saying B. That's good. Gargi, hi Gargi. Okay, so सब लोग कह रहे हैं क्या B beta. And what's the correction in B beta? Yes, that's the right answer. Well done. But what's the correction, please? क्या problem है? Strategy packaging? छोटी सी प्रॉब्लम है यार, बच्चों वाली. स्ट्रैटेजिक पैकेजिंग बोलोगे ना? You won't say strategy packaging. You need an adjective here to go with packaging, which is a noun. Strategic packaging. That's the correction. As simple as that. This was so basic. So the takeaway from these 2 questions that I've discussed is that don't you think that your grammar based questions based on sentence improvement or error spotting are going to be based on very high end and very complex grammatical rules. They can be based on very trivial, very minor and very easy rules, or common small trivial petty errors sometimes. But then the packaging of the question is like the sentence looks very complex to us. तो सेंटेंस बड़ा दिखा देते हैं बट एरर वही छोटू सा होता है. तो हमें डरना नहीं है. वी डोंट हैव टू बी डॉन्टेड नियरली बाय लुकिंग एट द क्वेश्चन. Ha ha ha. Okay, so student writes, I do it right when the logic is or very complex or when the error is very complex. And for easy ones, I normally get them wrong. Maybe because we are programmed this way. हमने फोकस हमेशा हाई एंड रूल्स पे किया, तो हम वो ट्रिवियल चीजों को इग्नोर ही करते गए, मे बी, है ना? नो प्रॉब्लम. I am reprogramming it. So I have such questions with me today. Mark Cuban, owner of the NBA's Dallas Mavericks and a Maverick itself, thinks intensified fan interest will double franchise values across baseball, football, basketball, and hockey. तो क्लियरली मुझको ई पार्ट में तो कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं लगती है, मतलब तो बिल्कुल भी नहीं हो सकता, वैसे वो ऑप्शन में है भी नहीं. Well, double franchise values also looks good to me. Things intensified fan interest is also fine. एक ये बात मुझे समझ में नहीं आ रही, ये itself किसको point out कर रहा है? What is this pointing out to? मार्क क्यूबन जो ओनर है, ये तो नाम है कंपनी का, ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का, एंड अ मेवरिक इटसेल्फ. मैं किसको मेवरिक बुला रही हूं? थोड़ा लॉजिकली तो सोचो. एग्जैक्टली, आई एम कॉलिंग मार्क क्यूबन एज अ मेवरिक, सो हियर आई नीड himself as the suitable pronoun. That's the answer. So B beta has an error. Simple. Yes, Rajas Ruhani, that's the right one. Okay, so itself nahi, himself, because we are calling that person a maverick. And by the way, what is a maverick? Who is a maverick? What's that word? Maverick is a non-conformist. Yes, am I audible? Am I back? There was some internet problem, there was some glitch. Finally back. Okay, okay, okay. Yeah. So, beyond my control, these things do happen. As we say, बड़े बड़े शहरों में छोटी छोटी बातें होती रहती हैं. कोई नहीं. चलिए ठीक है. Back to what we were doing. Everybody come back, come back. So many people have left us in the lurch. What is to leave someone in the lurch? Everybody back? Can we stop our conversations and can we again direct all our attention to this question? I think we should be doing that. Question 22. Long associated from exporting cheap labor, Ireland has accepted a sizable number of immigrants and is home to foreign tech companies like Google, Amazon, and Facebook. Okay. Yes, Neha, to leave in lurch is to leave someone in a difficult situation. Okay? All right. चलिए ठीक है. अच्छा idiom है, बहुत popular है. Fine. Long associated from exporting. What are we trying to say? कि कब से associated है cheap labor को export करने में. Fine. इनका काम ही आयरलैंड क्या करता रहा है? चीप लेबर एक्सपोर्ट करते रहा है और इसीलिए बहुत सारे इनके यहाँ इमिग्रेंट्स आते रहे हैं. फाइन. द पॉइंट हियर इज this is a wrong preposition. We should be using with, and so A is the answer. So very often these prepositions they somehow escape our attention because they're such small words, from, to, at, in. हम mostly tense देख रहे होते हैं, हम बड़ी बड़ी चीजें देख रहे होते हैं, but then ये छोटे छोटे जो prepositions हैं they miss our eye. Okay, so here it should be with. You're associated with something, you're not associated from something. Very basic. Answer is A. Next question. बहुत ही आसान है, मतलब ये तो बहुत ही ज्यादा आसान. What should be the answer? Question 23. Okay, Himanshi, you think it is C? Interesting. What's the correction? See, here, just getting the right answer is not enough. You need to know the logic. Why this particular option? That's equally important. What's the correction needed? Well done, bravo. Yes, C is the right answer. When Sania finally returned back, ये नहीं हो सकता. Return का मतलब ही होता है go back. Fine. So this is an error of redundancy. What do we say? Redundancy. Okay. So revert के साथ में भी you never say revert back. It's this back is not needed. So when Sania finally returned, that's enough. Answer C. Question 24. Now, this is based on phrasal verbs. Phrasal verbs has been coming in every examination, right? JIPMAT, Rohtak, IPMAT Indore, CUET. It's very important and mostly confusing. Hanji, answer? The answer is this is a problem. The automobile had pulled off so swiftly that I barely had time to jot down its license number. Pulled off would be wrong. What are we trying to say? That it quickly sped off, right? तेजी से निकल गया. Pulled off का मतलब क्या होता है? When you halt, when you stop, or when you pull your vehicle off the road. आप साइड में पार्किंग में लगा देते हो, आप रोड से हटके कहीं पे रुक जाते हो. That is when we use the word pulled off. Okay? तो यहां पे pulled away आना चाहिए था. So the correction is B. Beta here, instead of pulled off, we must use the word pulled away. Matlab they went away, they sped away. Right? That's what we are trying to say. – 25th. Quickly telling you what is in store for you people. So there are some more question types that have not been covered yet that are in store for you. We of course have RCs. We will just be doing 2 short passages and some really interesting ones. But apart from that, we do have some fill in the blanks. We have questions based on analogies. And apart from that, we also have pair based questions, right? कि आपको 4 वर्ड्स दिए हुए हैं, कोई भी 2 वर्ड्स जो हैं या तो वो सिनोनिम हो सकते हैं या फिर वो एंटोनिम हो सकते हैं. You have to choose the pair of words that are related. So ये आपके लिए अभी waiting है ये particular questions. So we've got to kind of speed up. All right. Question 25. What is the correction? बहुत ही आसान. You may go, but only on the condition that I have talked to Mr. Sharam first. I have talked does not make sense. This is a condition. This event has not transpired yet. This has not taken place yet. So when you state a condition, you're not supposed to use it in the perfect tense ever, right? So D delta is the erroneous part. You can simply say on the condition that I talk to. That would be enough. Okay. So what's the correction? That I talked to Mrs. Chatham. All right. And yes, the last one in this row. Let's quickly do this. The tax official directed the woman and her daughter to sit on the far end of the table. Well, well, well. Yes, the answer is absolutely right. A. It should not be on the far end of the table. What should it be? It should be at the far end. At the far end. It's not on the far end. And on we normally use when we're talking about something which is on the surface of the other thing. And at we specifically use for the position or the specific location, right? So it should be at the far end. And so now it's time to have some change. बहुत हो गया अब ये सब थोड़े से passage लगाते हैं short and sweet JIPMAT style passages. Mostly in JIPMAT, even in Rohtak, you get two short passages and one slightly lengthy one, right? तो थोड़ा सा सेम मॉडल पे आज हम चल रहे हैं. पहले एक इजी पैसेज करेंगे जो शॉर्ट है. छोटू सा passage, इत्तू सा, it's a short paragraph. You just have to read this and answer around three questions that follow it. No, there are five questions. Isn't that great? You read such a short passage and you get five questions to solve, right? So you can earn around 20 marks from this. हाँ जी, read it carefully. बहुत doable, थोड़ा सा patience और कोशिश करिए, बनेगा, बिल्कुल बनेगा. Well, so I hope you all have finished reading the passage. I'm deliberately standing aside so that you have a good view of the screen, so that I don't obstruct or hinder the screen. Let's attempt the first question. Please share your answers. It would be great if you could write the question number, because randomly multiple A, C, C, B, B coming my way, I can't decipher that which question are you talking about. Interesting? Chalo. So I will quickly take you through the questions, and once you attempt all of them, keep sharing all these answers. And then ikhatta, in one row, in one go, we will then discuss the passage first, and then I will explain the questions along with the answers, of course. Lovely question. Question number 77. It may be a surprise element for you. Done? Question 78. Either there is some kind of complacence associated with passages, or there is some discomfort, or there is some monotony that I've seen students don't have that alacrity the moment we start taking passages. So sometimes students take a back seat. Why is that so? Passage is going to be your saving grace. Passages are something that you must be excellent at. बहुत ही आसान क्वेश्चन था. Okay, next question. And this is the last question of this passage. छोटा सा passage और उस पे based 5 questions. What a wonderful opportunity for earning maximum marks. चलिए. So now we go back to the passage. Let's understand the passage. Sorry. Now there's one important thing that I want to say. The moment you read a passage, the main idea should be crystal clear to you. If you don't understand the main idea, I'm sorry, comprehension has not taken place. But apart from main idea, you also have to remember all the key ideas of the passage. Fine. It would be even better if you do some kind of a mental note making or mind mapping, as I call it. The reason is that that way you understand the idea flow of the passage. First para में ये बताया, फिर second में ये बताया, फिर third में ये बताया. If you do this kind of a mental charting, it would be amazing, because then you will not have to go back and forth, to and fro, again and again in every question to check what was given in the passage. There might be some specific details. That's okay if you miss them, if you forget them, but if you get all the important ideas sorted, then you're good to go. Nothing can stop you. Right? So that's the right way of doing passages. So let's have a look at this. This is actually describing the experience of the author at a railway station. And the passage is descriptive. It's a descriptive passage, right? So let's have a look at this. While I stood drinking in the beauty of this placid scene, placid is calm, I became conscious of an alteration. There's a change. So the person, the writer, was standing there at the station. Fine. In a moment, the sole porter pata hai na aapko kuli, emerged from his nap and he started operating. Okay. Operated a signal that clanged noisily into position and ambled, walked towards me for my return half ticket, while I remarked that his red amiable face, amiable is friendly, easygoing gait is a walk, were in perfect harmony with the tranquil surroundings, peaceful and calm. So we understand that this is a scene of a railway station where it's not milling with a lot of crowd, but in fact it's a very calm, placid and serene place where the porter comes and he's doing his job, right? Okay. A wisp dashed smoke on the horizon with a dark snake crawling dash. It announced the approach of the train. अभी ट्रेन का जो धुएं के जो छल्ले बनते हैं वो ठीक है. And of course the noise. पर noise के बारे में अभी ये नहीं बोल रहे. बस उस स्मोक को, उस ब्लैक स्मोक को उन्होंने स्नेक से रिलेट किया. एंड जैसे जैसे वो पास आई तो obviously the silence was displaced by creaking of brakes and hissing of steam. Save for me means except me. No one entered the train, and no one alighted. What is alighted? To step down. तो ऑथर वॉज द ओनली पर्सन जो ट्रेन पे चढ़े, ना ट्रेन से कोई उतरा ना और कोई चढ़ा. ठीक है. पोर्टर ने क्या बोला? Okay, trundled a couple of milk churns on board. The door was slammed. The guard signaled to the driver and we moved off. चले गए और small station फिर से drowsy silence में डूब गया. बहुत ही simple सा एक narrative आपके सामने. All of the following can be inferred from the passage except, thank you. What cannot be inferred? The author alighted the train. Did the author alight the train or did the author board the train? The author boarded the train. So this is wrong as per the passage. Let's run through the other options. The author was the sole traveler from the station. Absolutely, क्योंकि इसमें सीधे उन्होंने बोला I was the only one who boarded the train. There was no one else. The station had a calm ambience. Definitely, we have used the word placid and tranquil and drowsy silence. The porter was multitasking in a way. Yes, क्योंकि बहुत सारी चीजें वो simultaneously कर रहा था. Right? So the answer is A. Nice one. Question 77. As it drew nearer, the deep silence of the place was gradually displaced by a creaking of brakes and a hissing of steam. अब आप यहाँ पे देखो कि creaking ये साउंड बता रहे, क्रीकिंग ऑफ ब्रेक्स, जो साउंड निकलती है, हिसिंग ऑफ स्टीम. ट्रेन में कितनी साउंड्स निकलती हैं. सो द लिटरेरी डिवाइस दैट हैज बीन यूज्ड हियर इज onomatopoeia. Onomatopoeia are the sound words. I'm sure you people are aware of onomatopoeia. Words like, buzz, bang, thud, है ना, splash, haze. All these words, what are they? Onomatopoeia. क्योंकि ये sound को बता रहे होते हैं, describe कर रहे होते हैं. Alliteration क्या होता है? We all know alliteration, अनुप्रास अलंकार जिसको बोलते हैं हिंदी में, right? What is an alliteration? An example: a big black bear. Where the sound repeats in consecutive words, that is alliteration. Oxymoron क्या होता है? Deafening silence. When opposite words are juxtaposed, are placed right next to each other, that's an oxymoron. Right? Can we have some nice examples of oxymoron, please? The living dead. Kind cruelty. The kind cruelty of the surgeon. Now they do make sense. While they are opposites, but they do make sense. Why am I calling it kind? Because he operated upon the patient. That was much needed. That's to help the patient. But cruelty, because yes, he's tearing into the skin of the patient. So cruel bhi hai, but at the same time, wo bhi hai. Sweet sorrow. Parting is such a sweet sorrow. It's sorrowful that we are parting, but then we have all the sweet memories, right? So it's sweet sorrow. Irony. Irony, we all know, where what is expected and what is real, there's a world of difference between them. Fire station caught fire. Irony. है ना? The pilot has fear of heights. Irony. Ironical. Expectation or reality are poles apart. In the context of the passage, which is the following would be an apt synonym for the word gait. Gait is चाल किसी की, किस तरह से कोई बंदा walk कर रहा है. So that's the right answer. I don't want to over explain. A wisp of smoke dashed the horizon with a dark snake crawling dash. Now here you have to understand one thing. We're trying to say that the smoke, firstly, we don't say in the horizon, we say on the horizon. And when the train emits smoke, there's smoke all above and the train is right below. So beneath works really well. On the horizon, right? Beneath, a dark snake crawling beneath the train. Next. टाइटल ऑफ द पैसेज बेस्ट क्या होगा? फोकस पैसेज का किस पे? आई थिंक बहुत ज्यादा डिस्क्रिप्शन स्टेशन का है। भले उसमें पोर्टर तो नहीं हो सकता, ट्रैवलर अपने बारे में ज्यादा बात नहीं कर। ट्रेन आती है चली जाती है, बट व्हाट स्टेज बैक इज द serene quiet station. So the description जो है is all about the station. Hence this is the right answer. Let's take up one more interesting passage class. बहुत अच्छा पैसेज है, मजा आएगा आपको। आपको बहुत कमी से, ये पैसेज लंबा नहीं है, जस्ट दैट मैंने इसको 2 स्लाइड्स पे कर दिया है, वरना वो इसलिए फॉन्ट साइज बढ़ा दिया, अदरवाइज द रीडेबिलिटी एंड द लेजिबिलिटी गेट्स अफेक्टेड। फाइन, डोंट यू थिंक दैट इट्स अ वेरी लॉन्ग वन? नो, just 2 slides. The font size is big, that's why it appears that it's a lengthy one, though it's not. And of course, it is 5 questions as usual. Let's quickly read the passage and read it well. राशि, फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन किसका आपको चाहिए? डू यू वांट मी टू अच्छा, पहले क्वेश्चन देखना है, चलो ठीक है, मैं दिखा देती हूँ। Well, yes, there are many students, and I myself suggest you to have a quick look at the questions so I can show you the questions quickly. Just have to read the question stem. जब आप क्वेश्चन स्टेम पढ़ते हो तो उसमें भी आप थोड़ा कीवर्ड्स पे ज्यादा ध्यान दोगे। ओके, टेनिस एंड फुटबॉल के एग्जांपल्स राइटर ने क्यों यूज किए हैं? Surfing offers opportunities to meet challenges that call on a variety of skills. क्या बात वो बताना चाह रहे हैं टेनिस एंड फुटबॉल के बारे में? यानी इट्स क्लियर दैट द पैसेज इज बेस्ड ऑन स्पोर्ट्स। ओके, आई एम नॉट अ स्पोर्ट्स aficionado, I am not a sport enthusiast, but I enjoyed reading the passage. Can be inferred about surfing. Okay, we are the only animal that plays tennis or football, but not the only animal that enjoys surfing. Source of the passage पूछा गया आपसे. That's it, right? So now that you know the questions, you can read the passage more strategically and more smartly, right? Class, don't give up. Don't give up. I know you are tired. I know you are fatigued. I know you need a break, but you can't give up, right? You will get a break, right? Then you can come back the way you want, but abhi don't quit. क्योंकि ये गलत बात है, थोड़ी सी स्टैमिना बिल्डिंग हम चाह रहे हैं आप में हो जाए। Let me know once you're done. कहाँ पे लाशा? Where? Done reading the first one? Can we move to the next page, next slide? Everybody? Okay. Over to the next slide. I appreciate your commitment, class. I really appreciate and admire your dedication. This is the last passage we're doing, then we'll move over to other question types. And just a few more minutes. The last line is not visible. How is that so? As many of my fellow wave riders know, we are the only animal that plays tennis or football, but not the only animal that enjoys surfing. बहुत ही प्यारा कंक्लूजन है इस पैसेज का. Tell me once you're through, I will start flashing the questions on the slide then. Chalo, done, finish reading. Can we move to the questions now? Come on, people, pace up. We need to speed up. Okay, perfect. The first question now is this. Well, I think I have given you enough time. So you should be through reading the passage by now. The first question. Now, yes, choices can be slightly close. राशि पहले क्वेश्चंस रीड करने वाली अप्रोच अच्छी होती है बट मैं पुश नहीं करती अपने स्टूडेंट्स पे कुछ भी क्योंकि हर इंसान का अपना एक यूनिक स्टाइल और अपनी कंफर्ट लेवल होती है तो इसलिए मैं बिल्कुल भी फोर्स नहीं करती किसी को द एडवांटेज इज दैट आप रीडिंग उस हिसाब से कर सकते हो बिकॉज यू नो व्हाट इज बीइंग आस्क्ड नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन Done? Come on, people. We don't have to give up. Keep sharing your answers. You're doing a good job. Fantastic job. Bravo. Great, great. Over to the next. Can we? I know the choices are slightly close, but that's what we are here for to learn the intricacies, to understand the elimination. Next question 68. Again, choices are slightly close and confusing. Yes, cool, nice. Are we done? Over to the next. Okay, all right, and finally, the last one. Okay, चलिए ठीक है आगे बढ़ते हैं. So I hope you found the answers. Not everybody is sharing their answers with me, but many of you are. Much appreciated. Passage interesting था, थोड़ा सा different था. Somebody like me who's not a sports enthusiast, we normally don't enjoy passages like this, but ऐसे अपन को initially लगता है कि this is going to be very difficult, but once you start reading the passage, you understand everything. If your comprehension is good, you can understand anything which is written in English. All right. So it's just that your comfort level may be a little low if you're not familiar with the particular subject or domain or concept. So I've seen science students getting very edgy when they see passages based on economics or business, and especially commerce and humanities students getting very uncomfortable the moment they see a passage on hardcore science. So that happens, and that's the reason why I always advocate that you must do diverse reading. अपना स्पैन बढ़ाने के लिए थोड़ी सी डाइवर्स रीडिंग करना बहुत जरूरी है. एनीवे जनरल बातें अब साइड में रखते हैं, मुद्दे पे आते हैं. ये पैसेज क्या कर रहा है? नाउ हियर द पैसेज इज टेलिंग यू अबाउट टेनिस, इट्स टेलिंग यू अबाउट फुटबॉल, बट वो ये कह रहा है कि टेनिस और फुटबॉल और ऐसे और जितने भी गेम्स होते हैं, इनमें इनहेरेंटली उतना मजा नहीं है, क्योंकि ये सब कंपटीशन ड्रिवन होते हैं. Right, these games would be called games because here you have to beat the competitor, so it's about competition. But then surfing is very different. So I hope you all know about surfing. So surfing is when you're riding on a wave, you're kind of rafting, and then you have a boat, and then you're riding up the wave and going through water and having that much fun. So he says that surfing is very different because you are interacting with nature. It gives you thrill. It's beautiful. It's wonderful. There is an aesthetic angle to it, and you can also convert it into a competition, like who serves better, who does it better. So if you um, add a competitive dimension to it, it then becomes a grand spectacle. Fine, एक grand amazing नज़ारा बन जाता है वो. And this is how the author is actually comparing surfing with other sports and telling how it is different and better. Okay, so now let's थोड़ा सा और डिटेल में चले जाते हैं. वो कह रहे हैं कि टेनिस फैंस जो हैं वही द फर्स्ट टू लाइंस दैट ओके यू मे admire a well executed backhand, कैसे आप इस तरह से अपना स्ट्रोक मारते हो, you may admire it, but then it would become dull if there is no match or no proper competition. The same applies to football. People simply kicking a ball around would not be very interesting to watch unless there is proper competition. So all these activities, they look interesting when it's a matter of winning or losing. But that's not the case with surfing. Surfing is different, right? And why is this different? It includes a variety of skills, both physical and mental. But the challenges are intrinsic to the activity and do not involve beating an opponent. It's not just about beating an opponent, it's about the activity itself. And so it's more intrinsic, it's more internal. Fine? That's what it is saying. In that respect, it's closer to hiking, mountaineering, or skiing. तो उन्होंने ये बोल दिया, ये सारी चीजों में भी वही एंगल है इन्वॉल्व. ठीक है. एस्थेटिक एक्सपीरियंस, ब्यूटिफुल नेचुरल एनवायरनमेंट, ये इसकी अट्रैक्टिवनेस का पार्ट है. आई विल कट इट शॉर्ट. और फिर वो बस आपको स्विमिंग से भी कंपेयर करते हैं, बट ये कह रहे हैं कि इट्स नॉट एज मोनोटोनस एज रनिंग ऑन अ ट्रेडमिल और स्विमिंग. अब अगर आप सर्फिंग को कंपेटिटिव बनाना चाहते हो तो यू कैन एक्चुअली मेजर परफॉर्मेंस, लाइक हु डज इट बेटर, right? So you can judge certain skills, like while you're riding a wave. तो इस तरह से वो उसको समझा रहे हैं. And then they say that if you turn it into a competition, but when we make surfing competitive, a recreational activity in which millions of people can happily participate, it is transformed into a spectator sport to be watched. अब वो यही कह रहे हैं कि बहुत सैड है कि कॉम्पिटिटिव स्पोर्ट्स जितने भी होते हैं उनका बड़ा नैरो फोकस होता है पॉइंट स्कोरिंग के ऊपर. एंड सो दिस लिमिट्स आर अप्रिसिएशन ऑफ द ब्यूटी एंड हार्मनी दैट वी कैन एक्सपीरियंस व्हाइल राइडिंग अ वेव. और फिर उसके बाद में उन्होंने थोड़ा सा अपना एक एक्सपीरियंस डिस्क्राइब किया है कि उनकी सबसे मैजिकल सर्फिंग मोमेंट क्या थी, जब वो इनफैक्ट वेव पे थे भी नहीं. फाइन. एंड हाउ व्हेन ही वाज जस्ट पैडलिंग आउट, ही वाज जस्ट oaring out, and at that point इन्होंने डिस्क्राइब किया है कि कैसे उनको एक डॉल्फिन मिलती है. It was so energetic. He has expressed it really well. A dolphin leapt out ahead of the foam, its entire body clear. It was a sublime, beautiful moment, right? As many of my fellow wave riders know, we are the only animal that plays tennis or football, but not the only animals that enjoy surfing. So it's so beautifully concluded the passage कि हम इकलौते वो लोग हैं जो ये ऐसे गेम्स खेलते हैं, बट सर्फिंग तो डॉल्फिन्स और बहुत सारी फिश करती हैं. ब्यूटिफुल कंक्लूजन. नाउ वी मूव टू द क्वेश्चंस. द फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन, क्वेश्चन नंबर 66, व्हाट्स द आंसर? आंसर इज, ओके पहले क्वेश्चन देख लेते हैं. द एग्जांपल्स ऑफ टेनिस एंड फुटबॉल आर यूज्ड बाय द राइटर टू. क्यों उन्होंने यूज किया टेनिस और फुटबॉल का एग्जाम्पल? क्या कन्वे करना चाह रहे थे? ये बताने के लिए कि कुछ स्पोर्ट्स इनहेरेंटली कंपेटिटिव होते हैं. नाउ हियर ही वाज नॉट एट ऑल कंपेयरिंग इंडोर एंड आउटडोर गेम्स एट ऑल. इनफैक्ट जितने भी गेम्स का जिक्र हुआ है, ऑल ऑफ देम आर आउटडोर गेम्स. सो दिस इज टोटली रॉन्ग एंड बेसलेस. Show that they're completely different from surfing, but no, why and in what manner are they different is the point. Show that they are inherently competitive. अगर इनमें से competition निकाल दो तो they are very dull activities that nobody would like to watch. No, ऐसा नहीं है. That show that they are not as interested in surfing. ये तो बिल्कुल भी सही नहीं. Writer is in fact much more interested in surfing, so this is factually wrong. Answer option C. Is this clear to everyone? Why C? I hope clear हो गया. Question 67. When the writer states surfing offers opportunity to meet challenges that call on a variety of skills, she implies which of the following? Players of these sports cannot exhibit the full range of their skills without being pushed by an opponent. We go back to that spot जहां पे उन्होंने ये चीज बोली, that was on the first slide. और उन्होंने ये बोला It offers opportunities to meet challenges, वही skill will वाली बात, but the challenges are intrinsic to the activity and they do not involve beating an opponent. इसमें आपको बीट नहीं करना है ओपोनेंट को, जबकि हम टेनिस और फुटबॉल की बात करेंगे तो उसको आपको बीट ही करना होगा, गेम ही तभी बनेगा, वरना तो वो कोई ऐसी एक्टिविटी है ही नहीं, इसमें इंट्रिंसिकली कोई ऐसा खास चैलेंज है ही नहीं. That's what the author is saying. So this looks like a very good option. Now B looks very generic in nature. ये कह रहा है कि they do not face those kind of challenges, but किस context में उन्होंने बोला? ऐसा बोला कि ऑथर ने कहीं पे भी कि कोई चैलेंज होता ही नहीं है फुटबॉल में और दूसरे गेम्स में, नहीं. उन्होंने बोला कि यू वुड अप्रिशिएट बट देन यू रिक्वायर एन ओपोनेंट. So the distinguishing feature was this. Hence A is better than B. B आपको लगा होगा but A is a better choice because of this. ऐसा बिल्कुल उन्होंने नहीं बोला है that these players don't face any mental challenges. And they're not talking about whether you're winning or not. It's more about the competition with some rival or with some opponent. इसलिए D भी अलग चला जाता है. बेस्ट चॉइस ऑप्शन ए. क्लियर हुआ सबको? It can be inferred from the passage that the writer considers surfing. Now here again there's some close choices. Now first of all, अगर किसी को लग रहा है ऑप्शन ए, तो उसको बिल्कुल हटा दो. It is not all of the above. Because D delta is using a negative word, marred. A recreational activity marred by a competitive spirit. And marred, थोड़ा सा किसी चीज को जब आप थोड़ा सा spoil कर देते हो, it's that. So A नहीं हो सकता. When you mar something with something, you have actually spoiled its quality. You have, negatively impacted that. तो इसीलिए ए मतलब डी डेल्टा गलत हो जाएगा. अब जब डी डेल्टा गलत हो गया तो ऑल ऑफ द अबव वी कैन नॉट चूज फॉर श्योर. नाउ व्हिच इज द बेस्ट ऑप्शन, यू टेल मी. देखिए, ए अ रिक्रिएशनल स्पोर्ट इन विच एनीवन कैन पार्टिसिपेट. ये तो ऑथर बहुत असर्टिवली बोल रहा है that it's something that's so recreational, entertaining, aesthetic, anyone can enjoy and can participate. Right, that's A. Secondly, a recreational activity transformed into a spectator sport. Now, while this was given in the passage, but he just said that surfing inherently is a sport, right? Where you don't need any competition per se. If you want, you can change it into a spectator sport by adding an element of who does it better. But again, even without it, surfing अपने आप में एक sport है. He did. Kurapika, he said that कि millions of people can easily participate, and that's the charm of it. Right? उन्होंने बोला है ये चीज. Now, see, an aesthetic experience of being in a beautiful natural environment, तो ये तो पक्का है ही है. तो A and C तो I can vouch for them कि ये तो होना ही चाहिए, and hence this is our answer. B beta is your answer. Is this clear? Vocabulary का question passage में अगर आता है, and if you don't know the word, then the best way to handle this is you can guess the contextual meaning. आई थिंक वो बेस्ट होता है, और उससे अच्छा उससे बढ़िया कुछ भी नहीं होता. कॉन्टेक्चुअली आप उसका मीनिंग चेक कर सकते हो. In the last sentence, we are the only animal that plays tennis or football, but not the only animal that enjoys surfing. The writer is being. Now here it's more like a tone of the passage. राइटर क्या बोल रहा है, थोड़े से गहरी सोच में पड़ गया राइटर. वैसे ओवरऑल भी अगर हम देखें तो द पैसेज इज स्लाइटली वेयर द ऑथर इज comparing different sports, holding the sport has a more advantage, is getting very insightful, थोड़ा सा philosophical हो रहा है. स्पेशली लास्ट में तो philosophical हो ही रहा है कि हम इकलौते नहीं हैं जो surfing enjoy करते हैं. So philosophical is the best choice. एक बार हम देखते हैं why not other options, right? So the idea here is realistic. हम मोस्टली उस सेंस में बोलते हैं when you're being very real, you're talking about ground realities. when you're being very pragmatic and practical, यहाँ पे the author is using his imagination to say कि वो जो डॉल्फिन थी वो भी सर्फिंग कर रही थी, she or he, rather let's say it, so it was also surfing, whereas we know that it's an aquatic animal, so obviously it would be there in the sea, but then even the dolphin is enjoying and even the dolphin is, surfing. So that's slightly, when you're thinking a little too much, तो वो philosophical हो जाएगा. तो जब आप ऑब्वियस चीजों के बियॉन्ड जाकर थोड़ा डीपली सोचते हो वो फिलोसफिकल हो जाता है, राइट? इसीलिए फिलोसफिकल. देयर इज नो आयरनी हियर, देयर इज नो कॉन्ट्रडिक्शन इन व्हाट ही वांट्स टू से एंड व्हाट ही मींस, सो इट कैन नॉट बी आयरॉनिक. देयर इज नथिंग कॉल्ड स्ट्रैटेजिक हियर, यहाँ पे कोई स्ट्रैटेजी की बात ही नहीं है, सो स्ट्रैटेजिस्ट इज एब्सोल्युटली आउट ऑफ क्वेश्चन. अगर एक पैसेज होता जहां पे वो कहता कि इंडिया को कैसे अलग अलग कंट्रीज से मिलके रहना चाहिए, कैसे चाइना को भी अपना पार्टनर बनाना चाहिए, क्या टैक्टिक्स करना चाहिए, वो स्ट्रैटेजिक टोन होती. यहाँ पे ऑथर को स्ट्रैटेजी तो है ही नहीं, आंसर हो जाएगा बी, बीटा. फाइनली द लास्ट क्वेश्चन, बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग क्वेश्चन. Which of the following is the most likely source of the passage? So here ऐसे क्वेश्चंस को डील करने के लिए बेस्ट तरीका होता है कि हम थोड़ा सा क्या देख लें, हम ये पकड़ें कि यार इट्स जस्ट अबाउट, जिसको हम कहते हैं अंडरस्टैंडिंग द स्पेसिफिक टॉपिक ऑफ डिस्कशन, और जो सोर्स है वो उससे रिलेटेड होना चाहिए, देयर शुड बी अ डायरेक्ट रिलेशन. व्हाइल दिस लुक्स गुड, आई थिंक सबने भी एलिमिनेट कर दिया होगा बिकॉज इट्स गॉट नथिंग टू डू विद ओलंपिक्स. एन आर्टिकल ऑन द competitive spirit is totally off the mark because the author is not much fixated on it, and that's not the point of discussion here. अब क्लोज चॉइसेस ए और सी, बट सी बहुत जेनरिक है, सिंपली अ गाइड ऑन डिफरेंट गेम्स, will not be focusing on surfing. Here our exclusive focus is on surfing. So best हम क्या चुन लेंगे, a sports journal on surfing. A is going to be the right answer. आर्टिकल सर्फिंग पे है, सर्फिंग पे फोकस है. सर्फिंग को कॉन्ट्रास्ट कंपेयर किया गया है विद गेम्स लाइक टेनिस एंड फुटबॉल, बट द focus is on surfing, and a sports journal normally has some nice informative passages on sports, so this can be a wonderful source. Agreed? All right class, so I hope आपको कुछ अच्छे insights मिले, आपने देखा कैसे questions आ सकते हैं, inferences को कैसे manage करना है. हर जगह we use the information given in the passage, and on the basis of that we strictly went ahead and eliminated the choices, right? बस अब finally wrapping up की बारी, last 15 minutes, and then I will call off the session. I will give you a good 15-minute break in which you can grab a hot cup of coffee, or maybe you can have your lunch. It's already lunch time. So बस कुछ last के question types आपको जल्दी जल्दी बताने हैं. सबसे पहले मैं चाहूंगी आपको कुछ fill in the blanks कराना. 2-3 questions fill in the blanks के करते हैं. Let's attempt question number 62. हाँ जी, done? It is difficult for a modern audience accustomed to the dash of film and television to appreciate opera with its grand spectacle and dash gestures. तो opera के grand spectacle होता है. Opera में बहुत loud expressions होते हैं, singing होती है, तो कुछ loud type का होना चाहिए यहाँ पे. Extravagant would make sense. Inane is silly. नहीं हो सकता. Subtle नहीं होता. Subtle is indirect or not very obvious. वो नहीं हो सकता. What is minutiae? Minutiae are the minute, trivial details of something, right? Minute and trivial details. सो मॉडर्न ऑडियंस क्या करती है, एक फिल्म और टेलीविजन की उसको छोटी छोटी रेगुलर माइन्यूट डिटेल्स देखने की आदत है. द मोमेंट दे कम टू एन ओपेरा दे आर लाइक ओ ऐसा ऐसा चल रहा है एंड दे आर लाइक ओ माय गॉड व्हाट इज हैपनिंग. सो दे आर नॉट दैट मच यूज्ड टू दैट ग्रैंड स्पेक्टेबल दैट ओपेरा इज. सो योर आंसर इज सी. मोनोटोनस नहीं बैठेगा क्योंकि एंड से हम कनेक्ट कर रहे हैं. वी वांट समथिंग सिमिलर. मोनोटोनस इज समथिंग व्हिच इज वेरी डल एंड रेगुलर. सो दिस डज नॉट मेक अ गुड फिट. योर आंसर इज ऑप्शन सी. समझ आ रहा है? ओके. Analogies, please. Let's attempt this. We all know what are analogies. जो आपको पेयर दिया हुआ है, you have to decode its relationship and then you have to find out a similar relation here, right? So what is veritable and what is spurious? Spurious is something which is fake. Veritable is something which is very genuine and authentic. Veritable comes from the root word which means truth. So veritable कोई चीज है तो वो truthful है, हमको पता है कि वो सच्ची है, वो veritable है, वो सही है, right? So veritable is to spurious actually opposites हैं, antonyms हैं, okay? अब antonyms तो हमें बहुत सारे दिए हुए हैं, सब जगह antonyms ही दिए हुए हैं अगर आप ध्यान से देखें. So when you reach a moment where you feel that you know all of these are antonyms, then you can only do one thing. फिर आप क्या करोगे, इससे सबसे सिमिलर जो होगा वो चुनोगे. ऑथेंटिक इज टू फेक इज गोइंग टू बी द आंसर. इज दिस क्लियर नाउ? राइट. ओके. अब आपको सारे, बस मैं कोशिश कर रही हूं पैटर्न्स क्वेश्चंस के दिखा दूं सारे. नाउ श्योर आई वांट यू टू टेक अप दिस आल्सो. रीड द डायरेक्शंस एंड ट्राई टू फिगर आउट करना क्या है. यू हैव टू आइडेंटिफाई द पेयर. अब ये जो भी पेयर आपको दी हुई है, ये एक ही कोई सही आंसर होगा. या तो सिनोनिम हो सकते हैं वो दोनों वर्ड्स आपस में, या फिर वो एंटोनिम्स भी हो सकते हैं. सो हियर यू विल हैव टू रीड ऑल द वर्ड्स एंड केयरफुली सिलेक्ट कि क्या रिलेशनशिप इनमें हो सकता है. एओन क्या होता है? वी कीप ऑन टॉकिंग अबाउट एओन आइडियाज, एओन एसेज एज अ वेरी गुड रीडिंग सोर्स. बहुत पॉपुलर वेबसाइट है. एओन का मतलब क्या होता है? वेरी लॉन्ग पीरियड, एन इनडेफिनेटली लॉन्ग पीरियड, वेरी लॉन्ग, बहुत लंबा. एओन. जिफी क्या होता है? अ मोमेंट, अ शॉर्ट मोमेंट. आई विल कम बैक इन अ जिफी, मतलब in some time, in a few seconds maybe, right? ये क्या है? How are they related? They are opposites. So BD is going to be your answer. Did you get this? Echelon and rank दोनों मिलते जुलते हैं. They are similar. Echelon also means the level at which you are in a society, in an organization, right? And rank is similar. BD is going to be the answer. This time they are synonyms. Adage is a common saying, a kind of a proverb. And what is decree? Decree is an order. मोस्टली बाय एन अथॉरिटी. सो इनका कोई आपस में लेना देना ही नहीं है. सो ये आंसर इज गोना बी बी डी. चलो नरेशन के भी एक दो क्वेश्चंस जाते जाते देख ही लेते हैं. फाइन. सो आपको डायरेक्ट स्पीच में दिया हुआ है. यू हैव टू कन्वर्ट इट इनटू रिपोर्टेड स्पीच और इनडायरेक्ट स्पीच. सिंपल. Please give me your coat, the man said to him. So when you have please, you understand that you're supposed to use the word requested, right? Said है आपको समझ में आ रहा है कि आपको सारे मैसेज को पास्ट टेंस में कन्वर्ट करना पड़ जाएगा, right? And that's how it is. The man requested him to give him his coat. Looks good. एक बार बट एक बार और अच्छे से चेक कर लेते हैं. Yes, this looks perfectly fine. Requested him to give him his coat. Requested भी बोल दिया, please भी बोल दिया. This is an error of redundancy. This is not required. This is superfluous. The man requested him to giving him. आप एकदम से ऐसे टेंस को बदल नहीं सकते. The man requested him to give him your coat. ये your कहाँ से आ गया? Of course, A is going to be the right answer. One more, please. The questions are doable, manageable. Sneha, you asked me what is gnome. Okay, gnome जो था वो previous एक question में आया था. ये mythological creatures होते थे जो बहुत dwarfish होते थे, बिल्कुल छोटे छोटे हाइट के. So ये सिर्फ आपको ऐसे कंफ्यूज करने के लिए दिया गया है. That's it. And yes, finally, question number 37. What should be the answer? I made some coffee before leaving, said Sania. Now, of course, आपको रिपोर्टिंग वर्ब पे ध्यान देना है. said है तो फिर पूरे चीज को पास्ट में करना पड़ेगा. And we know that if you have made, if you have simple past and you have to change then the tense, then you have to shift it to the past perfect. ये क्लैरिटी होना बहुत जरूरी है. Sania said that she had made some coffee before leaving. She was making, या तो आपने unnecessarily past continuous कर दिया. She made, you have retained the tense, you did not change it. Makes आपने present में कर दिया. Of course, B beta is going to be your answer. Fine. So class, I just want to say that this was all from my end today, right? I hope you learned a couple of things today. I hope, no, simple past into past perfect. Okay? Yes, आपका lunch break है. ठीक है? So I'm signing off. I hope you had a wonderful session. Thank you so much. You were a lovely audience as always. Lots of love and lots of blessings for you. May you shine in your JIPMAT exam. Okay? अब सारे टेंसेस का कन्वर्जन अभी मैं कैसे बता दूं, अभी तो मैं जा रही हूँ. बट देन यू नो आप किसी भी स्टैंडर्ड ग्रामर बुक में खोल के देख लोगे, गूगल करके देख लोगे, आपको मिल जाएगा. ठीक है? PDF शेयर होगी हमजा, बट इन द टेलीग्राम ग्रुप. फाइन. Thank you so much, people. Okay, bye bye. Take care. It's break time. We will resume the session at 2 p.m. All right. Thank you.
Hi and good evening, everyone. Welcome to Supergrads. My name is Abhyansh Sir, and I'm back with this JIPMAT one-shot marathon session. So, first session, I think you have had the session with Sana Mam, and I think बहुत सारी चीजें, बहुत सारी problems that you might encounter in the upcoming JIPMAT examination and the Rohtak examination. I think there must have been a lot of discussion around it and probably a lot of solutions as well. Coming to this session now, so my session starts now, and JIPMAT Rohtak exams, which contains a motley of questions, बहुत different type of questions, primarily vocabulary based questions ज़्यादा होते हैं, ठीक है? So that is what we will be discussing in my session. That will be from 2 p.m. till around 4:45 to 5. So I hope everyone is ready. I hope you guys have taken a break. Let's begin with things now. And as I said, we have a lot of questions to discuss. So hi everyone. I think break काफी मिल चुका है. I'm pretty sure the preparation is going top notch. But that one last boost, one last fillip that you guys need in these remaining 2-3 days is what is required. So let's begin with things, students. Let's begin with the first question. And first 10 questions are from foreign phrases. If you talk about JIPMAT examination 2024, there was one question from foreign phrase. There was one question from foreign phrase, and because there was one question from foreign phrase, we cannot undermine the importance of this topic. This topic per we'll be doing around 10 questions, but apart from those 10 questions, I'll be also asking you a lot of foreign phrases that I believe are common and at the same time very important for the upcoming exams. So here's your first question, students. Vis-a-vis is a French foreign phrase, and what does it mean? Iska meaning kya hoga? And of course, we have other words as well, other things to discuss as well. So here is your first foreign phrase, students. Vis-a-vis with someone. That is face to face with someone. Face to face. In good faith, the phrase that we have here, in good faith. For this, the foreign phrase is bona fide. Bona fide. And आगे चल के session में, of course, we'll be discussing bona fide and the words that are related to it. What are the root words that we can keep in mind? So you can expect this session to be full of vocabulary related things. You'll get foreign phrases, you'll get idioms, synonyms, antonyms. You'll get, when it comes to grammar, you get a combination of error detection question from different topics. You have para completion. So what else? What else do you guys need for that one last fillip for your preparation? So that was your first question, students. Question important hai, at the same time other words, other options be important hai. So that was, guys, your first question. I hope everyone got this one correct. Correct answer is option B. Vis-a-vis is face to face. No, I am not ambidextrous. Sometimes I try to use my left hand, but not as efficiently as I use my right one. I'm not ambidextrous. That was your first question, students. Moving on to the second one. What is the meaning of this term ad valorem? Ad valorem. And in many countries, there are ad valorem taxes as well. India may be pehle ad valorem tax hota tha before GST. I am not so sure whether it is in existence now or not. So what is the meaning of the word ad valorem? According to value, according to utility, according to cost, according to demand. But I remember this term from a long time back. Do you guys know the famous F1 racer Michael Schumacher? Have you heard the name of Michael Schumacher? If you have, I'll tell you a very good example from uh, there was a very good example of Michael Schumacher and Sachin Tendulkar. So ad valorem is according to value. Ad valorem taxes भी वही होते हैं कि जितना ज़्यादा value उतना ज़्यादा tax. So Michael Schumacher was a F1 racer. He gifted Sachin Tendulkar a Mercedes. Mercedes cost was 2 crores, but the tax that was imposed on it was 4 crore, and Sachin rejected. यार नहीं चाहिए. ठीक है. So that was a long time ago. I don't know if you guys even know Michael Schumacher or not, but that is how I knew this phrase. That was ad valorem, according to value. According to value, जितना ज़्यादा value उतना ज़्यादा tax. It is that simple. So question number 2, correct answer is option A. Foreign phrases हम discuss कर रहे हैं, and I want you guys to tell me in the comment section the meaning of this foreign phrase, el fresco. What does el fresco mean? So session में बहुत सारे ऐसे questions मेरी तरफ से भी आपके लिए आते रहेंगे. That was your second question for my side. Next question is here. Modus operandi. Modus operandi. This is my modus operandi. This is how I operate. This is how I expect students to get better in vocabulary. Especially अभी जो discussion चल रहा है, that is around foreign phrases. इसके बाद idioms भी बहुत सारे हैं, one word substitution भी हैं. So what is el fresco? Yes, kurapika. I think बहुत सही आंसर है आपका. El fresco is open dining. Open dining. Very good, Ayush. Eating in fresh air. That's good. ठीक है. बहुत सारे हर क्वेश्चन के साथ एक फॉरेन फ्रेज मैं आपके से पूछूंगा जरूर. So modus operandi. What is your mode of operation? That is mode or manner to do a thing. My modus operandi is that I come up with a question and I tell you all the associated things with that question. ठीक है. So el fresco आपने बता दिया है. I want to know one more, and that is Beaumont. What is Beaumont, students? What is Beaumont? What does this foreign phrase mean? In the meantime, let's come to question number 4. Let's talk about question number 4 now. Sign die. Sign die. What does this mean? Indefinitely inadequate, signature by a person on deathbed or continuously. So ये option C तो आप कह रहे हो कि सर direct आपने बिल्कुल translation कर दिया कि sign when a person is dying. So of course C cannot be the correct answer. What should be the correct answer then? And Beaumont was also one thing that I wanted to ask. Beaumont is highly fashionable society. साथ के साथ जितनी चीजें हैं भी वो भी देखते चलते हैं. So Beaumont is highly fashionable society. Coming to this question, students, so sign die is something that is put off indefinitely. There is a difference between these two phrasal verbs. Phrasal verbs, again, you cannot undermine the importance of phrasal verbs in your JIPMAT and Rohtak exams. So there's a phrasal word known as call off, and there's another one that is put off. When you call off something, you cancel it. But when you're putting something off, you're putting it to another date. You're postponing things. So ये भी same ही context में use हुआ है. Sign die is you're putting off something for the next date, for an indefinite date. You don't know कि अब ये discussion कब होने वाला है, right? So that is why A should be your correct answer for question number 4, students. Question number 4, correct answer is option A. ठीक है. इन दोनों में difference, as I said, when you call off something, you cancel it. When you put off something, you postpone it. And these two verbs, especially these two verbs, call and put, are very important. And all the phrasal verbs that are related to this are equally important. So I believe question number 4 आया. Question number 4 से जितनी information हम ले सकते थे, I think we are done with that part. Let's proceed now to question number 5, students. Here is your question number 5. Bona fide. Bona fide and a lot of other things related to bona fide. Bon, the root word bon, the root word mal. In root words के around थोड़ा सा discussion करने वाले हैं. So just bona fide. Now when you get admissions in your dream colleges, that is IPMAT and IM Indore, IM Rohtak. When you get admission in those colleges, you go to the school and they give you a bona fide certificate. Bona fide certificate. Without bona fide certificate, you do not get admission in colleges. So bona fide certificate का मतलब है कि यार ये बच्चा genuine बच्चा है. Genuine, real, in good faith. Genuine, real. So this root word born and ban, the root words born and ban are for something that is good. And the root word mal is for something that is bad or something that is improper. Mal with root word, well, mal, I think आपने ये words सुने होंगे. Malevolent, malnutrition, malfunction, and many of these words. I don't think it's the right time to to help you guys enhance your vocabulary. Vocabulary enhance नहीं हो सकता at this moment of time. You cannot expect to do that. But what you can do is you can have a quick revision of what you have studied so far. So malnutrition, malevolent, malfunction, these are some of the words that you must have studied. So bona fide certificate is a certificate that is issued by schools when you when you leave the school and you take admission in colleges and universities. Hi Pushkar. Yes, I am also so happy to see you guys after some time now. So that was your question number 5, students. Important क्या है? Question answer किया of course. बट उसके पेरिफेरल जितनी इंफॉर्मेशन है वो हमारे पास होनी चाहिए. एग्जाम में यही अप्रोच है जो आपको काम आएगी. आपने क्या पढ़ा है दैट इज आई वुड से दैट इज सेकेंडरी, बट उसका आप सही टाइम पे यूज कर पाते हुए नहीं, दैट इज व्हाट द बिगर चैलेंजेस. सो दैट वाज क्वेश्चन नंबर 5. यस कृष्णा, द एंटायर सेशन इज फॉर वर्बल एबिलिटी. वर्बल एबिलिटी का मैराथन चल रहा है. Let's move to question number 6, students. Question number 6, and along with this question, I'll ask you one more question. That is, what is the meaning of this foreign phrase, sobrique? Sobrique. ये भी answer करना है. And the foreign phrase that we have, that is subjudice. Subjudice and sobrique as well. So here again you have two foreign phrases. Foreign phrases के मेरे सेशन में there are 10 questions, but इतना ही नहीं होगा. 10 questions के अलावा भी बहुत सारा building होगा. I'm sure you guys are studying foreign phrases. So under judgment, if we say something is subjudice, that means it is banned for people to do because it is still under judgment, it is still under consideration of the government. So that is what this foreign phrase means, under judgment. और एक मैंने आपसे सोब्रीक पूछा है जिसका आंसर सिर्फ फरहान ने मुझे आंसर दिया है. व्हाट अबाउट अदर स्टूडेंट्स? आई वंडर व्हाट अदर स्टूडेंट्स आर डूइंग. सोब्रीक is a person's nickname. If I put it in Gen Z terms, जैसे आप बोलते हो ना, AKA, also known as. AKA isn't such a Gen Z term, or is it? If it is, just tell me in the chat section. So that was Sobrik, student. Sobrik is a nickname for a person, AKA, also known as something else, like we say para-jumbles and sentence rearrangement, is तरीके से. Right, guys? So that was your question number 6. Question number 6 से जितना सीख सकते थे, we are done with that. Next है habeas corpus. Habeas corpus and all the peripheral details, all the paraphernalia that is associated with this word, इसके around सारा discussion करते हैं. Habeas corpus. So corpus basically is for body. ठीक है, आप body से याद रख सकते हो. Now body से there are again two words that you can relate. Dead body. Dead body of human is a corpse. And dead body of animal. Dead body of an animal is carcass. Coming back to this question, this was all about the peripheral information. Coming back to this question, students. So habeas corpus refer to a court order to produce a detained person. A court order to detain, to produce a detained person. Anyone, any doubts till question number 7? Question number 7 tak. Anything that is bothering you, anything that you believe can be a problem when it comes to the JIPMAT exam after, I think, 3 days, if I'm not wrong. JIPMAT exam is on the 26th, and then you have Rohtak exam on the 5th. So JIPMAT आपका आगे का एग्जाम्स कैसा होगा, इट entirely depends on your JIPMAT exam. आप JIPMAT exam अच्छा करोगे, that confidence will help you in other exams like the Rohtak and Indore exam. If you fail, if you fail to put your best foot forward, if you fail to deliver in JIPMAT, then there will be that added pressure on you कि यार रोहतक में अच्छा करना है, इंदौर में अच्छा करना है. ठीक है, corpus is for body. Corpus is for body. So that was question number 7 for you. Here is question number 8, students. X part, X part, X part. So it is from one party, from one side, from one party, from one side. That is what this means. So X part is from one party or one side. One party or one side. There is not a lot to discuss in this question. So बस इतना ही याद रखते हैं. For 8 question, for question number 8, the correct answer should be option B. I don't think there's a lot peripheral information associated with this question. ठीक है. Next question देखते हैं. Let's see what we can learn from question number 9. De facto. De facto. That means by fact. De facto is by fact, not by law. Not by law. It is in fact. Huh? What is the meaning of hitherto? What is the meaning of sans? ये randomly ये words मेरे दिमाग में क्यों आ जाते हैं? I'll tell you the reason. Now the moment you see the word PDF, of course, will be provided in the Telegram groups. If you guys are added to the Telegram group, PDF आपको वहां मिल जाएगा. Now, the moment you see the word sans in the examination and you are left wondering, you're scratching your head कि इसमें क्या कर सकते हैं? कोई root word नहीं है, कोई prefix नहीं है, suffix नहीं है. What can be done? So questions like these, छोटे packet, बड़ा धमाका. So that is what sans is. Sans means without something. And hitherto means until now. So I hope ये words अब आपको trouble नहीं करेंगे. Sans is without something. Sans is without something. चलते फिरते जितनी vocab related information मैं आपको दे सकता हूँ. I'm trying my best to do that. That was question number 9 from foreign phrases. And that brings us to the last question on foreign phrases. As I said, I have 10 good questions on foreign phrases, as well as उसके साथ साथ जितनी information है, जितनी additional details हैं, वो सारी भी हम discuss करेंगे. So here is your question, students. Yes, Kurapika, it can mean that. It can mean that. Not exactly what you're saying, but उसके आसपास है. Now, inter alia. So यार मुझे ये फॉरेन फ्रेज बड़े अच्छे से एक मैंने निमोनिक इसके लिए डेवलप किया है that among all the actresses if I say Alia Bhatt is my favorite. So inter alia is among other things. Among other actresses, if I say Alia Bhatt is my favorite. So that can be one of the ways of learning this. You can develop all kinds of absurd mnemonics as well. It doesn't matter. As long as एग्जाम में आप क्वेश्चन सही करके आ रहे हो, निमोनिक्स मैटर नहीं करते. Among other things, yes, among other things. So A is the correct answer for question number 10, students. Last time revision हो रहा है, इसलिए एक बार बता देता हूँ. 10 foreign phrases हमने पढ़े हैं, but foreign phrases के लिए I expect you guys to do at least around 100 foreign phrases. Then only you can feel safe going into the examination. That is JIPMAT, especially JIPMAT में foreign phrases आते हैं. So that was question number 10. आई एम प्रिटी श्योर कि अब फॉरेन फ्रेजेस में बच्चों को कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं आने वाली है. सो दैट वाज फर्स्ट पार्ट ऑफ माय सेशन. मूविंग ऑन टू द नेक्स्ट पार्ट, that is related to idioms and phrases. Idioms and phrases, those who have been my students throughout the year, they know कि idioms and phrases पढ़ाने का एक अलग ही तरीका होता है. Idioms and phrases doesn't work like that कि you go into the market, you buy a book and you start reading. अच्छा, A से idioms and phrases, B, C, D. No students, it doesn't work like that. आपको idioms and phrases के लिए भी एक strategy चाहिए. It cannot work like that कि आपने book ले लिया और आपने A, B, C, D या एक डिसाइड कर लिया कि आई विल स्टडी 1000 idioms and phrases. नहीं, ऐसा नहीं चलता है. सो कैसा चलता है इस पर डिस्कशन करते हैं. सो द idiom that we have is cap in hand. You have cap in hand for someone when you are doing something in a respectful manner. So as I can see, a lot of you a lot of you have come up with the correct answer, of course. Cap in hand, matlab you're showing your respect to someone. You're showing your respect to someone in a respectful manner. अब ये कैप इन हैंड जो बच्चा मुझसे idioms and phrases पढ़ रहा है वो ये बोलेगा सर इतने easily तो आप इस क्वेश्चन को नहीं जाने दे सकते. Of course. So we study clothing idioms. Clothing idioms. आप सारे आप इस पे बिल्ड कैसे कर सकते हो. दिस वाज idiom 1. अब इसके ऊपर और सारे आप क्लॉथिंग idioms जितने भी आपने पढ़े आप एक जगह पे कंपाइल कर लो. दैट विल बी हेल्पफुल. फ्रेजल वर्ब रिलेटेड टू क्लॉथिंग उनको एक जगह लिख लो. फ्रेजल वर्ब्स का अच्छा रिवीजन हो जाएगा. सो दैट इज एग्जैक्टली हाउ यू स्टडी idioms. I know it's not the right time to tell you about strategies of things, but अगर करना चाहिए था तो ये तरीका आपका होना चाहिए था. कैप इन हैंड, डीप पॉकेट्स, हैंग अप वंस बूट्स, बहुत सारे ऐसे क्लॉथिंग रिलेटेड idioms आप एक जगह पे कंपाइल कर लोगे. दैट विल वर्क वंडर्स फॉर यू. सो दैट वाज आवर second idiom, students, rather the first idiom and question number 11 for this marathon session. If you guys are new to the session like कर देना. If you guys have any problem related to JIPMAT or Rohtak preparation, आप मुझे chat section में बता सकते हो. So that was question number 11. जितना सीखना था, we are done with that. Let's talk about question number 12. If it's not one thing, it's another. What does this phrase mean, students? क्या मीनिंग है इस फ्रेज का? If it's not one thing, it's another. When one thing goes wrong, then another and another. मतलब it snowballs into something else. It snowballs into a bigger problem, right? So A should be the correct meaning of this phrase, of this idiom. If it's not one thing, it's another. मतलब एक के बाद एक, एक के बाद एक, एक के बाद एक होता जा रहा है problems. So A is the correct answer. I hope everyone agrees with it. And I hope, I can only hope rather, कि एग्जाम में ऐसे idioms आए और आप वहां पे बिल्कुल खुश हो जाओगी. हाँ सर, जो पढ़ा था वो एग्जाम में आ गया. यही तो बस एक चाहिए. यही तो एक विश है which every student has. Don't count your chickens before they hatch. And again, with chickens, I move to the theme of animal idioms, students. And I'll have a quick discussion around animal idioms. Don't count your chickens before they are hatched. Do not count on a good thing that has not happened yet. I think this should be the correct answer for this idiom. एक चिकन रिलेटेड एक फ्रेज भी होता है, चिकन आउट. Chicken out. What does this phrase mean? The moment you study something, try and gather as much peripheral information as you can. जितना उसके अराउंड, जितना उसके पेरिफेरल चीजें आप पढ़ लोगे उतना चीजें इजी हो जाती हैं. It is that simple. What is chickened out? In a highly anticipated contest between A and B, Be chickened out at the last moment. Be chickened out at the last moment. What does this mean? ठीक है. So animal idioms, students, animal idioms जब आप पढ़ने जाते हो, so there are around 70 to 80 animal idioms that are super important, especially idioms with animals like dog, cat, horse, elephant, fish. इन चार पांच एनिमल्स पे जरूर आज के सेशन के बाद एलिफेंट्स idioms अपने पास आप जरूर लिख लेना. ठीक है. So back off is to give up out of fear. You chickened out of something because you're afraid. You're afraid that something bad might happen. So that was your idiom, student. That was your answer. But as I said, scope सिर्फ याद रख, सिर्फ इस idiom तक मत रखो, और कैसे develop कर सकते हो उस पे सोचो. So back off out of fear. That is what chicken out means. Back out because of fear. आप एग्जाम डे में एग्जाम देने ही नहीं जा रहे हो बिकॉज यू फील यार मेरा एग्जाम तो नहीं निकलेगा. So don't do that. I do not expect you to chicken out. Yes, horses as well. Someone who's no spring chicken again. अगर एनिमल idioms पढ़ते रहे तो आई थिंक 26th of April तक चलता जाएगा. एनिमल्स खत्म नहीं होंगे स्टूडेंट्स, एनिमल्स खत्म नहीं होंगे. सो वी आर डन विद क्वेश्चन नंबर 13. क्वेश्चन नंबर 13 से जितना इंफॉर्मेशन हम गैदर कर सकते थे हम कर चुके हैं. लेट्स मूव नाउ टू क्वेश्चन नंबर 14. फाइंड वंस फीट. बॉडी पार्ट रिलेटेड इडियम्स. कैटेगरी क्या है यहाँ पे? बॉडी पार्ट्स. बॉडी पार्ट्स idioms. You should always try and categorize any idiom, students. Any idiom that you see, आपके दिमाग में ये बात आनी चाहिए कि यार ये idiom तो मैंने सीख लिया, ये idiom तो सर ने सेशन में बता दिया, बट इससे रिलेटेड और क्या क्या चीजें हैं जहां पे टेस्ट हो सकता है, राइट? No spring chicken means someone who is not an easy target, not an easy target. No sitting duck. Sitting duck भी एक idiom मैंने आपको दे दिया है, students. So here's your question. Find one's feet. Initially, when you join a place, you feel like a fish out of water. But as days go by, you start to find your feet. Fish out of water भी discuss कर लिया. Finding one's feet भी discuss कर लिया. That is beginning to understand the work and feeling confident in a new place. Beginning to understand the work and feeling confident in a new place. So that is what finding your feet means. ठीक है, done. Fish out of water भी बता दिया, fish to water भी बता दिया, finding your feet भी बता दिया. Feet related, finding your feet. Then you have idioms, lend someone your ear. बहुत सारे ऐसे idioms होते हैं, बहुत सारे ऐसे idioms होते हैं. Drag one's feet, vote with one's feet. चलो एक और idiom यहाँ पे मैं लिख देता हूँ. Vote with one's feet. I expect कि ये आप आंसर करेंगे, right? So that was question number 14, students. That was just the fourth idiom that we have studied. As I said, हम बहुत सारे idioms देखने वाले हैं, and उसके around जितना discussion कर सकते हैं, we'll do that. Next question, students. Get something off your chest. Have a monkey on the back. बहुत सारे Pratyusha. There can be many such body part idioms. Next up, lend someone your ears. I am all ears. I'm lending your ears to you guys. कि हाँ भाई बताओ क्या problem है? What is that thing that is still troubling you guys in your JIPMAT and Rohtak exam preparations? So lending someone ears means politely ask for hearing aid, politely ask for speaker, politely ask for someone's full attention. Politely ask for someone's full attention. To politely ask. That is what lending one's ears means. हम अपनी पूरी attention किसी की चाहते हैं. ठीक है. Done with this question then. Question number 15 for today's session, or question number 5 for idioms. First 10 questions were from foreign phrases. ये भी अगर आप categorize करोगे, so you can write it in body part idioms. तो आज आपके पास body parts idiom भी एक जगह पे सारे compile हो जाने चाहिए. That is what I expect from you guys. नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन स्टूडेंट्स, इन अ डिफरेंट फॉर्मेट। अभी तक एग्जामिनर आपसे कई तरीके से क्वेश्चन पूछ सकता है। नंबर वन, देयर कैन बी डायरेक्ट ईडियम्स कि यार ये ईडियम है, इसका मीनिंग बता दो। नंबर टू, कॉन्टेक्चुअल ईडियम्स। नंबर थ्री, मैच द कॉलम फॉर्मेट। सो द एग्जामिनर हैज मल्टीपल वेज इन विच ही कैन टेस्ट यू, बट ऑल आई एक्सपेक्ट इज कि आप प्रिपेयर होकर जाओ। आप वहां पर यू शुड नॉट बी कॉट ऑफ गार्ड कि यार पढ़ के कुछ आया था एग्जाम में कुछ आ गया। यू शुड नॉट बी कॉट ऑफ गार्ड। इन्स एंड आउट्स ऑफ समथिंग। नाउ ये वाली चीज कहाँ कैटेगराइज होती है? कैटेगराइज होती है अंडर पेयर idioms students। Pair idioms, some of the important pair idioms you can write: wheel and woe, carrot and stick approach। Wheel and woe means joy and sorrow, carrot and stick approach क्या होता है ये आप मुझे कमेंट करके बताएंगे। Let's come to this question now, context में समझते हैं। He has set up his business now, and as he knows the ins and outs, as he knows the details about something, ins and outs, ups and downs, wheel and woe, carrot and stick approach, there spick and span. There are multiple idioms, heart to heart with someone. Yes. So there are multiple such idioms जो हम pair idioms के अंदर categorize करते हैं. Play fast and loose, play ducks and drakes, there are multiple, blow hot and cold, ऐसे बहुत सारे idioms हैं। Again, as I said, idioms खत्म नहीं होंगे, idioms खत्म नहीं होते हैं। एग्जाम आ जाएगा 26 को, idioms खत्म नहीं होंगे। क्वेश्चन नंबर 16 से स्टूडेंट्स जितना हम सीख सकते थे, आई थिंक वी आर डन विद दैट। लेट्स मूव नाउ टू क्वेश्चन नंबर 17। इन हाई स्पिरिट्स, in high spirits, in high spirits, joyful or drunk, joyful। इन हाई स्पिरिट्स, अगर आप किसी मॉक में बहुत अच्छा स्कोर करते हो, यू गेट 34 आउट ऑफ 34 करेक्ट इन जिपमैट, और यू गेट अराउंड 38 करेक्ट आउट ऑफ 40 इन रोहतक एग्जाम, यू विल बी इन हाई स्पिरिट्स। एग्जाम सेंटर से निकलते से ही आप अपनी कॉलर वॉलर ऊंची करके पूरे कॉन्फिडेंस में कि हाँ सर पेपर तो निकल ही जाएगा। सो जॉयफुल, जॉयफुल, एंड दैट इज व्हाट आई एक्सपेक्ट कि जब आप एग्जाम सेंटर से बाहर निकलो, देयर आरंट दोस ग्लूमी फेसेस, देयर शुड बी दोस कॉन्फिडेंट फेसेस कि हाँ सर हो गया, कोई दिक्कत की बात नहीं है। डन विथ जिपमैट, अब रोहतक, डन विथ रोहतक, अब इंदौर एग्जाम्स। दैट इज व्हाट आई एक्सपेक्ट फ्रॉम एवरीवन। So that was question number 17, students. After getting the news of his promotion, of course the person will be joyful। अगर idiom नहीं भी पता था, these contextual idioms are, I would say, quite easy। Why do I say that? आप कुछ ना कुछ कॉन्टेक्स्ट से समझ सकते हो, कुछ ना कुछ इन्फर कर सकते हो, कुछ ना कुछ एलिमिनेट कर सकते हो इन दीज क्वेश्चंस। बट व्हेन इट कम्स टू दोस क्वेश्चंस जहां पे डायरेक्ट ईडीएम लिखा है और पूछ लिया भाई इसका मीनिंग बता दो, वहां पर तो देयर इज रिस्क एंड रिवॉर्ड, दोनों बातें हैं, दोनों बातें। ठीक है। So that was 17 students। Question number 18, a friend is no friend if he leaves you in a lurch। Leave someone in a lurch, leave someone in a lurch, what does this idiom means? Leave someone in a lurch means to leave someone in a helpless condition. So a bit of a straightforward question, and not one of those questions, one of those idioms that I don't like, because I have nothing peripheral, nothing associated to this idiom to tell you guys. कोई भी question आता है मुझे मजा नहीं आता अगर उसके around और discussion ना हो, ठीक है? So we will have that in the next question. That was 18. Objects and weapons. यहाँ पर एक नया theme आ गया students. The theme is objects and weapons. Let's hope they will bury the hatch and be friends again. That hatchet is again objects and weapons. So idioms की एक और कैटेगरी होती है ऑब्जेक्ट्स एंड वेपन्स, जिसमें आप एट डैगर्स ड्रॉन, अगर मैं अभी एक इजी idiom आपको बताऊं, एट डैगर्स ड्रॉन, bury the hatchet. So you're burying something, that means पुरानी बातों को भूल जाओ, पुरानी बातों को भूल जाओ. So forget past quarrels. Forget past quarrels. That is what bury the hatchet means. कोई डाउट, कोई दिक्कत, anything that is bothering you with regards to your JIPMAT and Rohtak exam preparation? I'm sure this marathon will definitely help you in verbal ability section. JIPMAT में जो भी अगर प्रॉब्लम आ रही थी, अगर आपने प्रिपरेशन कर रखा है, so of course the marathon will prove to be a fillip, and it will take you one step closer to your dream IIMs. That was question number 19 students. At daggers drawn का क्या मीनिंग होता है ये आप मुझे चैट में बताओगे, ठीक है? आगे बढ़ते हैं to the next question, which is question number 20. एक different way of asking a question. I don't think you guys have seen something like this in previous year questions. I'll move out of the frame, give you guys time to read the question, and then we'll discuss the question as well as उसके साथ additional क्या-क्या information है. At odds, yes, Kurupika, at odds, at conflict, at enmity between two people. After a long and hard life, struggle of poverty and health issues, the old man, what will happen after a long life struggle of poverty? Of course, you're bound to come to your end, you're bound to die. Hit the sack means to sleep. Bite the dust के दो मीनिंग हो सकते हैं, to die और to be defeated. To be defeated. Kick the bucket means to die. So 2 and 3 correct hoga, which is given in option D. Only 2 and 3. But what matters here is, what do we have other idioms or phrases for someone who dies? Uske liye. Hit the sack means to sleep. Bite the dust, to be defeated, to die. Do we have another phrase? Do you guys know another phrase or an idiom for someone who dies? And what is the euphemism for someone who dies? What is the euphemism for someone who died? ये euphemism आप मुझे बताओगे, and I'll tell you an idiom here for death. One more idiom for death, and that is on the other side of the world. So these are 2-3 idioms that we should keep in mind when discussing the idea of someone's death. Phrase यहाँ पर एक है, that is to die, and इसके लिए euphemism होता है someone has passed away. Euphemism means expressing things in a milder manner, expressing things that are not harsh, that are not quite straightforward. That is what euphemism is. ठीक है. Sleep with the fishes, daisies, pushing up daisies. Yes, there are multiple things. जैसे आप rest in peace बोलते हो, that is again one of those. So on the other side of the world, मतलब किसी दूसरी दुनिया में, समथिंग लाइक दैट. सो आई गेस डेथ के ऊपर जितना डिस्कशन कर सकते थे हम कर चुके हैं. डेथ के ऊपर आई थिंक 4 to 5 idioms एंड phrases हमने सीखे हैं. It's time that we let this old man leave the world now. वो ऑलरेडी जा चुका था बट वी डिसाइडेड कि नहीं रुकिए, कुछ idioms डिस्कस करने हैं. So it's time we leave him alone and come to question number 21. The sharp prices dash, which was completely unexpected and resulted in loss for all the shareholders. The first thing that should come to your mind is an easy word. What could be an easy word that you can place here? What could be an easy word in this context? What do you think? Prices, sorry, the share prices, not the sharp prices. Share prices क्या हुए? Share prices ऊपर गए या share prices नीचे आए? Did they rise or did they fall? Just tell me that. Resulting in loss of shareholders. Shareholders का loss हो रहा है. So what do you think? Prices went up or they came down? They came down. So took a nosedive. That means to fall, to collapse. They took a nosedive. But सिर्फ nosedive तक अपना scope limited नहीं रखेंगे. What are the other words that we can have here? So I think plunge is also one of them. Plunge basically jump करना होता है. Jump into something. कहीं नीचे आप चले गए. And plummet is also one of the words which is important. Plunge and plummet, students, ये words be similar in meaning to taking a nosedive. These words are also similar in meaning to taking a nosedive. So that was question number 21 students. Correct answer option C है. हमने question भी answer किया, हमने peripheral information भी देखी, important words भी देखे. What else is remaining, guys? What else is remaining? कोई doubt? Anyone? Any doubts till now? ठीक है. So that was question 21 students. We are done with question number 21. Question number 22. Economists fear that relaxing price control will dash to inflation. Hold your horses, lend color, pay back in their own coin, open the floodgates. Next question, students. So the moment we say hold your aces means to hold your position of advantage. Lend color means to add value to something. Open the floodgates. Open the floodgates means something. Open the floodgates का meaning आप लिख सकते हो. Something, to release something rather that was in control. To release something that was in control. So open the floodgates should be the correct answer. Pay back in their own coin is quite similar to giving the taste of one's own medicine. ठीक है. ज्योति, you can, I cannot guarantee कि PDF में जितने हैं वही idioms होते हैं, but yes, जितने मैं सेशन में करा रहा हूं, आई पर्सनली बिलीव दैट दीज ईडियम्स आर इंपॉर्टेंट. हाउ डू आई डिसाइड वेदर एन ईडियम इज इंपॉर्टेंट और नॉट? जितना ज्यादा मैं उन ईडियम्स को डिफरेंट डिफरेंट एग्जाम्स में देख रहा हूँ, दैट मेक्स मी बिलीव कि यार ये एग्जाम आपके एग्जाम पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से भी इंपॉर्टेंट है, राइट? सो वी आर डन विथ दिस क्वेश्चन हमने आंसर किया. जो रिलेटेड ईडियम्स थे वो भी हमने डिस्कस किए. व्हाट एल्स इज रिमेनिंग? I don't think anything else is remaining in question number 22. Let's move now to question number 23, students. The caravans were painted in brilliant colors and looked dash from the outside. Corn in Egypt, corridors of power, spick and span, and olive branch. Corn in Egypt. ये हम जब nationality idioms पढ़ते हैं, so we study this. Category, मैं आपको जब से idioms पढ़ा रहा हूं, there is only one thing that I have emphasized, and that is categorizing these idioms. Categorizing these idioms. ये कॉर्न इन इजिप्ट का मीनिंग है. कॉरिडोर्स ऑफ पावर मतलब अगेन पावरफुल पीपल. स्पिक एंड स्पैन इज नीट एंड क्लीन. स्पिक एंड स्पैन कहाँ पढ़ा हमने? ये पढ़ा है हमने पेयर ईडियम्स में स्टूडेंट्स, इन पेयर ईडियम्स. एंड ऑलिव ब्रांच इज अ सिंबल ऑफ पीस. Olive branch is a symbol of peace. So correct answer to this question is spick and span. Is spick and span. The caravan is painted with brilliant colors and look dash from the outside. So if something is painted with brilliant colors, it is bound to look neat and clean from the outside. Okay. So spick and span given in option C is the correct answer. हमने idioms A. अच्छा, कॉर्न इन इजिप्ट का मीनिंग क्या होता है? कॉर्न इन इजिप्ट इज समथिंग दैट इज इन अबंडेंस. Corn in Egypt is something that is in abundance. So C was the correct answer. Question भी आंसर किया, सारे ऑप्शंस को भी डिस्कस किया. We are done with question number 23, students. Let's talk about question number 24. Yes, Kurupika, we can do that. We can do that. Let's move to question number 24, students. As I said, examiner has multiple ways of testing you. He can ask you questions in match the column format. The questions can be in contextual format. The question can be direct as well. So if I look at this question, I think don't count your chicken before they are hatched. ये हम पढ़ चुके हैं. D1 यहाँ दिख रहा है, D1 यहाँ दिख रहा है. Piece of cake is something that is very easy and simple. 1A4. So I think A should be the correct answer. Pull someone's legs to trick or tease someone, and break the ice means to make a situation more relaxed. Break the ice with someone, that means to start a conversation. So A should be your correct answer, students. Category बनाने जाओगे, so a piece of cake. Food item related idioms में हम बहुत सारे ऐसे idioms पढ़ते हैं, especially for apple, apple of one's eye, apple of discord, apple pie order, all these idioms. Then pull someone's leg, body part idiom. Break the ice, again ice को आप food items में रख सकते हो. चिकन अगेन एनिमल इडियम्स. तो जब आप कैटेगरीज में चीजें पढ़ चुके हो ना, तो ये इडियम्स आपके लिए बहुत सिंपल हो जाते हैं. ठीक है. A for previous question? नहीं. For the previous question, the correct answer was spick and span. All right, students, we are done with question number 24 now. Let's move to question number 25. Call the shots, get the ball rolling. Hit the sack. अभी हमने पढ़ा, hit the sack means go to bed. So D1. Call the shots to be in charge of something. A2. A2 यहाँ दिख रहा है, D1 यहाँ दिख रहा है. A हमारा correct answer है. Get the ball rolling means to start something, and penny for thoughts, to ask someone what they are thinking or feeling. So C4. Option A is correct. ये सारी चीजें हमने properly arrange कर ली हैं. So I hope there are no doubts left. बहुत सारे idioms बहुत सारे idioms पढ़ेंगे and उन idioms के साथ साथ क्या क्या वो important चीजें वो भी हम सारे लिख रहे हैं. ठीक है. So that was question number 25, guys. Let's have some questions from grammar now. We are done with foreign phrases. We are done with idioms and phrases. Now we have some grammar questions and in a different format. Now, what is the different format? करना क्या है यहाँ पे? Below given is a sentence divided in 5 parts. One of the parts is grammatically incorrect. You have to identify the parts that are grammatically correct and choose the option accordingly. So one of the parts is grammatically incorrect. This is not a question of sentence rearrangement. Do not be fooled by these options that, sir, ये तो sentence rearrangement का question है. It is not like that. Now, the second most important thing that I need to do is that I need to move out of the frame. आप question अच्छे से देख लो and come up with your answers. What do you think should be the correct answer for this question, students? India has said India has said that negotiations on tightening fishery subsidies at the World Trade Organization pushed by the European Union, New Zealand, and Chile should take place only after there is substantial progression. Substantial progression नहीं हो सकता. Substantial progress. There is incorrect use of this word progression. That means part D of this sentence contains a grammatical error that by default means that the correct answer should be A, B, C, and E. Option B is the one that should be correct. Option B is what we should choose. So that was question number 26, guys. Let's move to question number 27. Again, you have this is not a question of sentence rearrangement. This is a question of grammar skills. What you need to do is आप पूरा sentence पढ़ो. जिस part में error है, that part should not be one of your answers. So here's your question, students. Question number 27. Abandoning nuclear test and the country's test site may just be strategic packaging, I think. Strategy nahi hoga, it should be strategic. We need an adjective here. यहाँ पे मुझे adjective चाहिए था. Use हुआ है noun. So बहुत से ऐसे क्वेश्चंस होते हैं जो आप बेसिक ग्रामर अगर पता है, बेसिक पार्ट्स ऑफ स्पीच वाली चीज भी पता है कि यार क्या वर्ड यहाँ पे यूजेज होना चाहिए था. So that also helps you in such question. So that means there is error in part B. So correct answer choice should be option A. That is parts A, C, D, and E are the ones that are grammatically correct, that are free from any error. That was question number 27, students. Let's move to question number 28. Mark Cuban, owner of the NBA's Dallas Mavericks and a Maverick itself, thinks intensified fan interest will double franchise values across baseball, football, basketball, and hockey. Mark Cuban, owner of NBA's Dallas Mavericks and a Maverick himself, itself नहीं होगा, person है, human being है, masculine है, so it should be himself. B. B में error है, तो correct answer हुआ option C, that is parts A, C, D, and E are the ones that are grammatically correct, that are free from any error. Moving on to the next question, students. Next question. Long associated, you are associated with something. We are associated. Acha, if you guys say that you have seen these questions before, we can, I think if you want, we can skip a couple of questions here, students. Chalo, yahan se start, aa jao fir. Let's have some one word substitution questions, students. Let's have some one word substitution questions. Here is your question number 31, guys. Question number 31. Question number 31. A person who cares about others and helps them despite not gaining anything by doing this. Word power made easy. Session 1, word number 9 if I'm not wrong. Word number 9 if I'm not wrong. So the correct answer here should be altruist. ठीक है. The root word alt is for other. ठीक है. So इस पर और भी words होते हैं. Words like alternate, words like alter ego, words like alternative, words like alternative. Allegory is a short story or a reference, a short story. Alluvial is a type of soil and acoustic is study of sounds. Study of sounds, that is what acoustic is. So altruist, given in option A, should be the correct answer for question number 31. Like I always say, क्वेश्चन से कितना ज्यादा सीख सकते हो उस पर आपका ध्यान होना चाहिए. So it's not just about giving the correct answer to this question, students. ठीक है. Alternate, मतलब when we say your classes are on Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, that means we are choosing one and leaving the other one. Tuesday है तो Wednesday छोड़ रहे, Wednesday छोड़ रहे तो Thursday है तो Friday छोड़ के Saturday. That is what alternate days are, right? So that was your question number 31. 31 भी सीखा, उसके साथ साथ जितनी इंफॉर्मेशन थी वो भी सीखा. Now let's talk about question number 32, guys. Able to use two languages equally well. Again, a lot depends when we talk about these questions, a lot depends on root words. Root words are something that help you a lot in these questions. Multilingual, multi is for many, bi is for two, mono is for single, boycott is completely different. But can you tell me the difference between a polyglot and a linguist? What is the difference between a polyglot and a linguist? Languages पर बात हो रही है. So let's have a discussion in this. Let's have a discussion about this one as well. Polyglot and linguist. Polyglot and linguist. What is the difference between the two? ये भी exam point of view से बड़े important हैं. Of course, if you have been studying word power made easy throughout the year, ये question तो आपके लिए bread and butter question है. Daily life words हैं ये सारे. So polyglot is someone who can speak many languages. One who can speak many languages. That is what a polyglot is. Whereas a linguist is someone who knows or who is an expert in many languages. Now, expert का मतलब यहाँ पर polyglot में जो बात हो रही है, that is only constrained to speaking. But language, knowing a language can mean writing, reading, listening, understanding, ये सारी चीजें. So knows and or who's an expert in many languages. Polyglot is only restricted to speaking. ये difference होता है. Right? So I hope you guys now understand what a polyglot is, what is linguistic, bilingual क्या होता है, multilingual क्या होता है, किसी बच्चे को कोई डाउट है यहाँ तक? Anyone, anything that you feel is still a problem or uh, uh, still becoming an obstacle as far as your JIPMAT and Rohtak exams are concerned, तो मुझे आप चैट सेक्शन में बता सकते हो. That was question number 32, students. सीख लिया जितना सीखना था. Let's move to the next question. एंड इस क्वेश्चन या इस पार्ट ऑफ स्पीच के ऊपर सेशन में ऑलरेडी डिस्कशन एक बार हो चुका है. So I expect everyone to give me the correct answers to this, correct answer to this question. A word or phrase used to avoid saying an unpleasant or offensive word. Thesis, euphemism, fertile flora. बताओ भाई. Question number 33, students. Question number 33. Euphemism, of course. Euphemism is a figure of speech where we use milder words. We do not want to be harsh when we say something. So, like, humne die, when someone dies, we say he passed away, and there were other idioms as well that we studied in that particular question. ठीक है. So that is euphemism. Euphemism के और examples में अगर बोलूं, so we never say that someone is physically disabled, we say he is differently able. Mentally challenged किसी को नहीं बोल के we say कि यार he is a special child. That is what euphemism is, and that is how you use euphemism in your day-to-day conversation. So that was question number 33. We are done with question number 33. Here we have question number 34. Something that is easily damaged, broken, or harmed. Fragile, robust, firm, durable. Fragile, robust, firm, or durable. Something that can be easily broken. So glass के जितने भी चीजें होती हैं, glass के objects जो होते हैं. So if you see their cartons, it is written कि fragile material handle with care. When you say something is fragile, handle with care, that means it can be easily broken. Robust is something that is strong. I often try to be ambidextrous, but my left hand is not as efficient as the right one. So, right? That was your answer for question number 34, students. Done. Question number 34 में कोई दिक्कत किसी को नहीं है. चलो. Melodramatic behavior done to attract attention. Melodramatic behavior done to attract attention. What should be the correct answer for question number 35, students? Melodramatic. So hieroglyphics is a style of writing in Egypt, in ancient Egypt. Style of writing. In ancient Egypt. Histrionics is the correct word for this. Melodramatic behavior done to attract attention. इससे मुझे एक और वन वर्ड सब्स्टिट्यूशन याद आता है, दैट इज a child that is difficult to please. कोई ऐसा बच्चा जिसको प्लीज करना, जिसको सेटिस्फाई करना इज वेरी डिफिकल्ट. What kind of child am I talking about, students? What kind of child am I talking about? Someone who is very difficult to please, someone who is too choosy in things. बच्चे होते हैं ना, छोटे बच्चे. So what is that one word for child that is difficult to please, and the correct word here is fastidious. Correct word here is fastidious. So again, histrionics तो पढ़ना ही था, बट इससे क्वाइट सिमिलर वर्ड फास्टिडियस भी मेरे दिमाग में आया, एंड आई थॉट कि ये मुझे डिलीवर करना चाहिए बिकॉज ऑफ कोर्स ये आपको बहुत हेल्प करेगा इन योर जिपमैट एंड रोहतक एग्जाम इफ देयर इज अ क्वेश्चन लाइक दिस. No, Kurapika, you got this one wrong. Fastidious people do not deal with details. Those are meticulous people. वो meticulous word होता है, right? Now we are done with one word substitution as well. So of the 15 questions, we had 10 questions from foreign phrases, 15 from idioms and phrases, 10 from one word substitution. And now we have error detection question. Here comes grammar. JIPMAT exams में vocabulary grammar का weightage ज़्यादा होता है. There is not a lot of reading skills based questions. So let's now talk about grammar, students. Error detection questions, and I have a cliched line for error detection. जो बच्चे मुझसे पहले से students who know me, I think they know my cliched line. Can anyone tell me that cliched line that I have for error detection questions? वो cliched line अगर आप बाद में भी देखते हो तो मुझे comment section में लिख देना. Here is your first question, students. What is that cliched line? The Planning Commission of India had set up by a resolution of the Government of India in March 1950. In error detection questions, students, you don't need to go searching for the error. आपको करेक्ट तरीका पता होना चाहिए. एरर खुद वहां से आता है और बोलता है भाई मैं एरर हूं, मुझे आइडेंटिफाई करो, अपने 4 मार्क्स सिक्योर करो और अपने ड्रीम यूनिवर्सिटीज की तरफ आगे बढ़ जाओ. The Planning Commission of India was set up. Something that has happened in the past. So यार मैं यहाँ पे simple past tense use नहीं करूंगा. What do you guys think? Will I use any other tense when for actions that have happened that have taken place in the past? Past में कोई action complete हो चुका है. So there cannot be any other tense than simple past tense. Planning Commission of India was set up. So there was error in part A of this sentence. And हमें students दोनों काम करने हैं. Error detection as well as error correction दोनों बातों पे focus करना है. We are done with question number 36 now. Past perfect been लगेगा नहीं लगेगा नहीं लगेगा. It is that simple. Passive voice की बात नहीं हो रही है. We are talking about something that happened in the past. Something that happened in the past. And when we talk about a single action of the past, we do not use past perfect. Past perfect हम use करते हैं when we talk about two actions of the past. Two actions of the past. Past में भी जो पहले complete हो गया है that is written in past perfect. Past में जो बाद में हुआ है that is written in simple past tense. That is how you decide whether to use past perfect or simple past. All right, guys. पहला ही क्वेश्चन ग्रामर का आया और अभी तक आपने जितना ग्रामर पढ़ा हुआ है, your confidence is shaking a bit. It is shaking a bit. Uh, but let's make sure कि यार जब इसके क्वेश्चंस खत्म होते हैं, ग्रामर में आपने क्या पढ़ा है उस पर आपको कॉन्फिडेंस रहे. So here's your next question, students. India supports an increased in the number of both permanent and non-permanent members in Security Council. Part of speech related error आप यहाँ पर देख सकते हो. Part of speech related error आप देख सकते हो. चले भाई देखें. India supports an increase. कहाँ दिख रहा है? I can see that in option B and बच्चा पार्टी that is my correct answer. Error detection questions, although इनका नाम error detection है, but error आपके पास चल के खुद आता है. इनको कैसे डील करना है? You should just know what the correct way of writing things is. If you know that, error खुद आता है, कहता है भाई मैं error हूं, मुझे identify करो, खत्म करो बात. So that was question number 37, students. Moving on to question number 38. Let's talk about this question now. So confidence building is a process in which countries share ideas and information with their rivals. What should be the correct answer in this question, students? Question number 38. Confidence building is process नहीं होगा. I think article missing है. It is a process. It is a process. The process भी बोल रहे थे तो I don't mind that. But what matters कि article यहाँ पर missing था. Article missing था. So there is error in option C and दोनों बातों पे ध्यान देना है. Error detection भी करना है, error correction भी करना है. This was a question where an article was missing. So as I can see, all of you have come up with the correct answer. Ishan, the definite article आप वहां use करो where you are 100% sure about it. क्योंकि process है, देखो process is common noun. With common nouns we can use definite indefinite articles both. तो common noun में आप definite article तब use करते हो when the speaker and listener both know about it, both know about that common noun. जैसे अगर मैं बोलूं once upon a time there was an old man. An old man हमें नहीं पता. देखो एक सेंटेंस लिखता हूं. Once upon a time there was dash old man. Dash old man was hungry. What articles will you place in these two fillers? What articles do you place in these two filler students? बताओ मुझे. There was an old man because we don't know कि कौन सा old man है. But once the speaker and the listener know about the common noun, in that case we can use the definite article. That is how you decide कि common noun के साथ कहाँ पे indefinite article लगना है और कहाँ पर definite article लगना है. Same goes with this noun that was processed here. ठीक है? So question number 38, peripheral information, सब हो चुका है. आगे बढ़ते हैं now to question number 39, students. The moment you say all proponents, that is supporters, proponent supporter होते हैं. So you have a plural subject here. And the moment you see a plural subject, your eyes must lit up कि यार plural subject है मतलब plural verb होना चाहिए. Plural verb nahi hai, that means there's an error here. So part D is the one that I'm looking for, and दोनों काम हमने करने. Error detection भी करना है, error correction भी करना है. We are done with this question, students. Question number 40 now. States are generally supposed to accept refugees, but they do not have to accept migrants. Error detection, students. Can you identify the grammatical error in this question? States are generally supposed to plus V1 यहाँ पे ठीक है. States लिखा है ठीक है. They लिखा है ये भी ठीक है. Do not लिखा है ठीक है. Have लिखा है ठीक है. So if everything is right, that by default means that the sentence is free from any grammatical error. कोई error नहीं है sentence में. No error. How do you decide that? Again, as I said, error ढूंढने कभी नहीं जाना है. Error खुद चल के हमारे पास आ रहा है और बता रहे कि यार मैं एरर हूं. इस सेंटेंस में कोई एरर नहीं था, सिर्फ ये चेक करना था 2 + V1 लिखा है या नहीं. यहाँ रिफ्यूजीज है, यहाँ माइग्रेंट्स है, ये करेक्ट है. डू नॉट प्लस V1 है, दे लिखा हुआ है. सारी बातें ठीक है, सारी बातें ठीक है. सो दैट आई डोंट थिंक दैट leaves us with any choice but to say that option D should be our correct answer to this question, which was question number 40 for today's session. Moving on to the next one, students. Next question. A question from model verbs, I would say. Model verbs, one of those underrated topic, a topic that goes under the radar. आपको लगता है that flies under the radar rather. आपको लगता है आपको आता है, आपको लगता है सब सही चल रहा है, पर फिर भी आप गलतियां कर देते हो. Model verbs, yes. Next question, question number 41, students. So expansion of the concept of security does not mean that we can include. And जहां पर भी मैं ग्रामेटिकली इनकरेक्ट चीजें देखता हूं, मुझे यहाँ पे दर्द होने लगता है. मैं इंक्लूड्स पर आके रुक जाऊंगा एंड आई एक्सपेक्ट द सेम फ्रॉम माय स्टूडेंट्स. वी हैव अ मॉडल वर्ब हियर, और मॉडल वर्ब एक ऐसा फिल्टर है ना. मॉडल वर्ब irrespective of whether the subject preceding the model verb is singular or plural, the main verb that we use after the model verb is always in plural form. It is always in plural form. So it should not be includes, it should be include. Include. कहाँ दिख रहा है? I can see that in option A. And बच्चा पार्टी, that is my answer for question number 41. Error ढूंढने कभी भी नहीं जाना है. I mean, it has become a platitude remark now, but ये बताना बहुत जरूरी है. आप एरर ढूंढने जाते हो, ये सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है. एरर ढूंढने मत जाओ, आपको करेक्ट तरीका पता है, एरर आपको मिल जाएगा. So that was question 41, students. Moving on to question number 42. क्वेश्चन नंबर 42 आंसर करने के लिए आपको लगने चाहिए सिर्फ 3 सेकेंड्स. ओनली 3 सेकेंड्स, नॉट मोर देन दैट, नॉट मोर देन दैट. एंड आप विश करोगे यार ऐसे क्वेश्चंस एग्जाम में आ जाए, तो इससे अच्छी बात क्या हो सकती है. अ स्टडी मतलब सिंगुलर सब्जेक्ट, ठीक है. सॉरी, अ स्टडी, स्टडी डिक्लाइन, नॉट डिक्लाइंस. A steady decline. Singular, singular, steady decline. Part A. पार्ट ए ऑफ दिस सेंटेंस कंटेन्स अ ग्रामेटिकल एरर। सर मुझे इस क्वेश्चन को करने के लिए आई टुक ओनली 3 seconds। If you took only 3 seconds for this question, you can give yourself a pat on the back and you can feel confident going into the exam situation now. ठीक है। हाँ, ये एक प्रॉब्लम है कि सर अगर ऐसे क्वेश्चन आ गए तो क्या कट ऑफ ऊपर चला जाएगा? कट ऑफ ऊपर जाए या नहीं जाए, दैट इज समथिंग बियॉन्ड आवर कंट्रोल। हम क्या कर सकते हैं? हम प्रिपरेशन अच्छी करके जा सकते हैं, हम एग्जीक्यूट चीजों को अच्छे से कर सकते हैं, हम क्या कर सकते हैं कि वीडियो को लाइक कर सकते हैं। इफ यू गाइज आर एंजॉइंग दिस सेशन, इफ यू गाइज आर हैविंग अ वेल ऑफ अ टाइम, डू लाइक दिस सेशन। लेट्स नाउ मूव टू क्वेश्चन नंबर 43। क्वेश्चन नंबर 43, स्टूडेंट्स। The best way to reducing plastic pollution is to reduce and phase out its consumption. The best way to reduce plastic consumption. Infinitive. There is one thing in grammar known as infinitive. Infinitive का मतलब क्या होता है? Infinitive. 2 plus V1 rule. 2 plus V1 rule. To reducing is incorrect. It should be to reduce. Where can I see that? I can see that in option C. And I will choose option C. I'll gain my 4 marks and I'll leave the exam hall then. Simple as that. So that was question number 43, students. 2 plus V1 rule. आगे बढ़ते हैं. Question number 44. Charles Darwin saw that all animals have to struggle to survive. Charles Darwin did something some years ago. Of course, Agrim, the questions are specially curated for JIPMAT and Rohtak exam. What about this question, students? Charles Darwin saw something that the animals have to struggle to survive. When you have a verb of past tense, this is something that has happened, All animals had to struggle to survive, had to. Had to kahan dikh raha hai? We can see that in option C, students. And that should be our correct answer. That should be our correct answer. Anyone, any doubts till now? Anything that is still a problem for your JIPMAT, for your Rohtak exams? Had, of course, something that happened in the past. So we are done with question 44. Correct answer option C. आगे बढ़ते हैं students to the next question then. Chemical pesticides loses their role in sustainable agriculture if the pest evolve resistance. कितना टाइम लगना चाहिए? कितना टाइम लगना चाहिए इस क्वेश्चन में? 3 seconds. Chemical pesticides, the moment you see pesticides, आपके दिमाग में एक पॉपअप आएगा कि सर इट्स प्लूरल सब्जेक्ट. And if it is plural, then what the hell is this verb doing here? It should be a plural verb. Lose, पार्ट बी में एरर है. एक और तरीका एग्जाम में मेरे लिए ये कहना बहुत इजी होता है कि आपको एरर ढूंढने नहीं जाना, एरर चल के आपके पास आता है. सम ऑफ यू माइट फाइंड दिस अ बिट एक्सोटिक कि सर ये कैसे होता है, ये तो नहीं हो सकता. अगर आपको एग्जाम में एरर ढूंढने जाना भी है, जाना पड़ता है, so the first two things that you should check is number one, subject verb agreement, subject verb agreement proper है या नहीं है. Number two, tenses, कि सेंटेंस प्रॉपर टेंस में है या नहीं है. उसके बाद आप चेक करने जाओ कि नाउन, प्रोनाउन और बाकी एडजेक्टिव, आर्टिकल, कंजंक्शन, प्रीपोजिशन, वो चीजें सेकेंडरी हैं. सबसे पहला जो अगर आपको चेक भी करना है, so it should be either subject verb agreement और tenses. ये दो टॉपिक सबसे ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है. So that was question number 45, students. किसी बच्चे को कोई डाउट यहां तक? So please let me know in the chat section. If not, then let's move to 46. And if you guys are enjoying this session, ये मुझे कौन बताएगा? ये भी आप बताओगे of course chat section में. So here is question number 46, students. Question number 46, guys. कितना टाइम लेना चाहिए फॉर जिपमैट एग्जाम? आई वुड से यू हैव 120 मिनट्स, तो कोशिश आपको करनी चाहिए आई थिंक 30 मिनट्स, 25 to 30 minutes, not more than that, Ayush. 35 to 40, sorry, 25 to 30 minutes, not more than that. क्योंकि आपको क्वांट भी करना है, आपको एलआर भी करना है. Coming back to this question now, coming back to this question, students. A country under foreign domination seeks escape from present in dreams of a vanished age and find consolation in visions of past greatness. A country, singular subject. The moment I say singular subject, दूसरी बात मेरे मुंह से यही निकलने वाली है कि अगर singular subject है, so the verb has to be singular. Find क्या कर रहा है यहाँ पे? Find का error है. It should be finds, students. It should be finds. Where do I find that? I find that in option D, students, and that should be our correct answer. D is our correct answer. Sneha, you cannot count it in percentages, but आप ये मानो कि equal percentage of grammar and vocab is something that you can expect in your JIPMAT examination. So that was question number 46. D part में error था. दोनों काम हमने किए, हमने error detection भी किया, हमने error correction भी किया. That is the exact way of approaching such questions. Moving on now to question number 47. As a man grows to maturity, he is not entirely engrossed in or satisfied with the external objective world. Strategy to solve speech. राम नारायण, होल्ड योर हॉर्सेस, होल्ड योर हॉर्सेस बेटा. लास्ट के आज के सेशन के जो लास्ट 10 क्वेश्चंस हैं वो 5 स्पीच के हैं, 5 नरेशन के हैं. नरेशन स्पीच मैं आपको सिखा दूंगा कि आप 5 सेकंड्स में वो क्वेश्चन आंसर करोगे एग्जाम में. कमिंग बैक टू दिस क्वेश्चन, दिस सेंटेंस स्टूडेंट्स इज फ्री फ्रॉम एनी ग्रामेटिकल एरर. No error. As a man grows to maturity, he is not entirely engrossed in or satisfied with the external objective world. No error, zero error. The sentence is free from any grammatical error, students. So that was your question number 47. Correct answer should be option A. Or kya bolu? Question number 48 now. There is exponential increase in the numbers of invertebrates that has evolved resistance. अगर कुछ ढूंढने जाना है, अगर मार्केट में निकलने का मन हो रहा है तो निकल जाओ. सब्जेक्ट वर्ब अग्रीमेंट और टेंसेस, इन दोनों चीजों के एरर्स ढूंढने की कोशिश करनी है. सो हियर इज योर क्वेश्चन, स्टूडेंट्स. चलो, so let's discuss this question. There is exponential increase in the numbers of invertebrates that have evolved resistance. Have evolved resistance. So D is should be our correct answer for question number 48. क्वेश्चन नंबर 48 को अब बाय बाय बोलने का टाइम आ गया है. लेट्स डिस्कस क्वेश्चन नंबर 49 नाउ. Spiritual or any other greatness cannot be founded on lack of freedom and opportunity or on starvation and misery. Let's answer question number 49, students. Spiritual or any other, do you think there is an error? हाँ, cannot be founded नहीं होना चाहिए. Cannot be found. Option C. I can see that in option C, students, and that should be our correct answer for question number 49. ठीक है. Next question, question number 50. Question number 50. चलते 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 we are midway of our session. 48, अरे यार 48 ये तो बताया बेटा. Increase in the numbers of invertebrates. Numbers लिखा है, invertebrates लिखा है. ठीक है. Plural verb. ठीक है. प्लीज एक बार इसको देख लो. आगे बढ़ते हैं. Now to question number 50. We are down to the first 50 questions of today's session. Now, a species that exerts an influence out of proportion to its abundance in an ecosystem is called keystone species. देखो species ये रहा. ठीक है. एक और चीज, species का सिंगुलर प्लूरल सेम होता है. इसका सिंगुलर और प्लूरल सेम होता है. सिंगुलर और प्लूरल सेम होता है. So is called keystone species. So there was error in part C of the sentence, students. There was error in part C of the sentence. We should bear in mind the distinction among acting mechanically and acting intentionally. Question number 51. Again a question from error detection. ग्रामर का बहुत अच्छा रिविजन, बहुत अच्छी प्रैक्टिस हो रही है. ठीक है. सो अब जल्दी से आंसर कर दो भाई क्वेश्चन नंबर 51. आई नो इट माइट बी एग्जॉस्टिंग फॉर अ फ्यू स्टूडेंट्स कि आप सुबह से सेशन में बैठे हो, बट गाइस हमें एडमिशन कहाँ लेना है? वी आर एमिंग फॉर IIMs. इफ यू आर डूइंग दैट, how can you expect it to be a piece of cake? How can you expect it to be easy? I know it can be a bit exhausting, but then again, अभी मेरा सेशन है, then there's सुयुक्ति मैम्स सेशन. आज वर्बल एबिलिटी रिलेटेड सारी प्रॉब्लम्स खत्म हो जाएंगी. That is what we can guarantee. Here is your question number 51. We should bear in mind that distinction among acting mechanically and acting intentionally. Now, mechanically or intentionally, there are two subjects, students. There are two subjects. And when there are two subjects, वहां पे among का usage नहीं होता है. Among is not used. You need between. Among is used for more than two. Among is used for more than two. So correct answer, दोनों बातें, error detection as well as error correction. So A should be your correct answer for question number 51. Error detection, error correction, दोनों काम हो गए. आगे बढ़ते हैं now to question number 52, students. Sometimes a man defies convention and acting on his own with a view to absolute good. पैरेललिज्म रिलेटेड एरर है यहाँ पे. चलो टॉपिक बता दिया, एरर आप बता दो. पैरेललिज्म रिलेटेड एरर, स्टूडेंट्स. Sometimes a man defies लिखा है तो यहाँ पे it should be acts, defies and acts. So C should be our correct answer. And I'm pretty sure जो बच्चे सुबह से सेशन में बैठे हुए हैं उनको अब कॉन्फिडेंस यहाँ पे जा चुका है. कॉन्फिडेंस लेवल ऊपर जा रहा है या नहीं जा रहा है? My session started at 2 p.m. It is around a quarter to 4. I am pretty sure कि आपका कॉन्फिडेंस ऊपर गया है. मुझे चैट सेक्शन में बता दो. That was question number 52, students. Moving on now to question number 53. Error detection के इतने questions practice कर लो, इतने questions practice कर लो कि एग्जाम सिनेरियो में एरर खुद चल के 3D में आपके पास आएगा. Here is your question, students. 53. As India awaits the arrival of the annual summer monsoon, hopes are particular high for the normal rainfall that is so vital for agriculture. चलो, that is pleasing to know कि confidence ऊपर जा रहा है. Confidence ऊपर जाना चाहिए, confidence plummet नहीं करना चाहिए. Confidence should not plunge. Confidence should not take a nose dive. आज के सेशन में ये वर्ड्स पढ़े हैं और उसका यूजेज भी मैंने आपको बता दिया. Coming back to the question, students. So hopes are particularly high. We need an adverb here. यहाँ पे adjective लिखा हुआ है. That is what the error was. Hopes are particularly high. So A should be our correct answer. Yes, इस बार एरर खुद चल के आता हुआ दिख रहा है कई बच्चों को, एंड बाकी बच्चों को भी दिखना शुरू हो जाएगा, मुझे पूरी उम्मीद है. दैट वाज क्वेश्चन नंबर 53, स्टूडेंट्स. आगे बढ़ चलते हैं टू क्वेश्चन नंबर 54. Question number 54. What steps are required to be take for the stability of a monsoon in a country? To be discussed. ठीक है ना. क्लास में कोई चीज रह जाती है, सो टीचर्स यही तो बोलते हैं, टू बी डिस्कस्ड, टू बी कंटिन्यूड इन द नेक्स्ट सेशन. सिमिलरली जहां पर भी आपको टू बी दिखता है, ऑल यू नीड All you need is third form of the verb. You need a third form of the verb. I can write taken with my left hand, but that doesn't mean that I am ambidextrous. What steps are required to be taken for the stability of monsoon in our country? So A should be the correct answer for question number 54. ठीक है? Done. Not V2 form, Elisha. It should be V3 form. V2 form होता तो took होना चाहिए था. Not V3 form. Not V2. It should be V3 form. So for question number 54, correct answer is option A. Error detection भी किया, error correction भी किया, grammar का एक rule भी revise किया और अपने ड्रीम कॉलेज की तरफ एक कदम भी बढ़ाया. Next question, students. That is question number 55. Next question. Reforms in the agriculture sector may impact state autonomy but have necessary for growth and prosperity. I think are necessary. Incorrect verb usage. Incorrect verb usage. कहाँ लिखा हुआ है? Option B में students. And that should be our correct answer. That should be our correct answer. ठीक है. Next question, students. We are now done with questions of error detection. Error detection जैसे ही खत्म हुआ, you guys are breathing a sigh of relief कि सर बहुत हो गया था error detection. Now we have some fill in the blank type question, vocabulary based question, sentence completion type questions, and one more. Figures of speech भी है, narration भी है, voice भी है. So as we get to the last hour of my session, अब थोड़ा सा change होगा. So here's your question, students. There is no harm in dash for guidance and help from your loved ones and close ones. Easy question, you would say, हाँ सर ऐसे question जिपमैट में आ गए तो कट ऑफ तो बहुत हो जाएगा. There is no harm in asking for guidance and help from your loved ones and close ones. There is no harm in asking for guidance and help from your loved ones and close friends. So देखो, नो हार्म के बाद ना यहाँ पे पहली चीज एक ऐसा वर्ड चाहिए था जिसमें आईएनजी फॉर्म हो. वांटिंग नहीं हो सकता, सीकिंग हो सकता था बट सीकिंग के साथ फॉर यूज नहीं होता. So this preposition also holds the key to getting to the correct answer. बहुत सारे reasons होते हैं, not these. You might consider them as just vocabulary questions, but these are not just vocabulary questions. Grammar का usage भी बड़ा important है यहाँ पे. So that was 56 for you. Next question, students, question number 57. Question number 57. When you are dash hanging around the mall to kill the time, then you will spend mindlessly. क्यूए का वीडियो मैं बना दूं? वाओ, क्या बोल रहे हो? समझ में आ रहा है? क्या बोल रहे हो? समझ में आ रहा है? दिमाग में ऑक्सीजन जा रहा है आपके? आप कह रहे हो क्यूए का वीडियो मैं बना दूं? हाउ इज दैट पॉसिबल? क्यूए क्या कल मैराथन था? वो वीडियो आप जाके देख सकते हो. So when you're looking for an adverb here, students. पहले आपको ये आइडेंटिफाई करना जरूरी होता है कि कौन सा पार्ट ऑफ स्पीच चाहिए. You need an adverb here. Adverb मतलब यही ly words. कैसे पता? यहाँ पर adverb था. That was also one of the hints. ठीक है. So question number 57, A should be the correct answer. सिर्फ adverb, सिर्फ part of speech का अच्छा knowledge होने की वजह से I was able to answer this question. Right? So that was 57 for you. 58. Somehow we all relate weight loss with fancy dash like salads and juice. सिर्फ और सिर्फ part of speech का knowledge होना will help me answer this question. I hope it happens to you as well. I hope you can also associate the same. So looking at this question, students, somehow we all relate weight loss with fancy meals होना चाहिए because यहाँ पे salads and juices लिखा हुआ है. So जो भी word चाहिए that has to be in plural form. Plural form, students. Plural में सिर्फ meals दिख रहा है. So that should be your correct answer. Meals दिख रहा है. That should be your correct answer. C is correct here. ठीक है. Next question, students, question number 59. Many of us would like to be happier, but there's no quick what? There's no quick what? Please stop indulging in conversations. जो भी चीजें हैं, जो भी डिस्कशन है प्रिपरेशन रिलेटेड, वो मुझसे पूछ लो, वो मुझसे पूछ लो. Do not ask me things related to cut off. Cut off बात की चीज है. आपके हाथ में प्रिपरेशन है अभी. आप उस पे फोकस करो. Let's answer question number 59, students. There is a no quick fix. Quick fix का मीनिंग होता है there is no easy remedy. There is no easy remedy. Fix. Option B. ये हमारा करेक्ट आंसर होगा. ये हमारा करेक्ट आंसर होगा for question number 59. We're done with question number 59. Let's move to question number 60 now. The chronic lack of dash. We need a noun here. Can inflict huge damage on a person. The chronic lack of dash. We need a noun here. Lack of lack. किसी चीज की कमी, किसी noun की ही lack हो सकती है, किसी noun का ही abundance हो सकता है. So we need lack, chronic lack of stability. Stability. Part D में जो word लिखा हुआ है students, stability, that is the one that we should choose and that should be the correct answer for question number 60. So 5 fill in the blank type easy questions हमारे हो चुके हैं. Now we come to some vocabulary based questions. So here is your question number 61. In each of the following questions, of course from 61 to 65, there are 4 words out of which 2 can fit in the context. You have to find that pair that can fit in this context. That can fit in this context. The savers were getting a dash 0.1 interest regardless of the balance in their accounts. कितना भी बैलेंस है, you were getting 0.1 interest. बहुत कम इंटरेस्ट मिल रहा है, ऐसा नहीं लगता सर, बहुत कम इंटरेस्ट मिल रहा है. So what word do we have for something that is very scarce? Something that is very scarce. So combination of words आपको देखना है. Paltry and meager are the words that are correct. Paltry, team A, C scored 82, team B scored 81. So आप ये बोलोगे team A won by a paltry margin of 1 point. Team A won by a meager margin of 1 point. So meager and paltry ये words correct होंगे, मतलब A and D given in option B is correct. इन words का meaning होता है something that is scarce. ठीक है, किसी चीज का बहुत shortage, बहुत कम amount of something. That is what these words paltry and meager mean. That was question number 61. Question number 61 में paltry could have been one of those words जो बहुत बच्चों के लिए नया था. अगर नया था तो मुझे chat section में लिखकर बता दो. And the moment you see this word in your actual JIPMAT examination, you should feel confident कि हाँ सर आज नया था, कोई बात नहीं, चलता है. But when you see this in the actual exam, you will feel confident कि हाँ यार इतना तो अब हम कर सकते हैं. So that was question number 61, students. Question number 62, again, you need two words that can fit in this context. I'll move out of the frame. I can give you guys 30 to 40 seconds to read this. And I expect everyone to answer this question, students. One of the most widely known dash in history is the embargo of United States against Cuba. So prohibition and embargoes are the ones that should be that should be correct in the context. C should be our correct answer. Prohibitions and embargoes, treaty नहीं है. Embargo क्या होता है? What is an embargo, students? Embargo is a ban or a restriction. Embargo is ban or restriction. मतलब कोई भी चीज बाहर नहीं जा सकती. बाहर go. You can relate it like that. कोई सा भी crazy सा mnemonic आप develop कर लो, it doesn't matter. So बाहर जाने से रोकना है basically. ठीक है? So prohibitions and embargoes are the words that can be correct in the context. Moving on to question number 63 now. Question number 63. After the earthquake, the government dashed that new building must be built according to new standards. So the government ordered and decreed. Decreed means made something official कि यार ऐसा होना ही होना है. So A and B are the words that can fit in the context. And option A should be our correct answer. Option A should be our correct answer, students, for question number 63. Decree means to make something a compulsion that must be followed. Compulsion, of course, so it must be followed. So for question number 63, correct answer should be option A, students. Moving on to the next one. She was dash of all the charges against her. All the charges. She was dash. She was acquitted, absolved, neglected, punished. You have to select a pair of words or ऐसा pair जिसमें either of the words can fit in this context. Why not B for the last one? A and D. Wished कैसे हो सकता है? Outline होता तो फिर outline guidelines भी वहां पर लिखा होता. गाइडलाइंस नहीं लिखा है इसलिए आउटलाइन इज इनकरेक्ट. ठीक है. Coming to this question, so acquitted and absolved, both of these words means free from blame, free someone from blame. Free someone from blame. So A and B is the pair, A and B are the words, either of which can fit in this context. Either of which can fit in this context. So for 64, correct answer is option A. Moving on now to question number 65, students. 65. Then we have questions of sentence completion. इसके बाद हम आ जाएंगे to questions of sentence completion. His manner was perfectly dash, but I felt uncomfortable. So something that is contradictory to uncomfortable. So hostile or arrogant अगर कोई है, so you are bound to feel uncomfortable. But यहाँ पे but लिखा है, some contradiction is there. So we need words such as amicable and friendly. Amicable and friendly दोनों का meaning same होता है. So C and D are the words that should be correct given in option D. And as I can see, a lot of you have answered option D. That should be your correct answer, students. Option D. Amicable and friendly. That was question number 15, 65 students. So we are done with 5 questions of these types, जिसमें हमें double words select करने थे. Now we have questions of sentence completion. Let's see if you guys can answer those questions. Sentence completion, students, here is question number 66. Sentence completion important for IPMAT Rohtak. जिपमैट एग्जाम में भी अगर एग्जामिनर डिसाइड करता है कि लेवल को धीरे धीरे ऊपर लेके जाना है तो ऐसे क्वेश्चंस आपको जिपमैट में भी दिख सकते हैं. हियर इज योर क्वेश्चन, स्टूडेंट्स. You can expect, Khushi, you can expect 2 RCs in JIPMAT, 2 RCs followed by 3 or 4 questions, not more than that. What should be the correct answer to this question, students? So डैश. अब सिर्फ फर्स्ट लाइन रीड करके आप आंसर करने मत जाओ. आई वुड सजेस्ट कि एक बार इसको पूरा पढ़ो. While Earth might be the template for what we think to as an ideal habitable world, we can still envision a wide variety of circumstances that are very different from our own that might also support life on a long term basis. It took more than 9 billion years of cosmic evolution before Earth formed, however. Important यहाँ पर ये 2 words हैं, words like however and while. So surprisingly enough is what should be the opening part of this sentence. This is how we can complete this sentence. सरप्राइजिंगली इनफ से स्टार्ट करते हैं, क्यों? टू हैव अनएक्सपेक्टेड unexpected details, unexpected information. So it will start with surprisingly enough क्योंकि आगे चल के इसमें unexpected बातें हो रही हैं. So C should be the correct answer, students. ठीक है. That was question 66. A bit of a hard pill for a lot of students, but ऐसे questions में भी आपको और मजा आएगा. Question number 67, students. 67 is one of those questions, one of the easier questions in sentence completion that we have today. So let's see how many of you can answer question number 67, students. Let's see how many of you can answer question number 67. And if you guys are new to this session, I wonder what you guys are waiting for. Do like the session. It's a strange phenomenon of human psychology that we shrink inward when the outward world becomes unbearable. We bunker down, batten the hatches, and cocoon ourselves in a torpor. We go into a shell. We go into a shell. That means हम अपने थॉट्स पे ही डिस्कशन कर रहे हैं, बाहर की दुनिया से, बाहर की वर्ल्डली प्लेजर से हम अपने आप को दूर लेके जा रहे हैं. सो एम्ब्रेसिंग द चैलेंजेस ऑफ एक्सटर्नल एनवायरनमेंट, नो, यू आर नॉट डूइंग दैट. आप अपने थॉट्स में ही इनगल्फ्ड हो. एक्सपैंडिंग सोशल कनेक्शन नहीं. सीकिंग सॉलेस in the confines of our inner thoughts and emotions. Pursuing external stimuli, that is also incorrect. So C should be correct for question number 67. Question number 67 में part C में जो बात लिखी हुई है, seeking solace in the confines of our inner thoughts and emotions. This is the correct part that will complete the sentence. And first question में collapse करने के बाद, first question में plummet करने के बाद, now you guys are gaining that confidence. Now you guys are gaining that confidence and you have answered it correctly. Moving on to question number 68, students. So ये question मैं चाहूंगा आप खुद try करना. There can be a few questions that I wish to skip in today's session. Next question, students. 69. Question number 69, guys. Question number 69. इन क्वेश्चंस का आंसर करने का सबसे बढ़िया तरीका है, ऑलवेज लुक फॉर हिंट्स, ऑलवेज लुक फॉर दोस कीवर्ड्स, ऑलवेज लुक फॉर दोस कंजंक्शंस लाइक व्हाइल, हाउएवर, बट. ये चीजें बहुत हेल्प करती हैं. सो इफ रीडर्स फाइंड प्लेजर इन रीडिंग मीडियम, it wouldn't surprise me that such pleasure would lead to greater comprehension. For sure, as many study participants informed us, print led to becoming more absorbed in stories. So it wouldn't surprise, I think. एक ही डायरेक्शन में ये सेंटेंस जा रहा है. There is no contradiction. There are no conjunctions such as while, however, but, nonetheless, still. So एक ही डायरेक्शन में मूव कर रहा है. So it won't be surprising if the consequent things happen. So D should be the correct answer for question number 69, students. We have one more question from sentence completion. उसके बाद preposition based fillers हम देखेंगे, उसके बाद हम figures of speech देखेंगे, उसके बाद we will come to questions of voice and narration. Here is question number 70, students. What do you think? These type of questions are known as questions of sentence completion, students. So इंदौर और जिपमैट एग्जाम में पैरा कंप्लीशन उतना नहीं आता है, बट सेंटेंस कंप्लीशन ऐसे छोटे सेंटेंसेस दिख सकते हैं एग्जाम में. सेंटेंस कंप्लीशन. There are two ways of to view the media effect. The first is dash of a mother killing her children because they got in the way of other life plans. So when we encounter those devastating stories, this is a devastating story of a mother killing her children. So A should be the correct answer here. A should be the correct answer here for question number 70, students. We are now done with questions of sentence completion. Iske baad, we have questions of preposition, we have questions of figures of speech, and narration and voice. So आगे बढ़ते हैं students. Here is your question for preposition. There can be uh, the sentence has three fill in the blanks, and you have to choose the correct preposition in this. So here's question number 71, students. Question number 71. Can I have some answers for question number 71, students? 71. चलो read करते हैं. The renowned scientist known for his groundbreaking research in quantum mechanics was often lost in thought. Oblivious to the world around him, he would walk dash the corridors. Through the corridors, because corridors closed enclosures होते हैं. Closed enclosures किसी medium से आप pass होते हो, so you use through. Through the corridors of the university, his mind deeply engaged in something, in contemplating the mysteries of the universe. Only when a curious student approached him with a question, about his latest paper, would he snap back to reality. So through, in, and with. This is the correct. This is the correct answer, and this is the correct pair you should use in this question. So ऐसे preposition based questions भी exam में होते हैं students. Question number 71 था ये. Let's talk about question number 72 now. Question number 72. In the heart of ancient forest, a rare species of birds thrived, its existence known only to a handful of researchers. These birds nestled dash the highest branches. What? Nestled among, nestled on, nestled within, nestled under. I think nestled among the highest branches, because कितने branches हैं हमें नहीं पता. With their vibrant plumage blending seamlessly into the dense foliage, it was believed that their survival depended not only on their elusive nature but also in the unique ecosystem of the forest. A should be correct. इस question में you had 5 fillers, students. 5 fillers थे. So how is the energy level, students? आप इतनी देर से, of course, Sana Mam का session आपने attend किया. You have been attending my session with full energy. I hope the energy levels are still top notch. उसमें कोई fluctuations नहीं आए हैं. So that was question number 72, students. Let's answer question number 73. As I said, I have five such questions of prepositions. Five questions. इसके बाद we have questions of figures of speech. One of those topics that is super important when it comes to your JIPMAT and Rohtak examinations. Here is your question number 73, students. The old mansion perched precariously dash a cliff held many secrets. Its walls adorned with painting. Adorn plus with use hota hai. So you might not be. When will the marathon end? It will end after Suyukti Mam's session. मेरा session अभी I think 4:45, 4:50 तक मेरे questions हो जाएंगे. Then we'll have a 10-minute break and followed by Suyukti Mam's session. So adorned with paintings and tapestries echoed with whispers of the past. Visitors often felt a sense of ease as though if the boat, as if या as though ऐसा कुछ होना चाहिए था. If the house itself was alive, watching them through its hollow eyes. Despite its eerie atmosphere, very strange atmosphere, um, the mansion, the mansion attracted many since its history was as fascinating as it was mysterious. So since use हुआ है यहाँ पे, of course, to express reason. To express reason. So that was question number 73 from prepositions. You had to select five different prepositions. You can expect such questions in the exam as well. Difficulty level नहीं है. In questions का कुछ difficulty level नहीं है. But yes, these questions are time taking. That can be a bit of a problem. So here is your question number 74, students. The debate between two politicians was intense, each trying to outdo the other with rhetoric and wit. While one argued for and stricter regulations on environmental pollution, the other countered with arguments for economic growth and job creation. The audience listened intensely, torn between admiration for passion and skepticism of their promises. I think this should be correct. सारे ब्लैंक्स के लिए शायद हो सकता है आप बहुत ज्यादा श्योर ना हो. दैट इज परफेक्टली पॉसिबल. बट ध्यान यहाँ पर क्या रखना है, ध्यान यहाँ पर ये रखना है कि एक दो फिलर्स भी अगर आपको पता है, एक दो फिलर्स के लिए भी आप कॉन्फिडेंट हो, सो द अदर ऑप्शंस, अदर फिलर्स विल फॉल इन प्लेस. The other ones will also fall in place. So डरने की, टेंशन लेने की बिल्कुल जरूरत नहीं है. I hope nobody has developed a phobia. I hope nobody has a phobia. Question number 74 khatam. Last question on this preposition type of questions. Then we will come to figures of speech. Uske baad 5 questions from narration, 5 questions from voice. Question number 75, students. '75. Question number 75. And throughout history, Great explorers have set out to discover new islands and cultures, driven by curiosity and the desire for knowledge as well. They traveled across seas, that means from one point of the sea to the other. One point of the sea to the other. That is what across means. Across deserts, enduring hardships as they sought the unknown. Their journeys marked के साथ by आता है हमेशा, by triumph and tragedy, changed the world forever because they brought back not just maps and treasures but also, ठीक है, so not only but also, ये भी एक combination, basic combination of conjunctions. So there are multiple ways in which you could have answered this question. We are done with question number 75. We are done with this preposition type questions. Let's now talk about questions from figures of speech. Figures of speech, इसके importance को भी आप undermine नहीं कर सकते. So we have 25 questions more remaining. Figures of speech, students. Which of the following figure of speech is talked about in the lines? It is a figure of speech in which an object or circumstance from an unrelated context is referred to covertly or indirectly. It is left to the audience to make a direct connection. Alluding to something, you're alluding to something, you're giving reference to something. The reference can be direct, it can be indirect. Generally, it is indirect. So what figure of speech am I talking about? Am I talking about euphemism? I think euphemism क्या होता है ये आप समझ चुके हो. Assonance में क्या होता है? Assonance में there is repetition of vowel sound. Metonymy and synecdoche are figures of speech that are used for representations. So what are we left with? We are only left with allusion. Allude to something matlab giving indirect reference to something. When you allude to something, you're giving indirect reference to something. So B should be the correct answer here for question number 76. That was our first question on figures of speech. कोई दिक्कत? I think सारे बच्चों ने B आंसर किया है. So that by default means कि सर इस question पे ज़्यादा टाइम मत दो, आगे बढ़ जाते हैं. So बच्चा पार्टी आगे बढ़ जाते हैं to question number 77. Milton, I think thy spirit had passed away. From, of course, William Wordsworth poem. Which figure of speech is used in question number 77? So apostrophe is used. Basically, poem क्या है? Poem has turned into a direct reference. अब ये poem नहीं बची. It has turned into a direct reference. So that is what apostrophe is. Euphemism हम पढ़ चुके हैं. Assonance पे discussion हम कर चुके हैं. Third is antithesis. You want to know and you want an example for antithesis. So antithesis का एक बढ़िया example आपको बताता हूँ. Speech is silver. Speech is silver. Silence is golden. Speech is silver, silence is golden. अब एंटीथीसिस बाकी सारे कॉन्ट्राडिक्टरी फिगर्स ऑफ स्पीच से कैसे डिफरेंट है, ये भी एक बड़ी इंपॉर्टेंट बात है. सो इन एंटीथीसिस व्हाट यू नीड टू कीप इन माइंड कि भाई कॉन्ट्राडिक्टरी बात तो चल रही है, बट द नंबर ऑफ वर्ड्स शुड रिमेन द सेम. जैसे लिखा स्पीच इज सिल्वर, सो 3 वर्ड्स हियर एंड 3 ऑन दिस साइड. कभी कभी एक ऊपर नीचे हो सकता है, बट दैट वर्ड, द एक्स्ट्रा वर्ड इज मेनली अ कंजंक्शन. यहाँ पे कंजंक्शन नहीं लिखा, सिर्फ कॉमा लगाया था, ठीक है. सो स्पीच or silence, contradictory words. So this is an example of antithesis. This is an example of antithesis as marked. So that was 77 students. Let's talk about question number 78 now. Thou art more lovely than more temperate. So this is again apostrophe. ठीक है. ऑक्सीमोरॉन में ऑपोजिट वर्ड्स के मीनिंग्स को साइड बाय साइड प्लेस किया जाता है, लाइक दिस इज नाउ a confirmed rumor. The movie was pretty bad. So in oxymoron, words of opposite meanings are placed side by side. Words such as confirmed and rumor, words such as pretty and bad. Contradiction के लिए ही होता है oxymoron, but structure इसका अलग होता है. Antithesis में number of words same होने चाहिए. Oxymoron में words should be placed side by side. They are juxtaposed together. The moment I say that something is juxtaposed, that means they are placed side by side, right? So that was 78 students. To watch his woods fill up with snow. Which figure of speech is used here? Question number 79, students. To watch his woods fill up with snow. So repetition of vowel sound. The moment there is repetition of vowel sound, there is use of assonance. जहां पे consonant sound repeat होता है, there is alliteration, repetition of consonant sounds. वहां पे it is alliteration. So that was 79 for you. Question number 80 now. Fluttering and dancing in the breeze. Fluttering and dancing in the breeze. Oxymoron, metaphor, euphemism, assonance. What do you think should be correct? Eliminate करने जाओ अगर figures of speech में कोई भी sentence read करके आप directly identify नहीं कर पाते हो कि क्या figure of speech है. Then try and eliminate the options. So can you do that for this question, students? So again, यहाँ पर भी assonance हो रहा है, ठीक है. Fluttering, dancing in, so repetition of this sound. Vowel sound का repetition हो रहा है. अगर आपको ये नहीं दिखता, अगर आप ये नहीं identify कर पा रहे हो, so try and identify one thing that oxymoron नहीं है, opposite meanings नहीं है, metaphor नहीं है, indirect comparison नहीं है, euphemism नहीं है because we are not trying to make something milder. So D should be the correct answer. Exam में correct answer करने के there are always two ways of getting to the correct answer. Either you should know what the correct answer is or you should know the three options that are incorrect. बहुत simple बात, बड़ी basic बात, but बहुत effective बात है, ठीक है. आगे बढ़ते हैं now to question number 81. 10,000 saw I at a glance. I saw 10,000 people. 10,000, ये थोड़ा बढ़ा चढ़ा के बात हो गई. So hyperbole is the correct figure of speech. Hyperbole वहां पे use करते हैं where we talk about exaggeration. 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 ठीक है. Let's proceed now to the next one. Water, water everywhere, nor any drop to drink. क्या बात है. हर जगह वाटर है, हर जगह वाटर है, पर पीने के लिए पानी नहीं है. सिंपल शब्दों में मैंने आपको ये एक्सप्लेन कर दिया. सिर्फ बचता है अब आपका आंसर करना फॉर क्वेश्चन नंबर 82 स्टूडेंट्स. मेटाफर, टोटोलॉजी, एलिटरेशन और आयरनी. Metaphor, tautology, alliteration, or irony. What should be the correct answer for question number 82? So it should be irony, of course. Irony. D should be the correct answer for question number 82, students. Let's move now to question number 83. I can resist anything except temptation. Now, when I say I can resist anything, so anything में तो सब कुछ include हो जाना चाहिए था, सब कुछ encompass हो जाना चाहिए था. यहाँ पे नहीं हो रहा है. Temptation को मैं नहीं resist कर सकता. So the sentence has, the sentence itself is self-contradictory, and when you have sentences that are self-contradictory, we say that there is a paradox in the sentence. Paradox, like middle class hates corruption and middle class is the class that is involved in corruption. So that is paradox. Okay. That was 83 for you students. Question number 84. I would embrace any sacrifice for you and those dear to you. मैं कुछ भी कर सकता हूं, मैं अपनी जान दे सकता हूं. Any sacrifice. Any sacrifice. ये थोड़ा सा exaggeration नहीं हो गया? Don't you guys think that there is exaggeration in question number 84? So hyperbole is the correct figure of speech that is used in this sentence. I would embrace any sacrifice. Now any sacrifice में तो death भी आ जाता है. So ये थोड़ा exaggeration हो गया. So D should be the correct answer here for question number 84, students. 85. I'll move the heavens and the earth to return to my homeland. Here's your next question. Allusion. Allusion, beta, when we allude to something, indirect reference दे रहे होते हैं. अपनी स्टोरी चल रही है और अचानक से कोई दूसरी स्टोरी का रेफरेंस देने लगे. That is allusion. So in this question again, I'll move heavens and the earth to return to my homeland. There is a lot of exaggeration in this question. So B should be our correct answer, students, for question number 85. Question number 85. ठीक है. We are done with questions of figures of speech. सेशन के स्टार्टिंग में किसी बच्चे ने मुझसे पूछा था कि सर वॉइस और नरेशन का क्या कर सकते हैं. सो हियर आई एम नाउ to help you guys with voice and narration. Let's have questions of voice, and I'll try and I'll tell you some tricks with which you can answer these questions in 3, probably 5, probably 10, but not more than 10 seconds. But not more than 10 seconds. Questions of voice and narration should not take more than 10 seconds, students. Here is your question number 86. A very difficult question paper had been set by the teacher. The sentence is in passive voice. ठीक है, so the teacher उठ के पहले आ जाएगा. Had लिखा हुआ है, past perfect की बात हो रही है. तो एक्टिव वॉइस में भी सेंटेंस पास्ट परफेक्ट में था. When you change a sentence from active voice to passive voice, there are two things that you need to keep in mind. Number one, the tense never changes. And number two, passive voice है तो V3 होगा ही होगा. ठीक है. Had ढूंढने जाऊंगा मैं, सिंपल बात है. Had मुझे यहां दिख रहा है, had मुझे यहां दिख रहा है, बट यहां been setting लिखा हुआ है. There is no such active passive voice for something that is in present perfect continuous tense or past perfect continuous tense. So that makes me eliminate option D. That makes me eliminate, of course, B और C तो खुद को ही गोली मार चुके थे, खुद को ही शूट कर चुके थे कि यार हम तो कंपटीशन में है ही नहीं, हम तो कंटेंशन में थे ही नहीं. कंटेंशन में सिर्फ था ऑप्शन ए, एंड दैट इज आवर करेक्ट एक्टिव वॉइस फॉर द गिवन सेंटेंस. Sentence passive voice में था, we changed it to active voice. So that was question number 86, students. Next up we have, he heard the hoot of an owl. आप ये क्वेश्चन करो, मैं एग्जाम सिचुएशन में होता, मेरा क्या अप्रोच होता, वो भी मैं आपको बताऊंगा. ट्राई दिस क्वेश्चन गाइस. He heard the hoot of an owl. Now the moment you see heard, ठीक है, heard को देखा V2 है. V2 है तो पैसिव वॉइस में आपको ये देखना है कि हेल्पिंग वर्ब्स शुड बी, इट कुड बी आइदर वाज और वर. नाउ द मोमेंट यू सी हैड यू कैन एलिमिनेट. यहाँ पे बीइंग लिखा हुआ है, यू कैन एलिमिनेट. यहाँ पे हियरिंग लिखा हुआ है, यू कैन एलिमिनेट दिस. द hoot of an owl was heard by him. Option A. Option A should be the correct passive voice. आई नो सारे बच्चों ने आंसर कर दिया, सारे बच्चों ने बोला कि सर ये इतनी बड़ी प्रॉब्लम नहीं थी. आई ट्रूली अंडरस्टैंड दैट, बट इंपॉर्टेंट क्या है स्टूडेंट्स कि आप कितने क्विकली, कितने जल्दी टाइम बचा सकते हो, और वो टाइम यूज करो अपने पैसेजेस में, वो टाइम यूज करो अपने दूसरे क्वेश्चंस में. नेक्स्ट, रमेश हैज ओपनड अ कन्फेक्शनरी स्टोर नियर बाय. अ कन्फेक्शनरी स्टोर has been opened. ऑप्शन में मैं has been opened देखने जाऊंगा, सिंपल बात है. यहाँ had been लिखा है इनकरेक्ट, यहाँ was लिखा है इनकरेक्ट, यहाँ is लिखा है इनकरेक्ट. क्या करूं? दोनों आंखें बंद करूं और बोल दूं कि हाँ भाई ए में जो बात लिखी है दैट इज द करेक्ट पैसिव वॉइस फॉर द गिवन सेंटेंस. ठीक है. मूविंग ऑन टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन. आपको टाइम देता हूं, आप ये क्वेश्चन ट्राई करिए. So coming to this question, she threw the ring at him angrily. V2. The ring was thrown. The ring was thrown. कहाँ दिख रहा है? ऑप्शन बी में. खत्म बात. Active passive narration are not. मेरी क्लास में मजा आ रहा है, थैंक यू सो मच यार. एंड आई एम प्रिटी श्योर कि मजे के साथ साथ चीजें आपने बहुत सीखी. दैट वाज माय एजेंडा. कमिंग टू क्वेश्चन नंबर 90. द telephone receiver was passed to Allison by Ben. So this sentence is in passive voice. Was passed लिखा हुआ है, मतलब active voice में V2 होना चाहिए क्योंकि was और were लिखा हुआ. यहाँ पे had है, incorrect हो गया. Was है, incorrect हो गया. यहाँ पे V1 है, ये incorrect हो गया. Leaving us with no choice but option C as our correct active voice. Ben passed the telephone receiver to Allison. ठीक है. So C should be the correct active voice for question number 90. We are done with questions of active voice, students. Now we have 5 more questions for narration and we'll wind up this session. The receptionist said, "May I help you?" एक बहुत कॉमन मिस्टेक जो सारे बच्चे करते हैं, नरेशन के रूल्स आप वॉइस में लगा देते हो, वॉइस के रूल आप नरेशन में मिक्स कर देते हो। प्लीज इस चीज का ध्यान रखो, आप बनते हुए क्वेश्चंस एग्जाम में गलत करके आ रहे हो, बनते हुए क्वेश्चंस एग्जाम में गलत करके आते हो। The receptionist said, "May I help you?" The receptionist wanted to know whether she could help me. देखो, एक चीज पक्की है, when you're changing a sentence from direct speech to indirect speech, कंजंक्शन वहां पर होना बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। बिना कंजंक्शन के बात नहीं बनेगी, क्योंकि यहाँ पे कॉमा है, कंजंक्शन सिर्फ यहां पर है। सो दैट मेक्स मी एलिमिनेट दीज 3 ऑप्शंस। मुझे नहीं पता, शायद इसमें कुछ टेंस रिलेटेड प्रॉब्लम हो सकती है, आई कंप्लीटली गेट दैट, बट आई कैन नॉट कॉम्प्रोमाइज विद द कंजंक्शन। डायरेक्ट से इनडायरेक्ट में जा रहा हूं, कंजंक्शन नहीं हो, ऐसा नहीं हो सकता, ऐसा पॉसिबल नहीं है। सो ए शुड बी योर करेक्ट आंसर स्टूडेंट्स फॉर क्वेश्चन नंबर 91। नरेशन में बस आपको इन्हीं कुछ बातों का ध्यान रखना है। So I'll skip a few questions and now I'll come to the last question of today's session. Last question of my part of today's session. Of course, we'll have a break, and once we are done with the break, Suyukti Mam will be here with rapid revision, with marathon for you guys. So she'll also be coming up with a lot of questions. आपकी preparation अगर अभी तक यहाँ नहीं पहुंची थी, so I can guarantee कि अब by the end of her session सारी चीजें क्लियर हो जाएंगी। वर्बल एबिलिटी अब मत पढ़ना, अब सीधे 26 को एग्जाम देने जाना है। लेट्स आंसर दिस क्वेश्चन। इट्स नाइस टू सी यू, सेड माय आंट। माय आंट सेड दैट होना चाहिए, दैट है, ठीक है। इट इज सिंपल प्रेजेंट टेंस चेंजेस टू सिंपल पास्ट टेंस, सो इट वाज नाइस। अच्छा, नाइस ऑफ यू, नाइस ऑफ me to see her. I think D should be the correct indirect speech. What do you guys think? D should be the correct indirect speech. Yes, yes. That is correct, students. So on that note, students, I'll take a leave. All the best for your JIPMAT examinations as well as the Rohtak and the upcoming Indore exams. I'll see you guys in the next series. For now, thank you so much. Bye, everyone.
everybody. Good evening. I will have to get a check on the audibility. Can you all hear me? Can I have it in the chat box, please, if I'm audible? Hi, everybody. Good evening. Can I have a check on the audibility? Hello. Hi, everyone. Okay. So it's been a pretty long day from what I understand. You guys have been there for the long haul. You've been since morning until now. And I'm pretty sure you are going to stick around for another hour and a half too, till the time we don't finish the last set of 50 questions that we have. And that is where you can really have a fulfilling day. With a little bit of practice of everything, that is how a day should look like. And of course, you guys are geared up for a roaring competition. It goes to say that this is going to be, the kind of marathon chasing that you will have to do. So let's live up to the competition until now and push the gear to start again. Now, I'll just see if everybody, good afternoon, guys, good evening. Right. So I'm just going to be setting a couple of ground rules. Now, we've had a class previously, so it could be that a lot of you guys might know of it. But for all the ones who do not, please make sure that you follow the ground rules, because this is what will help us ensure a seamless transition of the couple of hours that we're going to be spending in together. Starting with the first. If in case my internet gets it anyway turbulent, or my video begins to lag, or if there's anything, there's an audio issue, please make sure you do write it in the chat box so that I am immediately informed. Second, I will be giving you a little bit of time to be able to finish the question. The moment you finish the question, you're going to start punching in the answers as to whatever you feel it is. Once I see that a lot of students have punched in, we will begin with the discussion. Please be patient till the time we don't break for discussion. I know a lot of you guys might have a lot of good speed to yourself, but we're going to be respectful to everybody's time. So make sure that you stay put till the time we don't start with the discussion. And I know it's very exciting and it's very, it's very luring to be chatting on the chat box, but I'd like to tell you to not do that. So I'll discourage you a little bit in terms of doing that. Be concentrating on the screen, on the questions. You all can, of course, chat to each other and know what's happening. But all of the chatting to me will be very well appreciated, because I'm going to get bored otherwise. So I also need some chat that my way. So please make sure that you do not indulge in any chatting to yourselves, like I said, however attractive that be. And with that, let us begin. Okay, so we will have to, guys, one last time. Is my visual and my audibility absolutely on point? Can you all hear me properly and see me as well? Okay, so there's only one person who seems to be having an audibility issue, but then I think that also seems to be an internet problem. And with that, let us start with what we have. So it's going to be a mixed bag session that we're going to be having. A mixed bag simply goes to say that there's going to be a little bit of everything. There'll be grammar, there'll be vocabulary, there'll be para-jumbles, and of course, there's going to be reading comprehension. We cannot end the session without an RC. So without any further ado, let us begin with what we have. On to the first question, everybody. In the following question, a sentence has been given in active or passive voice. Out of the four alternatives, select the one that best expresses the sentence in active or passive. All what you have to do is recognize the statement, the quality of the statement that has been given here, and change it accordingly. Let's see, what do we have in the answers. Once you read the statement, please make sure you do ping in for the answer. Okay, I'm just going to go this side because I think... Okay, all right. So the given statement that we have is in its active voice and it is in its simple past form. So the gardener did not water the plants. Now, the moment you change from an active to a passive, we know for a fact that the object goes to the first and the subject goes to the fag end of the statement. And all what we do is we take the verb to its V3 form, and that's about it. It's a negative statement, which means a negative idea is going to follow. The roaring answer that seems to be coming up is C. Let's just jump to C and see. The plants were not watered by the gardener. Absolutely correct. That is what the answer is. It is going to be C. Now, since this was undisputed, there was nobody in the chat box who did not have C as the answer. So I think we might just jump on to the next one without even discussing why the other ones do not have to be the answer. This cannot be because this is in its present. Now, the plants were not watered will also be eliminated because it uses the verb water. We don't want water. It has to be in its past tense. And had not been watered again is going to be wrong. Why? Because we don't want anything which is going to have a perfect idea over here. On to the next one. Let's see. The second one. What do we have? Please start. So the girl was attacked by a vicious dog. We know that this time the sentence that we have is in its passive voice. And of course, it is a simple past tense. So if it is a passive voice in a simple past tense, which means all what we're going to do is we're going to swap it and ensure that the object over here becomes the subject, and that's how we're going to figure it out. So vicious dog is attacking. We don't want an ing, of course, because there is no idea of it being continuous. A can't be the answer. Vicious dog had attacked. No, perfect. A vicious dog attacked the girl. Pretty much that is what is going to be the answer, because the vicious dog goes in the front and the girl comes in the latter half. Very much an answer for us. The vicious dog has attacked. Again, we know for a fact that this cannot be the answer because it does not corroborate to the right tense. This one becomes present perfect. So yes, the correct answer will be C. Not bad, guys. Let's try the next. An active passive voice again. Let's see what do we have this time. Now I'll help you with a little. The statement says the man spoke to the girl discreetly. So the statement that we have is already in its active voice. And now we also know for a fact that it is in its simple past tense, which means you're going to flip it into passive and see what the answer is going to be. So we have, okay, waiting for the answers to get punched in. Okay, so there's a choice between A and D. So let's see, what do we think we have the answer over here as. Now A, the man spoke to the girl discreetly. Now when I know for a fact that over here the answer, I mean the statement that I have will have to be in its simple past tense. Now A is of course something that can be grammatically correct since it does not alter the tense. That is one way to look at it. Let's reserve it because we also have one more answer coming in. B and C, nobody has the answer, so we can just remove that. The girl was spoken discreetly by the man. Now, between the two, the one that is going to be more grammatically correct is the girl was spoken to discreetly by the man. We will need a to over here. The difference between the two is just of the preposition, which is important because otherwise the grammatical construction of the statement is not going to be right. So while you did get the change of the voice right, but you did not get the grammatical allocation right. The correct answer over here is going to be A and not D. I hope everybody understands the game changer over here. The one that was the deal breaker was the very word to. Let's get on to the next question now. Again, an active passive. Now the sentence that we have is in its active voice and is in its simple past tense. Now let's see, what do we have? Oh, I'm so sorry, Ayush. I jumped on to the next question. We'll get back to it eventually. Let's see, what do we have for 4? Okay. So the answers have started coming in. Okay. And that's an undisputed A that seems to be coming up. Not bad, people. Okay. So the boy dropped the book on the floor. So the book was dropped on the floor by the boy. A is going to be the correct answer. Did we have anybody? We had nobody with any other answer. So which means you guys are champions at active passive already. We don't even need to bother about what the other answers are because there is zero contention. The answer is going to be A. Let's see the next question, number 5. Once again, an active passive. Now, the sentence that we have is in its present perfect tense and is in a passive voice. So, the food has been cooked by a world renowned chef. So, let's see what do we want to do. We've got to change it to active. And now that we know that the tense that we have is a present perfect tense, we have to make sure that the active of it remains the same. Okay, so once again we have, okay, no, we do have another answer that's budging in. So between B and D is where the tear is. Let's see what is going to be the answer. A world-renowned chef had cooked. Now this is not going to be the answer because we don't want perfect. A world-renowned chef has cooked the food. Yes, pretty much, because this continues, this carries it in its tense that we are looking, which is present perfect. A world-renowned chef is cooking. Now, I do not want a cooking. I do not want an ing. We know for a fact cannot be the answer. A world-renowned chef cooked the food. Now, this cannot be because this is simple past. If I know that I have a perfect auxiliary over here, which means upon conversion, it has to stay put. I cannot let go of that. So D cannot be the answer, which means the correct answer is going to be option B. I hope all of the ones who had understood as to why it is B and not D. Okay. Okay, let's go back. Let's go back to the passage. I mean, we'll eventually have the passage, but of course, let's just go back to the words. Okay, thank you for all of that. I really appreciate all the compliments coming in, but let's focus on the exam first because my cuteness will not in any way help you qualify the exam. So I think what's more important is that we focus here. Starting with the next and the following, there are 4 alternatives. We have to find the one that expresses the best meaning. Let's see, what do we really have? Tenebrous. What do you think the answer is? Now, tenebrous as of a word means anything which is very dark, very shadowy, very obscure, and something which is not very, very popularly known. So something which is very arcane is what is obscure. So what do you think the answer to this is going to be? So Ayush, please be prepared. Anywhere between 3 to 4 questions is what can be an expected, expected bunch of questions. Okay, so on to it. Now, in the 6th one, our answer is going to be A, which is indistinct. The word indistinct also means the same as something which is, so distinct means something which is very vividly visible, something which stands out, something which is very stark. Indistinct becomes the opposite. For any word wherein you have a prefix called in, you know it is the opposite. So the moment I say complete, the opposite is incomplete. Difference, indifference, like word distinct, indistinct. So yes, the correct answer over here is going to be A. Let's see what the other words mean. The word impede basically means to, in some way or the other, hinder. And so does the word stymied mean. So both of these words mean to hinder. Countenance as of a word tends to mean the kind of, countenance means to allow something. That is what, so none of these are even close to the meaning of tenebrous. Not the answer. The correct answer over here is going to be option A. Let's get to the next. I've already given the meaning of all of the other words. Countenance basically means to allow. On to the next. Let's see what do we have over here. Credence. What is going to be the answer? We are again supposed to be seeing which of the following is now going to be the opposite. Please understand, whenever you have to be touching base with an opposite word, all what you have to do is pick the word, take out the meaning and reverse it. Right? It's an antonym that we are looking for. So let's see, what do we want? Okay, so we have one answer coming in. Right then, okay. So let's see. Credence as of a word means any sort of belief or acceptance in something. It has the root word called cred. Cred means believability. Any word which has cred in it is going to surround itself with the idea of believing. So incredulous, credit, you give credit to somebody because you believe in that person. Credibility, credulous. So anything around cred will always be around believing or a belief system. So credence as of a noun simply means a belief or an acceptance in something. So of course the opposite of this is going to be incredulity, which means unbelievable. which is why when you go about by saying it's an incredible performance. Why does it become an incredible performance? Because it's unbelievable. We could not believe that, you could have done so fabulous. So hence the word incredulity. Let's see what the other words mean. Veracity as of a word means your truthfulness, right? It again over here we have a root word called ver. Ver means fact, which is why verify, veritable, veracity. So ver will always surround itself with any idea which is going to be true. So veracity means truthfulness. Rectitude as of a word means anything around which we have a morally correct behavior. So rectitude is a morally correct behavior, and subterfuge basically means trickery. It's a plan. It's a plan where you're trying to deceive somebody. So a trickery is what becomes of a subterfuge. I'm so sorry, guys. When I write on the digiboard, I don't know, my handwriting becomes worse than that of a doctor's. But I hope the audio is doing justice to what the word is, because with this handwriting, I don't really think you'd be able to go anywhere. Right? So please spare me for this. Find it in your heart to be able to forgive me. And let's get on to the next question. 8th. In the following 4 words, choose the one that best expresses the meaning. So if you're looking for a meaning, you're looking for a synonym. Let's see. Oh, it is understandable. Thank you so much. Okay, we're going to just concentrate on the answers, please. Okay, so we have D coming in as the answer. Let's begin. Now, first things first, what do you mean by the word platitude? So platitude basically is a remark that has been used too often. So it's a hackneyed dialogue, right? Hackneyed means something which is unoriginal, something which has been used for a lot of time. So that is what the word platitude tends to be. So yes, the answer for this is going to be cliche. So cliche is also something which is an extremely worn out dialogue, something that has gone on and on again, and it has nothing that is new, nothing that is fresh altogether. So yes, the correct answer is going to be D. Now let's look at the other words that we have. Apathy basically means to have no feeling, no remorse whatsoever. Tranquility basically means, it comes from the word tranquil, which means anything which is going to put you to rest, anything which is going to help calm down. Aphorism, any idea what aphorism is likely to mean, guys? Now that I'm telling all of the meanings, I'd like, yes, it is non-innovative, not aphorism, sorry. The right idea for platitude is, but let's see if anybody can tell me the word as to what aphorism means. Anybody, guys? I've given you all of the meanings. An aphorism basically means any sort of remark which contains general truth. So they're called PC comments. They are called all of those kinds of universal truths which are going to have, yes, it is a general truth. So any sort of adage, any sort of axiom, any sort of principle, anything wherein it is a dictum, you know that it's always been there, is what becomes aphorism, which is why a lot of times we say, please stop passing aphoristic remarks, right? So that is how anything which is simply a general truth. Let's get on to the next. Which of the following, choose the best word that expresses the meaning? We're again looking for a synonym here. Let's see, what do we have? For the 9th one, what do we have? Now, an iconoclast basically is known for the kind of person who is going to criticize any sort of cherished belief. So a non-conformer, a non-heretic person, somebody who is internally blasphemous, such a person is who is called an iconoclast. So what do you think the synonym for this is likely to be? Very good. It is going to be a heretical. Somebody, a heretic, would also be the kind of person who is going to have similar regard. Okay, let's see. What do you mean by the word impetus? We always say it's an impetus push. So what do you think the word impetus is likely to mean? It is impulsive, right? So it means something which just happens knee jerk. That is what an impetus is. So anything which is impulsive. Okay, let's see. What do you mean by incumbent? So a lot of times you say it's the incumbent government. So what do you mean by the word incumbent over here? Something which is on during that span. So anything that becomes obligatory, that is what becomes of the word incumbent. And the last, pellucid. Any idea what the word pellucid is going to be? So pellucid basically means anything that is translucent, anything which is present everywhere. The kind of idea which is going to be omnipresent. Omnipresent also means something which is going to be all around. It has the word omni. Omni is again a root word which means all, which is why there was always a van called Omni. Now I know the joke that must be going inside you guys. Why are all kidnappings done in Omni? So the way we, English faculties tend to use this root word is, it is a all person kidnapping van. Irrespective of the size of the person, everybody can fit in an Omni, which is why it is called an Omni. That's not the logic behind it, but it's fun to always say like that. So you can always remember, it's called Omni. Why? Because it could take everybody in the family together. Hence the car was always called Omni. You say omnivore, somebody who is both an animal eater and a plant eater, or vegetarian and non-vegetarian as well. So omnipresent means the same. Omnipotent means somebody who has a lot of potential, all powerful. Right. Okay, let's go to the next. The correct answer over here is option C. Next, which of the following, out of the following, choose the opposite of the word. Now, first things first, I will help you with what the word is. Reprobate basically means an unprincipled person, somebody who doesn't have etiquette, somebody who doesn't have manners. So what do you think the opposite of this is going to be? Somebody who's going to have a lot of manners? It is going to be Ayush. If your vocabulary is not good, I think a good idea is to concentrate here, my dear, because we are going to be touching base with a lot of vocabulary words. And yes, with words, there is no syllabus, something that I always keep saying. So we do tend to have challenges when it comes to words. So what is the best thing you can do? Just make sure that you are keeping account of all the words that you bump up to. Whatever you come across, just make sure those are the ones that you know of. Are you expected to know all the words in the thesaurus? Of course not. You're a human. Please humanize yourself. You're not a robot. You don't have an AI fit, and that's for everybody. We don't have that. But what we can do is we can at least try and know as many as we can. An effort that we are trying to put in here just to be able to attain that goal. Anyways, let's get back to track. Reprobate means somebody who doesn't have a lot of, a lot of values. So yes, the answer for this is going to be principled. Principled means somebody who has a lot of moral and ethical values intact. Unique, unpopular, degenerate, I think we know all of the degenerate, we know all of these words. Let's see next. Choose the opposite for the word again. Resilience. Now the word resilience means something which is very strong. So your resilience is going to be something that's going to be a show of your determination, something which is going to show your rigidness, your firmness to something. That is what is a resilience. So the opposite of this is going to be, yes, degenerate means to become worse. So the opposite of resilience is going to be, very well, it is going to be decrepitude. So decrepitude basically means something that is weak or infirm. So anything which is infirm. Now, if you remember, this is a word that we've come across so often. We all go to schools, and in all of our schools, we have something which is called the sick room. The sick room is also called an infirmary. Rings a bell? So it's called an infirmary. Why? Because when you feel sick, you go there. When you feel weak, you go there. This is how the word has come. So infirm, the main word over here is firm. In is a prefix. We just discussed in the previous question that the moment you have an in put to the word, it becomes the reverse. So firm's opposite becomes Infirm. So the English is just so connected. It's just that we never paid attention to why a word happened and where. So very well, yes, the word is going to be option C. Can you help me with the meaning of the other ones? How about eschew? What do you think the word eschew means? Yes, firm means strong. How about eschew? Any idea what is the meaning of the word eschew? Of course, it's a kind of word that you guys have done quite a few times. Or nobody? Eschew means basically to give up, to forgo, to let go of something, to basically shut down something, to renounce something is what is an eschew. Efficacy has the word EFF is a root word which means anything in relation to efficiency. So efficacy also means something which is going to be around productivity. Esoteric means anything which is now not very popularly known. So we just did a word a couple of questions back for the same, something that is not very distinctly known. So something which is very arcane, something which is very obtruse, something that is also esoteric. So this can be mysterious. It's the kind of thing that we don't know very often. Very few people tend to be knowing about it. Another beautiful word for this is arcane. Let's get on to the next. Now, out of the four, we have to give a substituted form. One who is not interested in the pleasures of the world. What do you think such a person is called? One who is not interested in the pleasures of the world? Our answer is very good. Our answer is ascetic. An ascetic basically is the one who's given up on all worldly pleasures. Damn good job, guys. Let's also see what the other words are. Who is an abattoir? Or what is an abattoir? It is a slaughterhouse where animals are killed. Okay, what do you mean by an apostate? One who deserts his own religion. So one who deserts his own religion is an apostate. And who is antagonist? An antagonist basically is going to be the kind of person who is going to oppose or is going to be hostile to somebody, which is why villains in the movies are called antagonist, while heroes in the movie are always called protagonist. Right? So pro is the word over here. Pro means towards the idea, and is also used as a prefix which means the opposite of something. So antagonist will always be the villain, while protagonist is always going to be the person who's going to be the main lead, the action, the hero. Okay. All right. Let's go to the next. Now again, one word substitution. We have to see which of the following is going to mean the same. Extreme patriotism, especially in the form of aggressive or warlike foreign policy. We're looking for extreme patriotism. What is the answer going to be? It's patriotism, and then there is extreme patriotism. Very good. It's called jingoism. Jingoism is an extreme form of patriotism. The extreme form of patriotism really gets me to what happened, the slaughter that happened yesterday. I'm sure everybody must be aware of the Pulwama attack. It's been very, very disturbing, and we really hope that justice is served this time. Otherwise, it's a really bad day in, it's marked, it's etched itself in history forever. And I mean, words can't even put together, how tragic that event happened to be. But then those people, that is the terrorists, they must have been brainwashed to the extent, and they must be jingoists, which is why they are doing it under the name of extreme patriotism. So that's always how you can connect the words to be able to remember. What is nationalism? Nationalism, of course, is an easy act. It is heart-wrenching, yes. Nationalism is a patriotic feeling, right? Comes from the word nation. So the kind of feeling that you have towards your nation, the patriotism, is called nationalism. But then the moment it goes to fanaticism, it becomes jingoism. Nepotism, We're all Instagram age people. We know what nepotism is. There's Bollywood, and Bollywood has taught us a couple of words, thankfully. Nepotism, of course, being one of the words that we have. So nepotism altogether becomes the practice of using power or influence in favoring someone. So when Karan Johar gets all of the actor and actresses from the B town to launch, it is clear cut nepotism. When we had Suhana Khan come in because she was Shah Rukh Khan's daughter, of course, that was nepotism. Absolutely no disregard to people who like all of these actors and actresses. I'm just trying to pitch an example here. Don't blame me or don't hold me accountable for it. Euthanasia. Euthanasia basically is a painless killing form. So it comes under the right to life, and it is one of the ways in which if a person is suffering from an incurable disease or a painful disease or something that is irreversible trauma, then the person has the right to be able to kill oneself. That is what is euthanasia. So if you have seen that Hrithik Roshan movie, wherein he keeps applying for it, he's paralyzed, and it's a musical movie that we have. I think it's also got Aishwarya Rai. I don't remember the name of it, but that movie centered around euthanasia. We have a very landmark case. I mean, you guys are, of course, not lawyers, but if ever you wish to read, euthanasia came into being with this landmark judgment from Aruna Schonbag. So please give it a read. It's a very gut-wrenching read. It's really going to move you to places wherein you'd not even thought of. But yes, it's a good read that way because it's always a good idea to be aware. So that's where this term actually came to be for the very first time. That is euthanasia. Yes, that's Guzarish. Thank you so much. Yes, the movie is Guzarish. Let's get to the next. Alternative, choose the one that can be substituted. Now, a state of being pleasantly lost in one's dream. I mean, how could you not know this word? How could you be not knowing what this word is? Oh, no. Don't get so carried away. It is not fantasy. It isn't. Ma'am, I request जो option का meaning बता रहे हो उसे write. Okay, all right, Jyoti, I'll do that. That won't be a problem. No, hallucination is also not the answer. The answer, oh God, it is not. Oh my God, no, not at all. A state of being pleasantly lost in one's dream is reverie. The answer over here is going to be A, which is reverie, which means to daydream. So our answer is going to be A. Now let's see how these words are different. Fantasy as of a word means imagination. It is imagination of impossible things. So there is imagination and fantasy, but when you fantasize, it is about impossible things. It's about things that can't happen, which is why hypothetically you think that, oh, I wish this could. That is what is fantasy. Illusion means a deceptive appearance. This is a deceptive appearance, and hallucinations, on the other hand, are something which is again a synonym for illusion. So hallucinations are also all of these recurrence of the mind wherein we have a false idea or a belief. So hallucination also means a false idea. So while both of these two words are synonyms, fantasy is different. I know in normal term we tend to be saying, fantasy. So when we're daydreaming, we're like we're in a fantasy land. But that's not what it is. Whatever happens in the fantasy, if you pay attention, are the things that you can't do in normal life. So it has to be unreasonable things. That is a very innate feature of fantasy, while the state of being pleasantly lost is a reverie. I hope everybody gets this one. Let's go to the next. A handle or wheel which controls the direction in which a ship or boat travels. I think this one's very easy. What do we have over here? No, it is not C. C is a foyer. A foyer basically is an entrance hall. So if you've seen all of those, old constructions, they have a dome-shaped entrance to themselves, which is huge. It's gigantic and it is so beautifully made. So that entrance that you have, which is going to lead you to the drawing room, is called a foyer. So that's not what the answer is. Our answer over here is going to be, okay, the answer is a helm. A helm is a handle or a wheel that controls the direction. The answer will be A for this. Foyer, like I said, is the kind of entrance hall of a building, especially in the hotel. So when you enter the reception, or when you're going to till the reception desk, the kind of area that you walk, that is what is called a foyer. Yoke, on the other hand, tends to be a wooden cross piece, which is generally used to fasten over the necks of two animals, and then it is attached to a plow or a cart. So if you've ever seen bulls, right, and if you've ever seen horses on a chariot, so they're going to be having something that is going to be tied around the neck, and then they're going to be an animal next to it juxtaposing the other horse or the bull, and then there's going to be a flat plank that's going to be put. That's called a yoke. An anchor, of course, everybody knows an anchor is a heavy metal object that's put into the seabed to be able to stop or to be able to stabilize any sort of, dropped into the water to be able to stabilize from a ship moving away or a boat moving away. So it cannot be either of it. It is going to be A, which is a helm. Okay, so I keep coming back to be reading the chats just to see if I'm missing out on anything. Next, let's see. Out of the following, there is only one that is correctly spelled. Of course, you can tell me what the correct spelling of this is going to be. Which of the following? So the correct spelling over here is, or which of the following, sorry, what are we looking? Sorry, we're looking for an incorrect spelling, which means there is going to be one for which the spelling is going to be wrong. Okay, now that you've given me the answer, which is B, incorrect, which of the following is the spelling? What is the correct spelling? Can you help me with that? We begin with A, N, O, M. Can anybody? Okay, nobody until now. Guys, why don't you help me with what the correct spelling of this is going to be? M, what should I put next to M? A-L-O-U-S. It's called anomalous. Comes from the word anomaly. That is what the correct. Annihilate, anomaly. So this could have been the hint for you to know. I mean, this is very silly to be giving the two options here, but if you were smart enough, you would know what it is going to be. Ensemble is also correct. All of these are correct. The incorrect answer over here is going to be option B. Next. In the following four words are given, out of which one word is incorrectly spelled. Again, what we are looking for is an incorrect spelling. Please also give me the correct spelling. Let's see, what do we have over here? Yes, anomalous means anything which is strange, which is a deviation from the original. That is what an anomaly is. Very well, the answer is going to be A. Can anybody help me with what the correct spelling of etiquettes is likely to be? Beginning with E, T, I, Q, U. What do we have next? Q, U. Very good. E, T, T, E. That is what the spelling of etiquette. Etiquette means manners. Ages, impasse, enormous, all of the words are absolutely correct. Let's go next. Out of the following, find the one which is incorrectly spelled. Find the correct incorrectly spelled option. Once again, which one do you think is going to be our answer? And also, please ensure you give me the correct spelling for it. What do we have as the answer over here? Incorrect, guys. You have to give me the one that is incorrect. Now let's see. Grandiose is correct. There is nothing wrong with grandiose. Geyser is also right. That's just what the spelling of geyser is likely to be. So what is the spelling? I mean, what are we looking for over here? It is going to be ghastly. Ghastly is always written with a G-H-A-S. It's ghastly. So something which is ew, which is disgusting. Something which is deplorable in nature is called ghastly. Yes, ghastly is the incorrect option here. Let's try the next. In each of the following questions below, a phrase is given from the option. Choose the one that sums up the meaning of the given phrase. So we have to see which of the following is going to sum up the meaning. Let's see. Let's go to the answers. The correct answer is very well. So to make something impure by mixing inferior. Inferior means substandard. So substandard ingredients is adulteration. Adulteration means मिलावट जो बोलते हैं हम लोग हिंदी में, right? What is authentication? So authentication means the power or the action of showing something to be very genuine, very true. Authentic is where this word comes from. Adumberation means to give an outline to something. So whenever you skirt around the area and you give a gist of something, that is what becomes adumberation. Adulation means excessive praise. Adulation means excessive praise. So yes, the correct answer will be option D. Very well, guys. Excellent job there. Let's see the one next. One who is capable of making a fluent and persuasive speech. What do we have next? Okay, so we have C coming in. How about the other ones? Okay. So let's see what do we have over here. Now on to the 20th one. One who is capable of making a fluent and persuasive speech is called an orator. The idea orator in itself means somebody who can give out a good speech, which is why the idea is called oration. Omnipotent, we just did this word a while back and I told you what the root word means. So omni means all, potent comes from the word potency. So somebody who has unlimited power, somebody who has the potential to do everything, which is why God is said to be omniscient, omnipresent and omnipotent, because he's everywhere, he's all seeing and he's all powerful. Optics. So optic basically means the vision, which is why a lot of times, we tend to be saying that your act is good, but on the optics of it, that is what other people are going to purview might not look good. So that's also one way in which optics has been recently gotten to use. Obituary, everybody reads the newspaper and of course everybody knows it's that little account wherein the funeral message has been given out. So that is what is obituary. The word, that which is fit to be eaten. So the one thing that is fit to be eaten becomes what is the one thing that is fit to be eaten? Very well, it is edible, right? So edible becomes anything which you can eat. जो आप खा सकते हो. That is what it is. Let's see what the other words are. Indelible. Indelible means something which has made a very heavy impact. So something that can't be erased is called indelible. Portable. Portable means something that can be picked and taken from one place to the other, or anything which is very safe to drink. So let's see, anything which is drinkable. And convalescence. So convalescence basically means recovering from an illness or any medical treatment. So when you are just on your way, you're out of the woods and now you're on your road to recovery, you use convalescence. So if you'd been following up the newspaper and when Saif Ali Khan was stabbed, so a lot of newspapers, while giving out their article, were using this word very, 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 very commonly. So had you given even, if I had you read maybe an idea or two, and in shorts also had this word. So you would know it's your way towards recovery. Next, a person who is sent to propagate religion. A person who is sent to propagate religion is called? Yes, that's portable. For an instance, I thought the R is there, which is why portable means drinking. Portable, P-O-R-T, means anything that can be changed. From the side, I thought the R is there, which is why I changed my meaning immediately. So now, very well, yes, for the 22nd, anything, a person who is sent to propagate, that is to be able to, sustain and to be able to spread a religion, is called a missionary. Now, other words very quickly. Now, who is a misogynist? Now, a misogynist is one who hates woman. Hates woman. Who is a monogamist? A monogamist tends to become a person who believes in marrying only one person. The root word over here is gam. Gam means marriage and mono means one. So one person marriage, you will only, which is why polygamy becomes more than one person. The word poly means two or more. Novice means somebody who's new. Somebody who's a newbie. Somebody who's a starter pack to something. So somebody who's a learner in something becomes novice. Let's see the next. Four alternatives are given in the idiom or phrases underlined. Choose the alternate that best expresses the idiom or the phrase and mark it. Let's see. Now, if you were on the ball, it would not have happened. So what are we looking for? What do you think the correct answer is supposed to be? On to 23, guys. We have to find the one that is going to give us the appropriate meaning, right? So now when I say if you were on the ball, this wouldn't have happened, which simply means that if you were in control of that situation, if you knew all things around that situation, this should not have happened. So if you are on the ball, the kind of meaning that we are looking for is to understand the situation well. That is, if you had first-hand information of what the situation was, this should not have happened. To work hard is not going to fit. To have good communication skill, no. To be able to perform well under pressure, no. This is contradictory because something has not happened. So of course we can't be able to perform under pressure. Somebody has not performed under pressure. So the only answer that we have which is going to relate to the meaning is going to be A. So when I say if you were on the ball, if you were under the ball, which simply means if you were given the task and you were the taskmaster, had you known the situation, this should not have had happened. On to the next. I think we are starting to zero in on the problem. So what do you think zero in is going to be? When you zero down or when you zero into something, you tend to very well. So it is going to be focus one's attention on something. So I think we are starting to zero in on the problem. That is, we've now been able to identify what it is, and now we are all coming together to be able to focus on to that one problem and quickly troubleshoot the problem. So come to a conclusion. No, that's too quick. You've jumped the gun here. That's not what the answer is. Realizing the worth of things. Again, it's not around the worth. Coming to terms with an unpleasant reality, that's not what zero in is. When you zero in something, which means that you've all been able to rack your heads together, brainstorm, and found the one thing that needs everybody's attention. So the correct answer will be B. Next, in the following question, there's a sentence that has been given with a blank to be filled with the appropriate. There are 4 words that have been given. We have to choose the word which is going to be the correct word. Let's see over here. So the peanut stove, which is so often to be seen on the dash just outside the fruit shops, makes us think of a familiar street scene at home. So the peanut stove, which is often seen right dash just outside the fruit shop. So what do you think? Where exactly is going to be the placement of this? Where is it going to be? Very good. It is going to be on the footpath over here. Very well. Let's see what the other words are. Pedestrian basically is called for the person who walks on the road. So we're of course not looking for a pedestrian. Perverse, on the other hand, tends to mean something which is now going to be, perverse is a negative word. It means, perverse. Pervert is a negative word. Perverse means something which is very strict, very serious. Footpath, of course, is the pavement. So they're trying to be talking about the fact that वही ठेला लगता था, वो वाला idea है. And traverse basically means to cover an area on foot. So when you're jaywalking, when you cover from one place to the other, that's called traversing. So yes, the answer over here is going to be option C. This was a very easy one at that. Okay, next. Food was dash. Guides were not to be found and the enemy dogged them all the way. So what are we looking at? Food was? Okay. Let's get back to it. Let's not discuss anything in the chat box. Our word was perverse, but you learned another word, which is pervert. Pervert is the negative word. Perverse is strict. It's the opposite. Okay, let's see what are we looking at. I'm so sorry, Cree. What is it that I need to respond for? I'm barely looking at the chat box right now because it's just taking my attention all the way there. So please do write what your issue is and I'll make it a point to read it this time. So food was scarce. Very well. Guides were not to be found and the enemy dogged them all the way. So scarce means something which is very scanty, anything which is very little. Embrace means to welcome, to be able to acknowledge something. Farce as of a word means a pretentious act. So something that you're pretending to. And crass means very rude, something which is very vulgar, something which is not acceptable. That is what crass tends to mean. So yes, the only answer that we have will be option A. Next, thus, dash of their purpose, the three knights tried another plan. So what do we have? Cree, you've not mentioned what is it that you were talking about? On to question 27, what do we have? Okay, all right. Thus, dash of their purpose, the three knights tried another plan. The word that we are looking about over here, guys, is foiled. The word foiled actually means failed. That you've been trying to something, but that you've been failed or you've also been deceived. So thus, dash of their purpose, the three knights tried another plan. So we don't know, we don't have enough idea over here to be able to know whether they were deceived or they simply failed. We will not take A because A is too specific. When you fail, there is no angle of deceive. But there isn't enough information for us to know whether they were being deceived or whether they simply failed. So what we do is we simply take a word which might just take into account both the ideas. Toiled cannot be an idea because toil means to put in effort. You keep toiling midnight hours to be able to crack the JIPMAT and the Rohtak exams. Embroiled means to be caught in that conflict, to be caught in the intertwine is what is embroil. So none of the other answers fit. The correct answer over here is going to be option B. Now, whenever you get an option choice like this, in which you're not able to decide, just go for the more generic option. Because in general can come specific, but in specific cannot come general. So when I say foiled, the idea of failed is naturally taken into account. But when I say failed, the idea of only fail comes into account and not deception. Here, of course, deceived of their purpose or failed of their purpose is how the answer. So a better word is foiled. The answer is going to be B. Let's see 28. Oh, we've come to the age-old para-jumbles that we have. So I will require you to read the sentences and tell me which of the following is going to be the most appropriate series. Let's go, everybody. So I'm just going to bend a little, I think, because my height is not allowing the visibility of the digiboard. Yes, a knight is somebody who is Yoda. So you've gotten that one right. Anybody who's ready with the answer here? On to the 28th one. Okay, so we have Cree. Okay, so we have A coming in. Let's just read all of the sentences to be able to see what we want. Now, first things first, whenever you do a parajumble, you have to look for that one thing which is going to be an opener. Take lead from the options and see. Once you have the opener, find yourself one mandatory pair so that it's an easy surf through the option settings that we have. Now we have two options wherein the openers are likely to be either an R or a P. P starts with a but. Now but is a conjunction followed by a pronoun. So we know a noun pronoun rule will not allow that. Second, I cannot begin with a contradictory conjunction. I will have to have something which is going to assist that idea, which means both of these can't be an option. By default, I'm going to be beginning with R. Now let's see. The boy didn't answer. Okay. Now let's see. The next will have to be why didn't he answer, or what is it that he was hiding from not answering. So the next becomes he knew a lot about the case and he meant to meddle in it for all he was worth, and he could annoy Mr. Goon. He was certainly going to. Okay. But he couldn't possibly tell his mother all that. So all that in itself tells us that after R will come S, because there was a lot that he did know. There's a lot of download, there's a lot of intel. We do not have any other option which is going to take into regard all of this intel. So it's going to be S followed by P, because all is suggestive of what has just happened in S. And then ultimately, so he sank. Now P and Q over here are a cause and effect, because he couldn't tell his mother. So he sank into silence once more and began to think hard about all of the suspects. The correct answer is going to be option A. Very well there. Next, let's see. Try, guys. There are about 50 questions that we have. So I guess another 45 minutes of the roulette alongside the question solving. Answers, guys, whenever you're ready. Okay, Cree. I understood. So throughout the heavens and earth, I alone am the eloquent one. All right, agreed if you say so. 29th, what do we have is the answer? We've got C. Perfect. Okay, let's see. Now again for starter pack, it's either going to be a Q or a P. So we'll just see between the two which of the following is it going to be. Now P starts with the man was evidently a foreigner of some sort. He wore a peculiar hat on his red hair which was neatly brushed. Q says he had. Now we know for a fact that there is a man that is being spoken about, which means we cannot have our answers begin with Q at all. Now let's see what about this foreigner of a sort. Now after P can be, I'm just going to read out option C because most of you had C as the answer. So after that comes Q, which says he had a foreign looking cape around his shoulder and brightly polished pointed shoes. Makes sense because we are still furthering on the description. So now we are narrowing down to all the little, minute details that he was carrying. For some reason, he wore bicycle clips around the bottom of his trouser, and this made him even more foreign looking, which again makes sense. And ultimately, he wore dark glasses on the nose and his cheeks were very bulgy. So out of the lot, the correct answer is going to be C. Chronologically, we start from his attire to his shoes to his appearance, and that's where we end. That's how we make our mandatory pairs. So good job with that one. The answer is going to be C. Next, it's a para-jumble again. Please begin. Okay, guys, just 1 second. I'm going to go back to the previous one. I'm very sorry, but there are a lot of people with B. So I need to tell you why it is not B. Now, B also opens up with C, which is okay. Now, the moment I say man was evidently a foreigner, he wore a peculiar hat on the red, and then it begins with he wore dark glasses on his nose and his cheeks were very bulgy. Okay. Now, here what we are doing is we're being descriptive of his attire, right? This is more of, what are the accessories that he has. All right, let's reserve. Let's see what. He had a foreign looking cape. Now, you start with what he was wearing. You then go on to the accessories. Then you again go down to what he's wearing. That makes no sense. in parajumble, the rule says that the order of narration must be intact. So when you start to speak about something, that's all what you have to begin with. So if I'm trying to describe what a person looked like, if I start with clothes, I will talk everything about clothes, finish with that, and only then move forward. So what's happening is, although what you're doing is an overall description, but the description also needs to have a symmetry. What's happening with option B is you jump onto the accessories as to what he was wearing, his physicality, and then you again go back to the clothing that he has, to the shoes that he has, and then of course towards the end you say for some reason he wore bicycle clips around the bottom of his trouser and this made him even more foreign looking. So now this is not going to be how the chronology is, because then S is a misfit. You first finish the three statements here, which are all about the attire, and then get to the physical aspect of it, right? Why do you want to do clothes, physique, clothes, physique? That's not how the narration is, because there is a line which is more symmetrically arranged in nature. So for all the people who have B, do you now understand? Yes, we always move from general to specific. It is never from specific to handpicked general. Okay, all right then. Let's try the next one. Everybody, hands on it. 30th. Okay, so we have the answers coming in. And that's an undisputed A with one C in between. Okay, so let's just take both of it and see what do we have. Now A, two dark figures came up on the street. Makes sense. C says they stopped. Now I know for a fact I can't begin with a C because C begins with an R and R has a pronoun. My rule says it is always a noun followed by a pronoun. It's not otherwise. So clearly it cannot be C. Anything with R will not be my answer. So two dark figures came up on the street. They stopped every now and then, so they over here are the two dark figures, definitely a mandatory pair. It seemed to Bill as if they were looking, so once you start to speak about they, you continue to speak about they, again continuing on the same. Looking at the ruined building to find something, would they look into this one and find them? This one being the buildings that they were looking at. So it is a very, very tight and it's a very perfect chronological narration of the two men and what they were staring at. So the answer over here is going to be option A. Very well done there. Next, let's see what do we have in the next one. Okay, that's all right. So if you feel they're easy, then at that point of time, I think you need to practice. You need to chase on the time. Because if they're easy, should you be taking that amount of time is what your guess should be. So it's never about the complexity. You don't know how the paper is going to be. If the paper is tough, it's a competition. If it's easy, always remember it's a bigger competition because now your level playing field opens up to even the mediocre and, the children who are not very thoroughly prepared. So now the number of aspirant automatically, the aspirant pool enlarges. So there is where, your practice will become more important. So if you think these are easy, then make sure that you get 100% accuracy. And that's the way to be able to gauge yourself. Okay, so we have the answer coming in as C. Let's see what do we have then. I'm going to just bounce on to C to begin reading. Mr. Steinbeck put out the lantern. Okay, we then have R. Only the glow of his pipe shone in the backyard now. And then, of course, because he's put out the lantern, so there's only going to be that one light which is going to flicker. We then have, he was thinking hard. He went all over what happened in the last 2 decades. Excellent. The answer is going to be C. So the story is about Mr. Steinbeck and his one evening of ponder as to what is it that he'd been doing. Good job there. Next, let's go. On to the next one. On to 32. Okay, so we have C and B that's come up. Let's see what do we have over here then. Now starting with C. C begins with P, which says he simply wandered here and there. Okay, all right. Making towards the sea, but arriving at a rocky beach where no boats could possibly lie. Okay. Now we know that all of them have a he and a his, so which means we'll have to just deal with the fact that it'll have to be a he. I'm just going to read C first to be able to see if that makes sense. Post P we have R, which says he didn't know the way and he couldn't find the boats. Now that will make no sense because it says where no boats could possibly lie. If there was no, then of course there will have to be no boats. So to be able to say that P and R are going to be a mandatory pair, that's not going to work because once you've established that there were possibly no boats could lie, why would he even begin to search? So this is not going to be the series. C cannot be the answer. It just doesn't make sense. We also have D coming in. So we'll try B now. Beginning with S. His father was perfectly right. Next, he was completely hopeless. Now, something that bothers me again is why was he completely hopeless? Give me an event to be able to say why he was completely hopeless. So his father was perfectly right. The next should have been about, what happened as to why the father was absolutely right and what made him hopeless. So this is not the father, right? The father has a perception about somebody. So clearly this also makes no sense. But we will begin with an S, so we have another series that we can try. Let's give it a shot. His father was perfectly right. He didn't know the way and he couldn't find the boats. He was completely hopeless. He simply wandered here and there, making towards the sea, but arriving at a rocky beach where no boats could possibly lie. He then found his way to a rocky beach, but then over there again, there could have been no boats. So the correct answer over here is going to be option A. It's about what the father anticipated, probably for the son or the boy, and how he was absolutely left in despair because he was lost and he didn't know his way back. The correct answer will be option A. I hope everybody got this one. So nobody really had A as the answer except for, okay, I don't know if this is a fake name or a real name, but we had one person over here who did have A. Let's see the next. 33. Let's go. Whenever you guys are ready. Okay, so we have C coming in. Let's see what do we have for C. Start with Q. The shop was fascinating to the four children. So the next line will have to be why was it so fascinating? Going on to they had no idea which things in it were genuinely old and which were not. Lucy Ann looked at her money and asked Lucian if there was anything at all she could afford to buy. Lucian, with the knowledge he had picked up from his uncle, pointed out to really old things that he liked, but they were far too expensive. Excellent. The answer will be option C. So it's about these two people gone for shopping with limited money and they're figuring out what exactly must they be buying. Okay, we also have D coming in, so we'll just take a moment and look at D. The shop was fascinating to the four children. Okay. We then have P. Lucian. Now, it is not going to begin with a P because we've not introduced Lucian as of now. There is a line that actually tells us Lucy Ann looked at her money and asked Lucian. So here is where Lucian is being pitched into the idea. You can't have random pop-ups in a parajumble. It has to have an initiation. So there has to be foreshadowing of the information which will tell you what's going to come next. That is how narration is always done. So this cannot be an answer. The correct answer will be option C. I hope you understand why D cannot be the answer. Let's get on to the next, 34th. Please start. So, Cree, in the second last question that we did, couldn't his father be right about he being hopeless? No. I mean, he was hopeless. That was more of a submission, right? It was not something that the father was anticipating. It was more about, the fact that the guy really got very hopeless. He was meandering. He didn't know what to do. So it is not the father's feeling of hopelessness, rather it is what the boy was feeling. So if the boy was feeling, we will have to have an event, right? We'll have to have an incident which is going to bring out this hopelessness, which is why if between the two, that is the father's notion and the boy's hopelessness, if we put an idea which will give us the idea as to how the boy was really lost, the hopelessness makes sense, which is why we put another statement in between the two. Now, do you get that? Question 34. Okay, so we have D coming in. Now let's see what do we have for D. His wife passed him a piece of parchment. Next, he took it and glanced at it. So it will have to be the piece of parchment. Makes sense. Meaning to pass it back with a scornful remark. All right. What did these children know about old things? It was probably a bit of the old letter blown about by the wind that they had picked up in the street. So clear cut, mandatory pairs on the roll. I think these were a mandatory pair, these were a mandatory pair. All what you have to do is just put them together, and that is what it is. And then the moment you say it was a letter blown, so it will have to be the parchment. So which is why the parchment comes first, then comes the blowing of the letter, and cannot be the other way around. So excellent job there. Everybody had a D. Let's get to 35. Thirty-five, everybody, please punch in your answers. Okay, so we have B coming up. Let's see what do we have for B. He saw the man look back as if to see if Ben was anywhere near. But there was no boy to be seen, of course. The man went slowly on his way, looking into the water as he went. He came to a stop at last, and into the water went his boat hook. So that, okay, we also have D coming in as the answer. So we'll very quickly also read D just to be able to be sure of what the correct answer is. So B makes absolute sense. We can always reserve D. Let's read D. The man went slowly on his way, looking into the water as he went. He saw the man look back. Okay, now, the moment you begin to talk about the man and the fact that he was looking in the water as he went, now when you say he saw a man look back as if it was to see if Ben was anywhere near, now that makes no sense. When you speak about the man, then that was it. Where does this he saw the man comes in from? And also, because this guy is also the man, and then again comes the man, that makes no sense. It is definitely not going to be D. So yes, the correct answer over here is going to be option B. I think this was a very easy one. Let's see the next. Okay, we're back to grammatical rectifications. Be mindful and see what do you think the correct answer will be. So now, a sentence or a part of the sentence is bracketed. 4 alternatives are given for the bracketed part, which is this. Choose the correct alternative and click the button corresponding to it. In case no improvement, that is what you're going to do. So Sangeeta has been winning the trophy consistently. What do we want over here? If she's been winning it consistently, it will have to be very good for 4 years. Whenever we want to talk about a duration, we use for. Since is always used whenever you want to denote a start of time and an end of time. But of course, over here, we want to talk about the fact that it's been happening for 4 years, for 5 years. So it's the duration that has been spoken about. Yes, it is going to be A. From 5 years, around 5 years, it's not going to be the answer. These are not the correct prepositions that we want. No improvement will not be the answer because since is wrong. So the correct answer will be A. Next. Anita was watching the horse race when she slipped and falled into the swamp. I think this one's very easy. Let's see, what do we have over here? She slipped and would she slip and fall? No, it'll have to be slipped and fell. We have something in grammar that is called parallelism. Parallelism says when you have subsequent verbs that come along, all of the verbs will have to be in their same context. So if this is in its past form, the subsequent verb will also have to be in its past form. Fell. Fell does not take a felled because fall is an irregular verb, which means the past of fall becomes fell. Had will not be the answer because there's no had over here. So the parallelism is not maintained, which means yes, the correct answer is going to be option B. Good job at that. Let's see the next one. For the past few decades, meat alternatives, change this, have grew from simple soy-based patties that little resemble meat to plant-based burgers. So what do we want? For the past few decades, meat alternatives. Okay. Have grow, no, it cannot be have grow for the past few decades, which means the kind of idea that we want will have to be something that is, yes, we need something which is going to have a present perfect tense to itself. So this is going to be C, have grown, because it's been something that has happened for the past few decades. So this needs a perfect action. This needs to be the kind of action that has been completed. So it is going to be have grown. The correct answer will be option C. Next. He had been sold into slavery and was working among a gang of laborers on the farm in Gulf. So which is the correct phrasal verb over here? He had been. Now sold to tends to mean something which is now going to be okay, all right. Now, off the lot in 39, our answer will not be A because sell off basically means to sell something which is typically at a lower price. So I sold off my car. That's how we use it. So always in an inferior and a lower price is what is called sell off. This cannot be. Now he's been sold out. Slavery. Now that is also not going to be grammatically correct. Anyways, sold out basically means when you have sold out all the supply. So when you are खाली हो जाता है पूरा, right? बहुत ज़्यादा हम लोगों ने sale कर लिया है. But sold out slavery कुछ नहीं होता है. So this can't be. Now he has been sold to slavery. Now sold to also means to sell something to a person. Slavery over here are not this. Have these people been, you know, some very typical people? That would have been a different thing. But slavery is an abstract term over here. So you can't be using sold to. So he had been sold to slavery is wrong, which means the correct answer will be D. He had been sold into slavery. So to be sold into simply means that you are trying to be selling something into a specific metaphorical market. Because slavery is abstract, so it's not a real-time market. It's like a metaphorical boundary that we've created for slaves. So yes, over here the answer will be D. Next. All students learn different and a good teacher must attempt to deliver lessons in a way that resonates with every child in the classroom. Well, I hope I am doing that for you guys today. Let's get back to the question though. So all students, what do we want in the 40th one? All students? Learn differently. Correct. This is not a phrasal verb here. This question, the previous one was, this is not a phrasal verb. This is just grammatical correction. So all students learn differently. Very well. Learning different is wrong. Learn difference is wrong. This is going to be B. So that's only one answer that we have over here. Let's see the next. In the following question, one part of the sentence may not have an error. Find out the one part which has an error and select the option. If the sentence is free from the error, select no error. I'm not going to read the sentence because my tone will help you recognize. So I'm going to wait for you to check for what the answer is going to be. The 41st one. Okay, so we have B coming in as the answer, and we also have B. Okay, let's see what do we have over here. Now to the 41st one. Expressing disagreement with an exuberant crowd, the very sacrament of personal integrity. Okay, now you know for a fact that something is missing here. A lot of times relying on the sound rule, that is whatever sounds good to the ear is good English, actually comes in handy. It is helpful. So we know expressing disagreement is fine. With an exuberant, now that is also okay. So because disagreement is always with, you don't disagreement to. You disagree to, but you disagreement with. So expressing disagreement with an exuberant crowd, the very sacrament of personal integrity. Now we know something seems to be missing. And can you help me with what do you think the error detection over here is going to be? So yes, the error is in part 3. And the error being that the subject expressing disagreement needs a verb or maybe a helping verb after the word crowd to correctly convey. So maybe as good as expressing disagreement with an exuberant crowd is the very sacrament of personal integrity. So there is something that was missing, which was quite evident. The correct answer will be option D. Let's see the next. Again, I'm not going to read because the reading will highlight. So I need you to do that yourself. Okay, guys, get back to solving the questions, please. May I please request you guys get back to the question? 42. All right. So we have B coming in. And let's see, what do we really have the answer? Yes, the answer is going to be B. Now, can you also help me with what is wrong with B? Now, when I say unconscious, groups can unconscious begin. So I know that is where the answer will have to be. So what is wrong over here? Group can unconscious begin. Do you think that's going to be right English? What would you want to say? Unconsciously. Excellent. Very good. So we want groups can unconsciously begin to value connection over results. And when that happens, naysayers are seen as ruining the party. So very well job done there. The answer is going to be option B. Let's try the next 43rd one. We're just 7 questions away. It's home run now. Don't go anywhere. Just the last lap. 10-15 minutes is all what we're going to take. You guys are going excellent because the way you've been answering the questions has been mind-blowing. So I'm thoroughly impressed with how your preparation seems to be. Let's do the final lap and see how do we perform in the last 2 questions of grammar and reading comprehension. Let's go, guys. Give it your all shot. Yes, of course, it's going to be over very soon because we are going to be done with the 50 questions that we have. So yes, y'all can rest because I feel you guys have been toiling for quite some time now and that you need to go treat yourself for the amazing job that you guys are doing over here. Okay, let's see. So for the 43rd one, now, if your reputation is unformed in a group or with your colleagues, they may make gross inferences about your personality from the single interaction. The answer is going to be part A. What is going to be wrong is When you have a preposition which has an apostrophe, prepositions with apostrophes are always contractions, they are not possessives. So you are is nothing but a combination of you and are. What I want over here has to be a personal pronoun. So this is supposed to be cross reference about your personality, not you are. So we know clearly the answer is going to be in part A. Let's get to the next. 44th, everybody, please start. Okay, yes, the error is going to be in part 1, that is D. Now, understand the psychology of a problem is the key to mitigating risk. No, this is supposed to be understanding the psychology of a problem is the key to mitigating risk. Now, the moment you read it, we don't need to rectify because the moment you know which part contains an error, the job's done there. So, yes, the correct answer is going to be D, which is part 1. Let's get to the last of the error detections and then one last haul that we have, which is going to be the reading comprehensions. But let's begin with this one. 45, everybody, please start. Okay, let's see. So we have B coming in as the answer. Now there is an S to C that come with simply gaining closure after a long struggle. Now yes, the error is going to be in part 2 and it is a subject verb disagreement. So the moment I say there is an S to C that come with, no, that comes with, because singular subjects always take singular verbs. And we know for a fact that if it is a main verb, singularity in the main verb is always denoted by introducing the S, which is why it is always the boy plays. Since boy is singular and there's no auxiliary verb, the main verb will take an S to denote its singularity. So yes, the correct answer becomes option B. And with that, let us move to the last bit of it, which is the reading comprehension. Now I'd like you to read and let me know when to scroll. Whenever you guys are ready, I will scroll. Before we begin, we'll discuss what the idea of the passage is and then get on to the questions. Take your time here. Let me know when to scroll. Whenever you do, just write next or scroll and I will change it to the next slide. Let's go, guys. Oh, that's because we can't really do without the passage. There can be no competitive preparation without a reading comprehension. So just let's get to it rather than sulking around it. Okay, so somebody wants me to show the questions first. Is everybody okay with that? Should I do that? I'd want a confirmation in the chat box, please. Is everybody going to be fine with me showing the questions first? Okay, so I'll just do that. I'm going to scroll to the questions first and then come back to this. Right? I hope that works for everybody. Right then. Okay. That's the first question. It's a true or false according to the passage. I'll stay on the sheet on the slide for about 10 good seconds and then move ahead. Y'all can just take a screenshot or something maybe. I mean, I don't know, whatever helps you. Should I move to the next question? I'm moving next. Which of the following accurately summarizes the passage? So it's a passage summary that we have. Okay. Next. We have Imre Lakatos and Paul Feyerabend tried to do. So what were they trying to do? This is a specific detailed question. It will be specifically mentioned in the passage. Which of these claims is made by the forms of empiricism that are alternative to Popper's method? So again, there will be a mention. This is again a specific detail. So the moment you have an answer, I mean anything which is going to talk around a claim that has been made by the forms of empiricism that are alternative to Popper's method. And the last one is, which of the following is not mentioned in the passage? So now you have to give me that one information which is false. So we have two passage-centric question, one main idea question, and two specific detailed questions. Those are the 5 set of questions that we have. And with that, let us begin. So I'm just going to rewind and go back to the passage. Let's go, everybody. Please start. Oh, that's 2 done. I'm waiting for more. Next slide. Okay, we'll just wait for another minute and then change the slide. Read, guys, read at your own speed and disposal. Sorry, I had to bend down because if I stand, my head will be right in the way of the screen. So I'm just down, I'm not gone anywhere, which is why you will keep hearing the audio. Okay, so that's done. I'm just going to swap it. I mean, I'm going to get to the next screen so that you can read the little bit of information one more time. All right. Now, first things first, we are going to talk about what is it that the passage is about. Now, the passage tends to discuss Karl Popper's hypothetico-deductive method, which emphasizes that scientific hypotheses must be falsified, open to being proven false through observation, which means it further says that according to Popper, a hypothesis can never be confirmed as absolutely true, only provisionally accepted until it is disproven. In contrast, there have been some empiricistic perspectives that argue that a well-controlled experiment that fails to falsify a hypothesis can count as verification, suggesting that the theory is verified, but potentially incomplete if anomalies tend to arise. The passage also tends to note that modern philosophers, like of course we have the mention of Imre Lakatos and Paul, have sought to synthesize these differing approaches to ultimately form a more comprehensive view of what scientific reasoning is all about. So it was a very easy passage at that. And with that, let's get on to the options to be able to see what the correct answer is going to be. Now, according to the passage, it's a simple question. Which of the following information is true? So let's see which of the following information is going to be true. Now, over here, a rigorously tested hypothesis can sometimes be considered false until it is proven true by another. It is proven true is not what it is. It's the opposite. The passage said until it is disproved. So this can be eliminated. This is not true as per the passage. Let's try and read B. Now it says a provisional hypothesis is one that has been proven false once and needs to be proven again to be proven as true to be accepted. Now B again is going to be eliminated because provisional hypothesis is something that though has been proven to be true by experiments is only temporarily accepted as per the passage, as a further experiment might prove it false. So this information is also wrong, which means the answer will have to be either C or D. Now, involving the theory of gravity may not be as false as some scientific thinkers want to make it out to be. Now, again, over here, C will also be wrong. Simply why? Because there is no such mention in the passage at all. And the one rule that we know is what is not said in the passage can never be an answer, which means by default, the correct answer will have to be D. So a hypothesis cannot be held true as a future experiment is likely to refute the opposite of option A as to what we were looking at. So very well, the answer is going to be D. Let me just have a look. And that is where everybody did have D. Let's go to the next. Which of the following accurately summarizes the passage? So we have to look for that one option which is going to be the perfect summary. Which one, guys? Let's go. I'm again bending down only so that you can see the board. So 1 second, guys. I'm just going to go back to the previous one. Now, the reason why A is wrong in 46 is because it says a rigorously tested hypothesis can sometimes be false until it is proven. No, that's not what it is. It is going to be considered to be true until somebody disproves it, is what the passage said. It was never the reverse. This is opposite information from the passage. You can't reverse it. We only have to understand. They always talked about it is going to be true till the time somebody is going to disapprove it. It says it is considered to be false till that time somebody is going to prove it. That's not what the passage said, which is why. Okay, back to 47, everybody. Okay, so we have the answer coming in as A mostly. Okay, now let's just simplify to be able to see what our requirements are and whether that option tends to have it or not. Now, beginning with, of course, the passage has 3 paragraphs, and in each of these paragraphs is a single focus. The first one is going to talk about how a hypothesis can be confirmed even if it is proved, right? Second It talks about how sometimes if the theory is well crafted, the hypothesis can be accepted. Then, if it's proven wrong, the new information can be added to the theory instead of dismissing the theory. That's what the second paragraph said. And then the third paragraph mentions as to why scientists are trying to do the integration of various approaches. So whatever be the paragraph that we have, it needs to take into account all of these three things that we have. Now let's begin with what the answer is going to be. A hypothesis can't be ever confirmed, as a future experiment might prove it wrong. However, if the experiment is well thought out, then even if it falsifies the hypothesis, it can be validated and the new information can be added to the existing theory. Now, I'm absolutely okay with the second half over here, but the first half, understand the language. Whatever be your option, it needs to match the tone and the emotive element as well. Now, over here it says the hypothesis can't be ever confirmed as a future experiment might prove it wrong. Is it always that a future experiment is just going to prove it wrong? Because the moment you say as is a conjunction of consequence. So it goes to say that a hypothesis can't be ever confirmed, as there will always be something which will refute it. No. It is a possibility. It was only an option. So A is not going to be the answer, because I mean all of you mostly had A, but A is not going to be the answer because the first one makes it too extreme. It says as the future, so which means whenever there will be a future experiment, it is bound to disapprove it. No, that's not what it is. So A is definitely not an answer. Now, if A is not the answer, I want you to redo the answers. Please go ahead and see if there's any other option that comes to your attention. A hypothesis can be proven true by an experiment, but it can't really be assumed to be true, as it can at any point be proven false. However, another school of thought believes that if experiment is well crafted and well controlled, then even if it is at a later point of the hypothesis is disapproved, then it just means that the original theory had room for expansion. But this doesn't talk about the third paragraph, which is going to talk about the synergy. It is going to talk about the integration of everybody's effort. So this is just the first two paragraphs. This will also not be my answer. This is incomplete. It's a summary I have to have. So a summary is as good as you go watch a movie and come and I ask you what is the story of the movie. You will not tell me what happens only before the interval or only after the interval. You will have to mix it all and tell me what happened in the entire movie. So tell me the info that's going to be for all of the three paragraphs. Let's see the next. Karl Popper. Now he was our protagonist. How could you have missed this name? It's not easy. You can't do that. The rule of protagonist says that it has to have a mention. Karl Popper's hypothetical-deductive method states that a hypothesis cannot be confirmed because a future experiment might show it to be false. Now, please understand, might and then as a future experiment might prove it to be wrong. Now, these are two very different things. And when you say can't ever be confirmed, no. There's a modality there. Okay, next. Some forms of empiricism, another protagonist for us, hold that the falsification of well-crafted theory will not lead to its dismissal but to its expansion. Philosophers of science have tried to integrate the various approaches by evaluating hypotheses. Para 1, para 2, and para 3. All of it. Why did you not choose C as the answer? I mean, there was nothing more neater and cleaner than C that ways. Let's try the next. Karl Popper's hypothetical deductive method states that a hypothesis cannot be confirmed because a future experiment might show that it is false. Okay. Some forms of empiricism hold that the falsification of a well-crafted will not lead to its dismissal and to its expansion to encompass no, not and, but. Contradiction, not extension. Second, it has the last part missing. It doesn't talk about the integration of the various ideas. Incomplete, which means the correct answer over here will be option C. This one was a tricky one. I hope everybody understood. This is very easy. 48. Give me the answer. What have Imre Lakatos and Paul tried to do? So what have both of them tried to do? Now the mention is in the last paragraph, and the fact that they have, the last line states, philosophers of science have tried to integrate the various approaches. So whatever is going to talk around it, hands down the answer will have to be D. Right? So produce a hypothesis that it can't be disapproved. That's not what they did. Create a well-crafted, well-controlled theory. This was the second class. It was the empiricist. Create an independent hypothesis that can't be no. Produce new ways to combine various approaches to evaluate hypotheses. Yes, because they were all about the integration. So it is going to be option D. Very good job there. The next. Which of these is a claim made by the forms of empiricism that is alternative to Popper's method? So what is the difference here? We have the second paragraph wherein the information is pretty evident. It says that some forms of empiricism hold that under a well-crafted, well-controlled environment, a lack of falsification does count as verification, since such an experiment ranges over the full scope of possibility in the problem domain. Which line do you think is going to read around this? Which of these is a claim made by the empiricism? So which of these is a claim that these guys have made? A well-crafted experiment ranging over a full scope of possibility cannot be falsified. No, it's definitely not D. That's not what their claim is. Empiricist का क्या claim था? Well crafted के साथ कैसा और एक और well चीज होना चाहिए था? Well crafted and very good. It is C. So it is lack of falsification counts as verification under a well crafted, well controlled environment that ranges over the full scope of possibility. This was the claim that was made by them. It's a specific detail. Second paragraph out loud, it's been said. We have to find, no, please understand. The question says, which of these is a claim? So out of the four statements, there is one claim. The claim has to be made by the form of empirism. And what they made in the paragraph was actually an alternative to Popper's method. So it was the reverse of Popper. So there's a mention of Popper, but the empirists were obviously the opposite of what Popper said. So which of the following is a claim that has been made by the empirists? And these empirists have made a claim which is obviously alternate. So you don't have to alternate the idea here. You have to find which is that alternate claim that has been made by the empirists. The question is simple. Which of the following is a claim made by these guys? That's how the question is. So the answer over here is going to be option C. And the last one, let's get this one right, guys. Home run. The last one for the day. Which of the following is not mentioned in the passage? It's a simple true false. All what you have to do is just check for the information and that's going to be it. I'll give you some hint. There are two options which can be found in the first paragraph. There is one option which can be found in the second paragraph. And of course, one is the answer. So which of the following is a false bit of information? Okay, so we have C coming in. According to the method of conjectures and refutations, a hypothesis that has been rigorously tested and not falsified can form a reasonable basis of action. But this has a mention in the first para. This is not the answer. This has been explicitly mentioned in the first paragraph. Okay, let's see. What do we have for B? The method of conjectures and refutations are the best methods. Where has this been mentioned as the best method? Of course, this is false information. This is not found in the passage. Can you find any basis of information wherein this information can be rectified or corroborated? Let's try A. According to a certain view, a hypothesis cannot be confirmed because a future experiment may show it to be false. First para. Popper's is not the only view of evaluating hypothesis. Second para, because then comes the empiricist, which means the one information that has not found any base in the passage is B. That is, nowhere does it say that it is the best method. And with that, we come to an end. I hope all the questions now, clearly hands down, The reading comprehension was like a little distasteful. We didn't do very well. The questions were also the questions were easy. They were very direct, but actually the information in the passage was too much to handle, and that happens. Which is why I would always implore you guys to read and be reading eclectically. The more you read, the more diversified you read, the better you get. And that also opens up your perspective, your familiarity, and your horizon to be able to embrace information which is outside your comfort zone. For example, a passage like this. And with that, we come to an end to the very, very long day that you guys have had today. I hope the day altogether has been very, very fruitful. We here at Top Rankers have tried an initiative, and we sincerely hope that it's paid off. It's done some good to you. Y'all can go treat yourself because you've done a fabulous job otherwise. With this score, you guys are definitely cracking the examinations that all of you guys are eyeing for. Just make sure that be open to learning. If you think that you don't know something, make sure that this fag end of preparation that you have, you make the most of it. Optimize your time, your effort, so that all things that you do now are going to stay with you until the last of the exam. All the very best. You guys are already killing it, and I'm very sure that you guys are going to make it to your dream colleges. But please don't wait. I mean, don't get a little wavered in your time and effort. Now is the time to be able to put in all the efforts so that later on, all what you do is shine bright. Thank you so much for being a participant to today's class. And I speak on behalf of Top Rankers to everybody. Thank you so much for being an amazing audience, for being such an intelligent audience at that. And I'm going to see you guys next time with another marathon series. Until then, please make sure that you are touching base with all of your topics, revising, and getting all of your doubts cleared. Thank you so much once again. Have a wonderful evening and all the very best. Thank you.